of occupation and of being forcibly removed from our homes in Palestine. And the importance of getting your local governments to pass ceasefire resolutions. NSJP, the national chapter for Students for Justice in Palestine, is also going to be on here talking about how to organize at your universities, the importance of the divestment movement, and how to start up your own SJP. Over 100 SJP chapters have been created at different universities since October 7th. So it's very important that, if you're in school, more than likely your university's endowment fund is being put into weapons manufacturers and Zionist institutions. So we're just going to teach you about all of that, teach you about the history. There's so much information. I can't tell you all the information right now because there's literally so much of it, and this intro can only be so long. So just make sure that you stay, and if you want to pop in and out, again, we're going to be here for 12 hours. So make sure you're doing all that, make sure you're donating, and make sure you're supporting all of our very amazing guests.
Yes, awesome. And thank you guys. I already see all the engagement in the chat. Very excited. Feel free to send the link around to anyone and everyone, forward our live, get engagement up, and like Soha said, pop in and out. So the first guest we're going to have is coming pretty soon, and it's the Palestine pod. And we're going to talk about a lot of cool stuff. So yeah, stay tuned. Do we want to hop into that? Do we want to wait?
I think we should go ahead. And just for reference, Mikey from the Palestine Pod, literally one of my favorite people of all time. He was so cool and so smart. So that alone should be incentive enough for you to stay on this live, because he is in the waiting room right now and he's about to, talk his shit. So it's gonna be amazing. So make sure you stay on. And yeah, I think we can send him over.
Sounds good.
You can come on to moderators, but I'm gonna still be here, camera off.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Right.
Good luck, Soha. I'm so excited. Y'all don't even understand. Michael's so cool. Michael's so effing cool. Y'all don't understand.
Oh no, how do I leave? Wait, how do I go to a different
No.
Gabby's in the green room. She's sending him over, so you don't have to.
Oh, Gabby's sending him over? Okay.
Hey!
Hey! How you doing? Marhaba.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. How are you folks?
We're all right.
I'm doing good.
I'm blessed. I'm blessed to be physically okay. Mentally, I've been bad for a long time. I don't know about you folks.
Yes, relate.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was basically just, I gave a short little spiel about like who you are and like the Palestine pod, but if you want to talk a little bit more about that, I've hyped you up so much already, so I feel like you just your thing. Take it away.
Everyone's so excited.
I appreciate it. I'm so sorry Norman Finkelstein wasn't available. I apologize. No, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm a Jewish anti-Zionist, a diehard supporter of Palestinian liberation, and somebody who's working tirelessly every day and night for a free Palestine, for the right of return, for refugees, for the imprisoned population inside the dungeons of Palestine, and just want them to know that we've never forgotten about them, and we're working to get them out.
Yeah. So how did like the podcast, or well, actually, I'll take a step back. Like, how would you explain the podcast to somebody that's like never heard of it? Like, what's you guys' mission, and what do you mainly try to do with the guests that you bring on?
Yeah, absolutely. So we provide a counterbalance to the dominant Zionist narrative, right? For the longest time, Zionists were controlling the narrative of what was said about Palestine. You could almost never even say Palestine. And so we boldly took the chance of saying, we're going to call it the Palestine Pod, right? Because that's what it's about. It's about Palestine. And so I'm Jewish, I'm anti-Zionist. My co-host is Palestinian, human rights lawyer. Her family is exiled. She grew up in diaspora and became an international human rights lawyer. She helps now to rehome refugees who come from places where they've had to flee. And so, we kind of just found each other online. We were fans of each other's work. She was talking a lot about like international law and like how, these mechanisms need to be enforced, et cetera. and almost nobody believes in them. And so, I was like, oh, cool that you're handling that angle. Like, I don't really see a lot of dialogue about that. Obviously, there's like Dr. Nora Ericat, who's been around for a while, and others, but like, it was nice to see more people talking about it. And then I was just like an anti-Zionist Jew who took a bunch of Zionist videos and then started chopping them up and just showing them how dumb they were and how they had no basis in like logic or fact or religion, as Malcolm X said, right? Zionist logic is devoid of anything. And so, yeah, we kind of just found each other online. I was like, hey, big fan of your work. And everybody who was seeing me was like, who is this Jew? You know what I mean? And yeah, we connected. Actually, she reached out to me and she was like, we should do a podcast together. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. I'd kind of wanted to like do a podcast. I'm a comedian as well, but I didn't want to just be like two white guys, like another white boy with a podcast, like type of situation. Um, so it was perfect when, we linked up and yeah, we started the pod and almost immediately it was like poetry in motion. Like we just fit so well. Our relationship has grown in such a like meaningful way. Like, we went from basically like internet strangers to like she is my family now. Like she is my sister. I was just over at her house. Like I cooked for her family. Like, it's really beautiful. And especially at a time when like as an anti-Zionist Jew, it is so lonely. It is so, so lonely. Like there are so few of us, and the people who are actually like truly in support of Palestinian liberation are few and far between. Like you scratch an anti-Zionist Jew, sometimes the fascist bleeds. You understand me? So it's like it's been really disheartening, and I've really felt like a lack of community. And then to be, embraced as I have been by the Palestinian community, by specifically Lara and her family, it's very meaningful to me.
Yeah,
I feel like it's
as
so
someone,
important. Oh,
sorry, so I was just gonna say, like, as someone who's also Jewish and is also anti-Zionist, I know how completely isolating that can be, and I've
Yeah.
lost a lot of friends throughout a lot of this, which I now didn't consider friends to begin with, and when it's okay.
Yeah.
But applaud you for your work, and I know that's a lot there, but I didn't know if you wanted to talk a little bit about like finding community on that podcast and how that kind of helps you recenter what community means to you, because I've had to do that quite a bit instead of just like bound by faith, more so bound by morals and what we see as the future. That's kind of how I've reshaped it.
Yeah. Well, good on you as well for standing true to your morals. And it's a pleasure to be in community with you here. Yeah, I've found a ton of community through the podcast. The way I would describe it is like I have friends and family everywhere now, right? Because like, I can go to London and there are people who know us and love us and like want us to be there. And I can go to Australia. I go to Jordan. I go anywhere. Like I have the opportunity to make connections everywhere. We had Nkosi Mandela on the podcast, grandson of the famous, Nelson Mandela. And it was just such an honor to be in his presence, to listen to him. He called me Mikey, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Like it was adorable, And, just like knowing that, like to be on the right side of history, to be in community with such great people like Nkosi Mandela, like, Dr. Angela Davis, like Malcolm X, like Kwame Ture, truly all of the people who I have admired throughout history took up this cause in one way or another. And so it is an honor and a duty to be following in their footsteps.
it's amazing. I really love that. And like obviously like it's so like I feel like the work that you guys do and like the importance of having like the voice of like anti-Zionist like Jewish folk is like as a Palestinian person, like I can't ever understand what that's like for you. And like I've obviously like heard about it and I've tried to read about it as much as possible and how that sort of like ostracization from your community is used as sort of like a tool to uphold the status quo of like Israeli apartheid and like normalization. And so like within the Palestinian community, like your voices are like not lost, and they're so, so incredibly important. And I don't know if you want to talk about like some of the other like anti-Zionist Jewish people that you guys have had on your podcast, because you guys have some like amazing, amazing episodes. And I just want to like
Thank
uplift
you.
all of those. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to first and foremost shout out Max from Palestine Action, right? He's somebody who has been at the forefront of direct action trying to stop the bombs from getting to Palestine, right? Because we know once the bombs get to Palestine, they're going to use them. They're going to murder children. We know that. That's like what they do. That's been their MO. And so it's on us. It is incumbent upon us as Americans in the belly of the beast to be throwing our bodies on the war machine, to be physically stopping these bombs from getting there so that they don't even have the opportunity to use them, right? And so Max is somebody who has been one of the co-founders of Palestine Action. He's very involved in the movement, and they are doing the great work of stopping the bombs from getting there. That's truly what I believe anti-Zionist Jews should be focusing on right now. Like, you know, I understand the value of being seen and like doing actions, but if it's largely like for a photo op, you need to be spending your time more wisely, right? You need to be using those bodies, using the people who are willing to get arrested for a picture and then taking them to weapons factories, right?
Mhm.
Like, what are we doing here, right? Anyway, so, you know, there are some really good anti-Zionist Jews doing a lot of really good work. And then there are a lot of them who are like centering their feelings and talking about the Israeli hostages. And I'm like, it's embarrassing to be around you, truly.
Well, I
Gazans
think
have no water.
no, I think there's literally also a difference between like understanding that anti-Zionist Jews have a place in this movement and not centering that, because to me,
Yes,
anti-Semitism has nothing to do with this. I get
not at
so
all.
annoyed when people bring up anti-Semitism about this stuff because I said, what are you talking about? This has nothing to do with anything. So, like you said,
Yeah,
just a part of the movement to help stop the genocide in any way possible.
yeah.
But I get
The way I
very
like to say it is be John Brown, right? You guys familiar with John Brown? John Brown was a white abolitionist who reported to um wow, I'm forgetting the person who run the Underground Railroad right now. Harriet Tubman. He
very
reported to Harriet Tubman. I'm sorry, guys. I have brain fog from the gen.
you're good.
Anyways, it is like I'm forgetting birthdays. You know what I mean? Let alone civil rights heroes. Anyways, very embarrassing. I John Brown reported to Harriet Tubman, right? Called her captain, and so it's like find yourself a Palestinian, follow their lead.
Mhm.
At least like somebody who's like involved in the movement. Obviously, not like any Palestinian. Don't follow around DJ Khaled.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's so important. I feel like I've been seeing that a lot in Chicago, especially is like I feel like there definitely was a period where like it felt a little odd and like it was kind of like you couldn't really tell where it was anti-Zionism, where it was just like liberal Zionism and sort of
Yes.
like playing that both sides stuff.
Yes.
But I feel like there's been a huge shift recently of now, like, even you think of like Code Pink and like the Jewish women who run it, like going and doing these like insane direct actions, like dropping poop off at Nancy Pelosi's house, like stuff like
Yeah.
that. That's the type of work that we need, you know, like bodies on the ground, especially like for Palestinians who are under such like intense surveillance constantly in the US and in Palestine. It's like so it's been nice to sort of see the shift towards like direct actions.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
And even go further, right? Because the urgency is so crucial right now. Like a lot of people are suffering, people are starving, people are thirsty, people are giving birth without anesthesia in a C-section. Like it's very disturbing times that we're living in. And so, you know, turn up the urgency is what I would say to anti-Zionist Jews. And then I also want to shout out, we had Nora Barros Friedman of the Electronic Intifada. She is an OG in the movement. She was actually on like the pre-Canary mission, right? So they had a website that was called the Shit List, and she was on that. And so, you know, if you're on the shit list, like you're good with me for sure, forever. Because you've been doing this work a long time. So, like, you know, I stand on the shoulders of giants, even though she's a tiny person, but you know,
No, that's crazy too with
uh,
like the level of like how long this has been going on. Like I totally forgot
yeah,
that the shit list was a thing until you mentioned it just now. Like
yeah,
the length of just like this period that we've been going. I feel like a lot of people just heard about Canary Mission like 2 months ago, and it's like this is
right.
tip of the iceberg, you know?
Oh yeah, I've been on there for a while now. Proud of it. Yeah, they wrote me in like a really nice write up actually. Like they cataloged all of the work that I did, and I was like, you know, I forgot about some of that stuff. That is nice of you guys to put a
Put
bio
that on your
together.
LinkedIn.
That's
Yeah,
I
amazing.
yeah.
mean, like, thanks.
You
I
know what's
appreciate.
wild is like people have actually been posting my videos on LinkedIn, and it's like, guys, I already don't get work. You know what I mean? What are we doing here?
That's funny. I also, could you talk a little bit about your comedy videos as well? Because I feel like
Yeah, sure.
those I love, and I feel like they've been like
Thank
blowing up
you.
a lot recently. They've been popping on my For You page like a bunch. So if you want to talk about that and like where that sort of plays a role in like the political work that you do.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, when you're anti-Zionist and Jewish and a comedian, you get a lot of like hate messages and stuff. And these folks have reached out to every major comedy club in Los Angeles, trying to make sure that I don't get booked there. Jokes on them, I already don't get booked there. Okay, thank you so much. But you know, it's just like they actually got me unbooked from an open mic in Austin, Texas. They called a coffee shop, sent them multiple emails, etc., and had the coffee shop communicate to my friend who was running the open mic. And open mics are like the lowest of the low. Like I
It's an
happen to be
open mic.
it's an
Like,
open mic. Literally anybody could sign up, and they were like, "No, not you," right? And so yeah, you know, there are some consequences, but you know, I use humor as like a medium for people to continue to pay attention to the message because we watched a lot of videos about Palestine that are all like very touching and heartwarming, and they're meaningful, and like those have a place as well. They're very important, but they are hard to get through. They're hard to digest. They're hard to like stay in the whole time. That's what I'm known from like the TikTok generation who scrolls in 60 seconds. And so what we do at the Palestine Pod is we provide like the information that you would get from those documentaries, but also I might have a quip at the end, a little joke, something that keeps you kind of like coming back for more as opposed to like, not.
I love that. We've gotten so many comments of like, what can I do? How can I be informed? How do I learn about this? And we were even just talking about this before we hopped on. And I was kind of like, I feel like at this point, you have so much information at your fingertips. There's little to no excuse not to be informed. But I'm going to go ahead and
Oh
hype
yeah,
the Palestine Pod as like,
thank you.
if you are someone that struggles with attention span, go listen to that because that is
Thank you
like
so much.
so engaging. I know some people are like, I don't want to sit there and watch 3-hour documentaries. I'm like, okay, but you should. But if you won't,
Right.
then
Right.
listen to this podcast. So
I mean,
100%.
truly, they should watch like Tantora.
Yes.
Sure, they should watch all of
Yes.
the documentaries that like show the horrors. Like, but if they're not going to, for them, the next best thing is watching the pod.
So everyone go look it up right now. Create
Yeah.
a little
And
bookmark.
also, I want to shout out Decolonize Palestine. It's a great website that has a ton of information. It's a beautiful resource run by Palestinians. I want to shout out Visualizing Palestine. It does a lot of like visual work. And so, Electronic Intifada is great. They do a lot of great discussions they have on experts. And so, there's an entire community of Palestine podcasts. We are happy to be a part of it.
Mhm. And I feel like that's the cool thing about doing podcasts as well is like not just that there's like so many of them, but like within like when you scroll and sort of just look at all the episodes that Palestine Pod has to offer, there's just like an amazing array of like some of the smartest people. No, literally, and it's like it's so like what you guys do.
Yourself included. So, huh?
Yeah, me included too. That was honestly like, oh my gosh, I was so excited to do that genuinely. And
Yeah.
like that's such like an important thing too is that like I wouldn't have thought that like you guys would be willing to uplift like student activism like that and just like the things that we were witnessing like it was just sort of like constantly being told like literally no one cares about you. Like literally no one cares about the work that you're doing on your campus.
Mm,
And so to
mm.
people like with this huge platform be willing to like extend that grace to us was like so meaningful and impactful and my university was pissed about it but who cares
Yeah,
you
they
know?
were good. We love
That's
that.
part of the goal.
That's
Yeah.
that's the review we want.
It was great. So how do you guys sort of like can you tell us a little bit about your process of like picking speakers and stuff? Like how do
Yeah.
you tell like when you want somebody on the podcast or maybe when like you don't want them on the podcast? Like what does that look like?
Yeah. So we kind of just follow what's going on with Palestine and what's happening like that's Palestine related in the United States, right? And so your story popped up and I remember thinking like, oh my God, like this would be a perfect opportunity to uplift student activism groups, right? Talk about what's going on college campuses. They have real like litigation in the pipeline. Like we were super excited to hear about it. And I'm so sorry that people told you that nobody cares about you. That's actually a lot of the same tactics that they use for anti-Zionist Jews, is like, nobody cares about your opinion, you're fringe, you're marginal, like nobody agrees with you. And it's like, oh, word? Turns out a lot of people agree, actually, right? Turns out you were gaslighting us the whole time. Turns out you guys are genocidal like maniacs and nobody believes a word you're saying. And so, you know, we follow what's going on. Like, we are reaching out to people as breaking news events happen, as things are percolating, and we're trying to uplift the story to keep it in the news cycle for longer than just 24 hours.
Oh,
You know,
that's
so like we spoke, we also had like, you know, particular guests that we were excited to talk to and thinking about from the very beginning, right? And Nkosi Mandela was one of them, Abby Martin was one of them. So yeah, it's a mix of like our white whales and then like the people who are like percolating throughout the news cycle.
I
We're
feel
still
like
trying to
that's
get Mohammed Okurt, so if you know him, let him. We would love to have him.
okay. I will be texting you because I may be able to connect you actually, and I think that would be like an amazing mix. Like I would love you and him. Both of you guys are actually really funny. Like his tweets are so funny, and your stand-up's so good. So I
Yeah,
actually think that'd be such a great episode. But I
yeah.
love that, like, you know, in between sort of having these like really big like activists and organizers that sort of like guarantee viewers, that you also like uplift like kind of like the smaller people, you know. I feel like that's like so important within your work, you know.
I understand what you're saying, and I'd like to challenge that framework, right? Because it's like, even if you don't have a ton of followers, the work that you're doing is so crucial. And so to like minimize it and be like, oh, I'm not like a big person, it's like, no, you're literally the future of this movement. Like, we hold you in such high regard that it's like the Palestine pod isn't even as important as the work that you're doing, right? We are like a media outlet, right? And what you are doing is on the ground work. You are the front lines of this movement. And so you're so important. Don't let anybody, yourself included, minimize the work that you're doing, because like both of you are so important to this struggle of liberation.
Thank
If she
you.
won't listen to me, she'll listen to you. So thank you.
Yeah.
Tell
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Wait, with both of you guys here, I'm outnumbered. Okay, I'll say it.
Okay, well, we don't want that. The optics of that are bad, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah,
Can
so
you talk
true.
a little bit more about like what you would want to see from like young people, sort of talking about like you know, just kind of shifting from where we were going of like kind of student activism and stuff like that. Like I feel like there's so many people, especially like with the comments that we get on the posts and stuff like that, of people being like, I don't know where to start in terms of like
Yeah.
organized activism.
Yeah, what I'll say is that you don't have to do everything, right? Everybody thinks that they have to be like everybody to everyone, and you don't. You kind of just need to pick a localized thing that you are good at and then get involved at a local level, right? And so here's an example, like Palestine Action is launching US actions all over the place. If you personally cannot make it to one of those actions, right? You can probably donate to it. Or if you don't have money, you could share that information so that more people see it, right? And just get involved in any way that you can. Like, I don't know if this is like, I've been saying this on the pod already, so I think it's fine. But if you don't want to hit a weapons factory, like weapons manufacturer with a sledgehammer, that's fine, right? Nobody's telling you you have to. What we are saying is there are people who are willing to do it, and you should buy them a sledgehammer.
That's such a good way of putting it, actually. I love that.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, just
Also,
wanna...
I
No, I was
fully
just gonna
believe.
say one other it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just said just like go look up our GoFundMe right now, where you can go do exactly what he's saying. Go listen to the podcast. You can do exactly what he's saying. Go donate to your local JVP chapters at your university. Continue, Mike.
Yeah, and SJP, right? Your SJP chapters as well. Get involved with those folks, get involved in those organizations. Look at the resources that are available online. Watch the documentaries, watch the pod, educate your friends. You can start as small as you want. Nobody's expecting you to be Mandela overnight. But if you never start, you'll never be a part of the legacy. And people will forever remember how you were indifferent during a time when, you know, people needed you, especially if you're Jewish. Like, how can you possibly talk about your relatives in the Holocaust? I lost family. The Nazis murdered family. right? And so how could I possibly allow the same thing to happen to Palestinians right now without speaking out, without trying to stop it as best I could?
I think that something that's always hard for people to navigate is how to start talking about it with people in their
Yeah,
life, Jewish,
yeah,
non-Jewish, Palestinian, non-Palestinian, whatever. So,
yeah.
do you have any thoughts on how people begin these conversations, even in relationships that might not be as deep? Because they're like, oh, I just don't talk about serious things with my friends. And I'm like, but you can't not talk about a genocide. So, how do you
Yeah.
recommend like starting those conversations, having those dialogues?
So the first thing you need is a good base of information yourself, because you don't want to be caught in a situation where somebody's like, well, what about Hamas? And you're like, well, I actually don't know, right? Because you need to be able to say, well, Hamas was, a creation after the state of occupation. Like there had been many years of genocide far before that. We can talk about that if you'd like. It's a response, whatever, it's a liberation resistance movement of indigenous Palestinians who are under the UN exercising their legal right to resistance. They can talk about all that, right? But you need to know that. You need to know all that to begin with. And so first things first, educate yourself. Read Rashid Tlaib, the 100 Years War. I'm Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm literally having a brain, like it's so hot. I used to be able to just like rattle off facts, but I think like watching a live stream genocide has eroded my ability to like remember stuff. And I'm not even talking about like Palestine stuff. I'm talking about my own personal life. Anyways, you guys don't care. This is not therapy. Um, but yes, read all of the resources that are available, written by Palestinian authors, and you can educate yourself. Listen to the pod. Those resources, Visualizing Palestine, Decolonize Palestine, are great resources. And then start beginning conversations. And you don't need to be the person. Like, not everybody needs to be the person making videos. Like, literally, there are videos that are available that you can just share, you can boost. Like, it's a little bit egocentric to be the guy who's like, I am for sure. And it's like, you just started today. And look, I understand I make videos about Palestine. You know what I mean? It's a little hypocritical. But I also started like 5, 6 years ago when literally nobody was paying attention and people were like, you're a pariah for doing this, right? So it's not like there are some people who are kind of just like hopping on it right now because it's trending, because it's like they think that they can get followers. There are people who are actually stealing money from the movement, and that is despicable. Like there's the lowest place in hell reserved for those people who are stealing money from Palestine. They need not be named. But yeah, so it's like just share the resources that are available. You don't have to be the person explaining it to them. Just send them a video that will explain it to them, right? So a lot of people are centering themselves.
Yeah, something I always say is decenter yourself and center the movement, because if you're going into this thinking it'll make you uncomfortable, it'll make people in your life uncomfortable, you are still centering yourself. So then look at what's going on and center what's happening, and then it will quickly become very transparent exactly what you need to do if you take your discomfort out of the equation.
Perfectly said. I would say decenter yourself and decolonize Palestine.
Yeah.
Because I feel like also that sort of like centering of yourself comes from this very like individualist, like capitalistic, colonialist mindset. And like
Yes.
so interesting because like and I was actually just talking about this morning, but like when me and you became like mutuals on TikTok, that was when like I was like getting doxxed for making posts about Palestine. I was getting insane death threats. Like people, it was such a small community on social media, and like that at that point in time, it was just like a no man land, and we were just doing everything that we could. There was probably like 10 of us that were just constantly like pushing out content left and right and getting like the most insane hate from it. And it's so weird to see now these people that are like, I'm pro-Palestine, which is why I'm calling for 1967 borders on TikTok. And it's like, okay, you skipped 5 steps,
Yeah. Yes.
And yeah, I love that you bring that up, because I do feel like that is such like a huge issue, and it's like your voices are like, it's not a bad thing necessarily to spread information via social media, but it is a lot more meaningful and impactful when you're having conversations with your family and your friends and you're doing on the ground work. So I love that you brought that up.
Thank you so much. And that's a good point. It's like if you learn the resources, if you truly intake the information, you'll be able to translate it to your family in such a way that the information is effectively communicated. Right. A lot of people have so many blocks up. They have apartheid walls in their head, right? Where they're like, I just cannot take new information if it's like translated in a way that makes me uncomfortable. And so, if you're able to knock down those walls, as we will one day knock down the apartheid wall, you'll be able to make an impact on people's mental and physical.
Mhm. I love that you bring that up for real, because it's like, yeah, I feel like the decolonizing of the mindset, and I know we had actually talked a little briefly about you sort of talking about how like you were able to sort of like deprogram or
Right.
I don't know what the word would be, but how you were able to do that to your
Yeah.
mind and stuff like that, and sort of like what did that process, look like for you, especially if there are sort of like young kids here that were, being told things like about Zionism and Israel and stuff, and sort of like having that status quo already put into them. How do you unlearn those sorts of things?
Yeah, mine was kind of like I didn't really have a choice. I was in a fraternity and I was being hazed. They had us tied up with our hands behind our backs and blindfolded. They were playing loud music. It was a dark room. They were sensory deprivation, torturing us. And it was 8 Americans and then 2 guys who had served in the occupations army. And we were all tied up together. And the Americans were uncomfortable. We were not having a good time. We'd never been tortured before. And the Zionists were like laughing, cackling, having a fun time, making jokes. And so we asked them, we're like, what's up with you psychos? You guys are giving off super weird vibes right now. And they were like, we used to do this to Palestinians all the time. And so when you are tied up, your other senses take over, right? When you can't see, you can hear, you can smell. And so when I heard them say that, it I mean, struck me to my very core. It changed the course of my entire life. And I recognized that everything that I'd heard about the occupation was a lie and that I'd been misled by all of my social institutions, my family, my friends. Literally everybody had led me to support a genocide. And only in that moment was I awoken. And then I obviously did more reading, more research. I spoke to Palestinians. I listened to them. I heard their stories. And I'm so grateful to the Palestinians who showed me hospitality when I was still on my journey, like unlearning, because, you know, I could have, it could have been different for me. And I like am scared to think about any other outcome. People are like, oh, aren't you scared to like talk about Palestine? And I'm like, no, I'm scared that I never would have unlearned the brainwashing and that I would be a loud genocide supporter. That's what I'm genuinely scared about.
I think that's something that, like, it's really hard to reframe to people who have not started that journey, because what they know to be true is so deeply ingrained because it's coming at them from every angle. Like, we have been indoctrinated since the second we entered the world in this country to believe one
Yeah.
way, and that is just all the information that's been thrown at us. So it's that cognitive dissonance when you start hearing other information, you're like, oh, that has to be false because I knew that second. Whereas
Yeah.
if you actually look at the proof behind it, there's so much that comes into it. So I just always tell people, I'm like, you read in history about how at one point everyone believed slavery was like great, and then they learned and then they didn't. So
Yeah.
again, decenter yourself, realize that you could be wrong here, and just look at the evidence. And then, like you said, as soon as you start listening, it becomes very clear. But it's hard when that's been all you've known.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you talked about like the importance of taking that step, because like you said, a lot of people are loud and wrong. I need to stop
One of
being
my friends, she's a very funny comedian, Alice Hamilton in Los Angeles. She says, there was a time where audiences loved blackface. Sometimes the audience is wrong.
Yep.
No, that's true. Like, it's really that black and white, and it's so weird too when you consider like how recent a lot of that was. Like Jim Crow era was not a long time ago. Apartheid South Africa was not a long time ago, and still isn't
Yeah.
like completely abolished,
Yes.
And so
Yeah.
I feel like it's so interesting how like history not only repeats itself but so quickly, And like
Yeah.
I also want to say like I'm so sorry that like that's like the circumstances that led you to like this point in time, because that's like so like horrifying, and
That's
like
so kind of you. I am going to decenter myself from the situation and not allow a Palestinian to apologize to me.
no, but for real,
But
like that
thank you.
like
Thank you
I
for the
can't
sentiment. Yeah.
imagine. Oh, of course. Like it's just like it's interesting the many different paths that lead people to anti-Zionism, you know? Like for some people it's like as simple as just like seeing a TikTok and being like, like that's the opposite of what I was told growing up. And as like, you know, nuanced and like you know, just like different as what you went through with the, I'm assuming the frat was AEPI.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, like uh it's just I think all of those roads are just like so important, and for people to kind of feel like, you know, like they aren't alone. I feel like that's like the main thing, is just to like ensure that like nobody feels like they're alone in this learning process, especially with like what's happening right now and the amount of eyes on Gaza, like in a way that it's never been like before. Like making sure that like nobody feels like they're alone in their education on this path. So yeah.
Yeah. And truly, that is the importance of building community online. And I've found so much family from this endeavor. Like, you know, my actual family, there's obviously issues. I've had cousins reach out to me and be like, they're embarrassed to be related to me. And it's like, we don't even share the same name. Okay, why don't you chill out? Like, nobody's gonna know. How is it? Like, what are you even talking about? But then, you know, there are other people, both in my family and also like a part of my chosen family, who have embraced me such that I know that I'm walking the right path. And I know that like this is the person who I'm meant to be. I am so much better off having spoken my heart into a camera like 5 years ago than if I'd stayed silent.
Yeah. I think it would be good if we could talk a little bit about, like, I know we've touched on it, but youth in this movement specifically, because like Soha
Sure.
was saying, there are so many eyes on it. And as someone who's at a university, there is so much noise being
Yeah.
thrown at the university, encouraging them to divest, demanding
Yes.
that they divest. Like,
Yeah.
and they cease all support, demanding that some of the really bad rhetoric be removed from classrooms. So, um, I've had a lot of people like be on campus and not have any idea what's going on, and they see Palestinian flags in a march and they're like, what's happening? But I think there is a lot of attention on youth right now, which I think would be
Yes.
really interesting to talk about, because like you said, it's the future of the movement.
100%. If you are involved in college, if you are enrolled, if you are about to be enrolled, you should join your local chapter, SJP, JVP. If they are not around, create them, right? They are crucial to the movement because it's important to take up space. Zionists have a disproportionate influence over universities through funding, through grants, through intimidation. And we've seen that with what's happening at your university. We've seen it when there was a chemical attack at Columbia, right? The universities are backing the terrorists. And so it's important for us as individuals to get involved in these organizations and challenge these, you know, people who are breaking the law, people who are violating our rights, people who are violating us. And, you know, a part of the way that South African apartheid came down was through student organizing, right? It was one of the things that created enough of pressure, enough momentum to topple the apartheid regime. It was also obviously the resistance from the ground on the like the ANC, Nelson Mandela, etc. But it was all of these things in concert, working together, right? It was the building of momentum and everybody finding their role where they fit in. And so if your role is to organize in a student movement, get to it, right? There's no time like the present. The urgency is so important.
No, heavy on like the urgency. Like I feel like people like with that fear, it sort of causes you to like tiptoe a little bit, but this is just like
Yeah.
not a time. Like I feel like I don't know what other phrase to use, but you just need to go like balls deep in organizing. Like honest to God, just like
That is not how I would have described it, but yes.
I also have really intense brain fog right now, and for some reason that's all I can think of. But like genuinely, it's like how you said, there's no time like the present, you know, and like we're seeing divest pick up such insane movement. Like the
Yeah.
Netherlands no longer
Yeah.
providing the machine or the tools to create or to send to Israel for F-16,
Absolutely.
you know, and like
Yeah.
this is the sort of thing that like 10 years ago when I was 12 or 13 years old, I was emailing Bruce Rauner, who was like the governor of Illinois, and saying, you need to stop trying to make BDS illegal in Illinois.
Right.
And like I was a child sending these emails, but I still never would have thought that a mere 10 years from now, we would see like universities starting to divest. So we would see countries starting to divest. And you
Yes.
know, like this momentum just needs to keep going. That's honestly my biggest fear right now, is that it sort of dies out and the world forgets about
No.
Gaza. but like
Yeah.
with people like within the Zoom, you know, like we're not gonna forget. You know, they said that, you know, the old would die and the young would forget. It's not happening, you know?
You know what, that they said that that's true. They said that about Palestinians. They said that the old will die and the young will forget. But that is actually true about Zionism, right? The old will die, and then the young will be like, oh yeah, my parents supported this thing. Like they'll be like the people who were in Rhodesia, right?
Mhm.
They still speak Rhodesian, but nobody knows about what happened. Like nobody remembers that they're a settler colony who was kicked out.
Mhm.
So, you know, there'll be a blip in the map of history. And one day, all of the Jews who came for you and I, right, who said that we're the fringe, who said that, like, whatever, they'll be apologizing. They'll be pretending like they were on our side the whole time. And we know, we will remember. We will never forget.
Ugh, I love that. Every time you speak, I get chills. Like,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I so respect you all and I so appreciate the work that you're doing. And I genuinely am honored to be here and to be someone that you thought of.
No, 100%. I feel like it again, like I feel like your perspective on this is like so incredibly like important to the cause and like important to me like personally as well. I feel like, you know, it's so important to sort of have these like people who were involved in like anti-Zionist organizing for like a longer time to also help like lead like the younger generation. You know, like I've only been in SJP for like 3 years now. And so to like have somebody who's like, you know, been involved for like a longer time and like using their platform for a longer time is just like so incredibly important because I also feel like within Palestinian organizing and like the Palestinian community, we kind of like learn from our elders more than try and like write them off. And so like I am like so incredibly grateful for that. And that's why I wanted to have you on the podcast is like, you know, there's some 12-year-old watching this on TikTok right now.
Wow.
And I'm so grateful that they were able to like hear your perspective specifically. And I really wholeheartedly believe that like people are going to hold on to the things that you've said for a while.
That is a very complimentary way of calling me old, and I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Mashallah. Thank you so much. It's the beard, and I understand, you know.
It's
Yeah.
maturity. It's
Thank you.
maturity.
Yes, no, just a little joke, huh? Thank y'all. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys have like so much that you're gonna accomplish, and you already have accomplished so much. And so I'm so proud of you, and you guys are doing such great work.
Of course, thank you. And so we have 10 minutes left. So is there anything else that you sort of want to highlight for the people that are watching, whether it's like certain episodes, certain things you think they should be doing, certain books you think they should be reading or
Yeah,
documentaries they should be watching, whatever.
definitely. Check out the episode that we did with Dr. Steve Salida. Um, it's decolonizing Native America and Palestine. He does a great job of connecting Native American struggles against white settler colonists in Turtle Island to Palestine and the settler colony that came from Eastern Europe, etc. Um, so that's one for sure. And then if you're somebody who is a Zionist and you're unlearning Zionism and you feel like you can only learn from Zionists or like former Zionists at this moment, because like that's where your mental is. I don't respect that position, but we do have options available. Miko Peled, who is the son of General Matti Peled. Matti Peled, of course, was responsible for the Nakba, the 48 and 67 land grabs, etc. And so he gives us meeting minutes, like literal primary documents that show that everything that the Zionists claim is a lie, that there was never any threat, that they always planned to steal land, that they even used the phrase from the river to the sea to talk about like how much land that they were going to steal in 1953. And then obviously you hear the chant Mile Maye that comes in like the 60s from Palestinians. But and then obviously the Likud party used it as well in the 70s again. And so there's this like mishmash of like when they say it, when the Zionists say from the river to the sea, they are clearly talking about genocide. And then when Palestinians say it, they're like, we kind of just want our homes back. We want to live freely. We don't want to die. And the confusion is that when the Zionists have said it, they meant genocide. And so they project that onto Palestinians who are simply asking for the right of return. But that was a good episode that really spoke to a lot of the Zionist myths that exist, right? And he broke them down from the perspective of somebody who not only unlearned Zionism, but like his whole family was centered around the fascist state and what it took to unlearn that, his journey, and how he and his father have been trying to make amends ever since. Because, you know, his father also recognized later in his life, like what he did was wrong. And so General Matty Peled became like an ardent anti-Zionist before Miko, right? And so, you know, there's only so much you can do when you're responsible for the Nakba, right? Like there's really no way to make up for that truly. But he did his best to make inroads in Palestinian and other Arab communities, and it was an effort that was well received. And so, you know, I understand that his son Miko is living up to that legacy, continuing that work of showing that, you know, Judaism is not Zionism. Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism. An easy way to remember is that Judaism says, do not kill, do not steal, and then Zionists will kill and steal anything. And so, you know, it's important to uplift those folks who are still doing that work. We did an episode that I want to talk about where we covered the murder of Nizar Binat by the Palestinian Authority. So he went into custody in the Palestinian Authority and was murdered by them because, as we know, the Palestinian Authority often cooperates with the occupation. And like Nizar Binat is somebody who's very important to the liberation struggle, right? And so I would encourage people to read his work, to listen to his videos, to listen to him talk about Palestinian resistance, right? He once said that the true popular Palestinian position will be expressed by Yemeni ballistic missile. And this was in like 2011 or something. You know what I mean? So my boy, my boy had range. Okay. And yeah, just listen to the Palestinian martyrs, right? Listen to the Palestinian prisoners and center them because they are the backbone of this struggle, right? They go, like almost everybody gets swept up into dungeons at some point. And so Palestinian prisons act as a sort of political education, right? People learn about the tenets of resistance. And yeah, just check out the Palestine pod. We got a bunch of really good episodes that you can learn from.
100%. And thank you so much for coming. That was like you spit knowledge. Like I
Oh,
really
thank
love
you.
that. And I didn't know that you guys had an episode with Steven Salaita. I literally studied
Yeah.
him in one of my classes because so for people that don't know, he was a professor at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and he was like removed for speaking like pro-Palestine rhetoric.
Yeah.
And it turned into this like big like national case, and it was like a really big deal. And he's so like just such like an important person within like the movement. And so I'm definitely the second these 12 hours are up, I'm gonna be listening to that because that's amazing. I didn't know you guys had that.
Yeah. And one more I want to shout out is Rua Rimawi. She lost both of her brothers to the occupation. The occupation assassinated her brothers, Jawad and Dhafar. And so we had her on, and it's probably just the most enlightening episode of like the, you know, the raw emotion that comes from losing a family member to the occupation. It's indescribable, and it's a pain that I wish on nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, and with that being said, also, oh wait, so if you want to go,
No,
really
go
quick.
ahead, Zoe. You got it.
Sure. I was just gonna say, if while we're on the topic of like losing family members and hostages, like Palestinian hostages as well, if you're watching, if you want to open up Instagram and go to SJPUIC on Instagram, we have a call to action for the Alaga family. They'll also be coming on to speak a little bit later, but I want to bring this up as many times as possible. If you could write to and call Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth, Bashem or Hatem and Bashem Alaga were both taken as hostages in the Israeli occupation forces. The latest that they heard is that they moved them out of Gaza into Israel as hostages. They're also U.S. citizens from Orland Park in Illinois, which is like right outside of Chicago. And you know, I'd like to say that it's unheard of for Israel to be taking US hostages, but honestly, like, it isn't. But I would really appreciate it if all of you could go and do that right now. If you use the link on SJPUIC's Instagram, it'll write out the whole message for you, and you just have to, put in Dick Durbin and like the topic that you're choosing. So yeah, I just wanted to shout that really quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wasn't gonna go specifically there, but I was just gonna say, if you ever see like any of these sort of like, please help my family here, please help my family there, and it's from someone you know, do whatever you can to help. So thanks, so how we
Yeah.
mine's.
Two more, actually. I'm sorry. I want to shout out the Holy Land 5 Foundation. We spoke to Shukriya Abu Bakr's daughters. He has been locked up in jail for many years now simply for providing food charity to Gaza. He was doing it was one of the largest Muslim charities in the United States, and they were attacked by the United States apparatus, the legal apparatus, the intelligence apparatus, etc. And, there are a few of them who are still in jail currently, and their conditions are deteriorating. So it's important to center those struggles of prisoners here as well. And then also Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro, episode 100. He's a well-known critic of Zionism and a rabbi for over 30 years, and he leads a congregation here in New York. And so it's important to have that perspective as well. He provides a lot of the religious and theological understanding that comes from unlearning Zionism, the fact that they're not at all connected, and that Zionists have largely stolen a lot of Jewish identity.
Yep.
In addition to all of Palestine, of course.
Oh, okay, thank you so much for all of that. I'm so incredibly grateful to have had you on today. And
Thank you
everybody,
for having me.
read everything that he just said. Like, make sure you're listening to the podcast. And it's so easy. I always listen to it like when I'm like doing my makeup in the morning. I just like to have it
Oh,
playing.
nice.
So yeah, so
Yeah.
it's like simple, easy stuff like that. But again, like
That's the get ready with me video I'm looking for, honestly.
should I make it?
Get ready with me to liberate Palestine.
No, literally, like on my way to a protest, trying to like
Yeah.
keep my face in the mask because I know the Zionists are gonna be there taking photos, so at least I'm gonna look good in my
Oh,
canary
yeah.
net,
And you do look
They
good.
are your biggest fans, truly.
I literally have never seen a picture of Soha bad. Like all the
Yeah.
protesting ones. I'm like,
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, it's
Okay, thank you
impossible.
so much. I'm so grateful that you were here.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Appreciate
everybody,
you.
Michael.
I
Yeah,
loved
Thank
getting
you
to
so
talk
much.
to you. Thank you so much for taking your time. Really appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. Pleasure talking to you.
of course. All right. Okay, so next up we have Selma coming on, called At Anat International. But before we do that, I am literally about to pee my pants. So I will be right back. Zoe, you hold the fort. And then also when I come back, I'm gonna give another call to action.
Sounds good. Thanks everyone for being on. We're gonna have Salma come in. We're gonna have a few people talking. If you guys want to come camera on, I see you popped in. Feel free. Soha's just run into the bathroom, so feel free to come on, introduce yourselves. Hi, Selma.
Hello.
Hey, Yig. Do you guys want to give a little intro as we're moving into this new kind of session, what we're going to be talking about to everyone watching?
We are going to be interviewing Selma about her experience living overseas and her past memories growing up in Gaza. So yeah, and if anyone wants to like comment questions in the live, we can answer questions in there too.
Feel free. Well, Yeg, why don't you like introduce yourself, and then Selma, I'll pass it over to you.
I'm Yeg. I am an interviewer of Selma. I don't know what else to say about myself. I'm just very grateful to be here and that I'm trusted to be asking questions.
And
Mm-hmm.
Selma.
And I'm Selma, and I will be interviewed by Yag. And I feel, Yag, you're doing yourself a disservice because you're awesome. And Yag has always been advocating for Palestine even before October. So I really appreciate that. And then a little bit about me. I have been making content on TikTok about Palestine for the past 4 years, and I'm originally from Gaza.
Awesome. If you guys want to get started, honestly, whoever can pop in, but if you guys want to just start talking about everything, that sounds good.
Amazing. Okay, Selma, my first question for you is, had you visited the United States before, you officially moved here?
I visited my uncle. He lives in Texas in the South. So I did visit one time before just to see him. And then I applied for college here because the school that I went to in Gaza, the high school, had SATs. So I took the SAT and I just applied to US colleges because that was like something that my school offered.
Hi. And then was that like a plan when you were growing up, like to go to a high school that would provide that, or it just kind of happened that way?
I think it kind of happened because initially, up to the second grade, I went to like a regular school in Gaza. It was a private school, but it wasn't an American school. So the instruction was all in Arabic. And then in the second grade, this new school opened up and it had so many opportunities. So my dad really wanted me to transfer there in the second grade. And so we did that. I was very against it because I was a kid. I was used to my friends in the other school. I had always been there. And I was kind of like freaking out that everything would be in English. But looking back, I'm grateful that he took that step because I was able to learn English fully in Gaza. I came to the US already speaking it. So it wasn't hard for me in college.
Did your family speak English growing up, or like was no, just you
Um,
and your siblings?
Yeah, well, we never spoke it at home. My parents understand and speak it, but it wasn't something we spoke at home. We just spoke Arabic, because everything in Gaza is in Arabic, but it was just in school.
Amazing. Let's see. Um, so I'm sorry if this is like going from, kind of lively to more serious, but growing up, did you experience anything similar to the tensions now, or how would you compare the before to now, or even when you last visited to what's happening now?
Definitely. I mean, growing up, I was in Gaza till 2015. So the last aggression I witnessed was the one in 2014, which lasted 54 days or something. It was a very long one. And that was very scary. They've all been really scary. I've been through all of them until, yeah, the 2014 one. And I thought that the worst one would be 2021, but 2023 came along and it's been way worse. I wasn't there in 2021. My family was there and we lost a lot. So it was a very scary time. And I never really got over it after 2021. And I was still like kind of like recovering mentally from it. But then the genocide started in October and now I feel like it's just the worst thing ever. And it's kind of sad that we're like as Palestinians from Gaza, a lot of times we're comparing how Gaza was in the past. And like Gaza wasn't perfect. We had aggressions, but it's so strange that whatever horrible things we went to before 2023 don't even like add up to what's happening now, like how severe it is, even though those were horrible incidents.
Right. You think in that moment, like, how could it get worse? And then even now, I think like in October, November, a lot of people thought like, how could it get worse? And then it just kind of proved itself. And I know that, you and I were talking about how around Ramadan it usually does get worse, like in general, but it's kind of hard to imagine how it could even get worse at this point.
For sure.
Um,
Yeah,
so
and
go ahead, go
oh,
ahead.
sorry, yeah, you go.
No, go ahead.
Well, also, Salma, I just know some of our viewers are a bit younger. If you could give a little bit more background on, what happened in 2014, maybe even what happened in 2021 or your experiences through that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, so in 2014, I was in Gaza and it was a very like large scale aggression. Lots of bombings, just like the other times. The first time that Gaza ever had a huge aggression was in 2008, 2009. That was the first one. And during that time, Israel bombed the school that I went to. So that American school got bombed. Um, and that was like really hard because I was very young. I think I was in the sixth grade or seventh grade. So that was my earliest memory of losing something as a result of being from Gaza and as a result of the blockade. And then in 2021, I was in the US. That was my first time ever being away from Gaza during a very like massive aggression. So it was extremely difficult. I wasn't used to it. Like I would rather be there when things are happening because it's just so hard when your family isn't answering immediately when something near you gets hit. So that's always like very I don't know, just anxiety inducing and just very difficult to deal with. But in 2021, my father's building got bombed, and when the news, when Al Jazeera broadcasted the news, they put my father's name. So I just collapsed on the floor because I thought that it was my father. And like the news didn't make it clear that it was the building. They didn't say how many people were injured or killed. And I called my parents and they weren't answering immediately. And then 20 minutes later, my mom answered and she said, it's your father's building. 2 people were killed. He's okay. But that, like, I never really recovered from that. I think it was my first time actually having like an actual panic attack where I can't remember like how, what happened in those like 30 minutes. But so yes, that was like really tough on me.
Wow, that's like you kind of grieved him and then
Yeah.
have to be told that you don't, it didn't happen. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of going off of that, that wasn't my next question, but if we could talk about mental health and what that means for Gazans, like I know we talked about this before together, how PTSD doesn't necessarily exist because there's no post, or what you find helps your mental health, and maybe how Western therapy and stuff like that can't comprehend like a child grieving their father and then the building collapsing, all these things added up together.
Yeah, I think it's so difficult because it just keeps going on and on. I haven't necessarily felt like I could speak to a therapist, just because I don't know what I would tell the therapist and what the therapist would tell me that would comfort me when nothing has stopped. Like maybe when things stop, that could be an option, but right now I don't think it's too logical for me. And in terms of like how I'm trying to take care of myself, I try to do lots of crafts, lots of activities, just keep my brain busy because especially in October, November, I was still like adjusting to this whole thing. I wasn't doing well at all. And I remember just my mind kind of slipping. I don't know how to describe it other than that, but like I wasn't conscious of my body and brain. I don't know. I was just like gliding through, and it made me very scared because I couldn't control my brain. Like I could feel that I'm not in control. So I started doing these like activities like crochet or puzzles or, board games just to get my mind occupied.
Yeah, like disassociate in a way so you don't
Yeah.
have to handle it until it's time to handle it.
Yeah.
Um, I wanted to ask, like, this is something I didn't know until I was friends with you about how there's different passports and by color and visiting different areas. So if you could talk a little bit about how, Gazans are not free to go to the West Bank and how difficult it is to travel back and forth.
Yeah, so because Gaza has been under a blockade for the past 17 years, it's an economic blockade, but it's also a blockade that bans us from the freedom to move, including the freedom to move within Palestine. So my mother is from the West Bank. She's from Nablus. My father is from Gaza. So when my mom and dad got married, that was before the blockade. So they could travel with their car to the West Bank and to Gaza. There were checkpoints, but it was like doable. And then the blockade happened. So my mom wasn't able to go to the West Bank anymore. And growing up, we didn't really get to go there because you need a permit to go to the West Bank. If you have a Gaza ID, having the Gaza ID is the worst one out of any ID because we're only allowed in Gaza. We're not allowed to go to Jerusalem, anywhere in the West Bank, anywhere else. So it was really difficult because my grandmother lives in the West Bank and she's old. And for us to see her, she had to travel to Jordan. And then we had to leave Gaza through Egypt and then fly from Egypt to Jordan to see her. So that wasn't always like doable. And it's very expensive. It's literally just like going all around when we can easily drive to the West Bank from Gaza. It doesn't take that much time. And we had to go through all of that. And we still do. Like even before the genocide, that's how it was in Gaza with the blockade.
Wow. And that blockade, do you know what year that blockade started? You said after your family got back.
Around 2006, 2007.
Oh, so you were like 8, 9 years old or
Yeah,
10?
very young. So I don't even remember the time that it was, without a blockade. I was too young.
Yeah, so your memory is of the blockade and being kind of like trapped inside unless you're willing or able to financially go to Jordan or Egypt or somewhere to
Yeah.
meet people.
Yeah.
Did you often travel to Egypt and places like that, or was most of your childhood in kind of like one area? What were like the, do you have like nice memories of leaving and thinking like, wow, this is so different from like where I'm growing up?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we would visit my grandmother in Jordan, like we'd go through Egypt. The journey is very difficult, even through the Egyptian border. It's a lot for Gazans, and it takes like multiple days because sometimes they send you back. So you have to keep trying, going to the border and coming back. So it was always stressful, but then once you're there, everything is just so free in comparison. Like there's so much just freedom and flexibility to do whatever, to move, to travel. You can go to the airport and fly somewhere. Something that we don't have the luxury or the privilege of having as people from Gaza. As you might know, there used to be an airport in Gaza, but that was also destroyed by Israel. So we never got that option either.
Yeah, it sounds like most of the restrictions you're talking about are not, I think a lot of people think that H word imposes restrictions on people, but in reality, it's, the blockade. Do you
Mhm.
want to talk a little bit about misconceptions about what you're allowed to do as like a Gazan woman? I think a lot of people have the misconception that you have to cover your whole body and, you can't do certain things, you can't have certain jobs. Do you mind talking a little bit about women's rights?
Yeah, I mean, I think that part of Israel's propaganda is portraying women in Gaza and just, I guess, Muslim Palestinian women in general as, oppressed or they don't get to do these things and comparing them to how women are in Tel Aviv, like they wear a bikini in Tel Aviv. So that sort of stuff is a huge Israeli propaganda. But growing up in Gaza, like I said, I went to a co-ed school. So if we were, if we were that restricted, I don't think that the schools would have been co-ed. I don't think that we would have been allowed to just not cover our hair. So we don't have any hijab laws. We don't have mandatory laws that say you need to cover your hair. You can wear short sleeves. All these things are fine. The society in Gaza is more conservative just because of the culture and religion, but that doesn't mean that we have any policy or law regulating like you should cover up or you should not wear short sleeves or you need to not have a co-ed school. We don't have any of that ingrained in the system.
Wow. Vic, do you have any questions? I realized I was talking the whole time.
No, you're so good. Yeah, I have a question that Soha sent me actually. We were just kind of curious about kind of speaking to that, like the culture growing up in Gaza, maybe some nice memories that you have growing up with your family or some traditions that people might not be aware of.
Yeah, so Gaza is known for seafood. We have really good fish. Although our fishermen are not allowed to fish past a specific point in the sea, that's also part of the blockade. You can't go past a specific nautical mile, which means that we don't get all the fish that we can. But whatever fish we do get is really good because it's, by the Mediterranean Sea. And I think that the method of cooking it is really good in Gaza because we have all these special stuffings and seasonings that go into it. We put a lot of like red chilies and green peppers and garlic in the fish, and there are a lot of fish restaurants. So a really nice thing I used to do with my family is we'd go to one of the famous fish restaurants by the beach and just order fish and eat it. And it's something you can do with your friends as well. So I really like that part of Gaza. I think we have like some of the best seafood I've ever had.
That's awesome. And so then you too, Salma, I've been following your page for a while now. I love the work that you do. Can you talk a little bit about when you started making content and what kind of inspired you to do that?
I started making it in, I think around 20 2020 or 2021. I remember being very active after that aggression on Gaza in 2021, because I went back home immediately when there was a ceasefire. I got the chance to go back home to see my family, and I started just vlogging, pretty places in Gaza, but also places that were destroyed. And it was very interesting because I think at the time, Palestine wasn't as mainstream. So a lot of the comments I was getting were so negative. and people had all these misconceptions that we talked about women, and they tried tearing me down and saying all these things. But now I feel there's been so much more awareness about Gaza in particular, so I'm getting more supportive messages and comments. Like, obviously I get negative comments, but I think in comparison to 2021, it's a huge shift with how people engage with my content, and it's been nice. Like, that's been the only silver lining, I think, throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to hear more about that because that's something I felt a little bit too, just like kind of being in the like political space online. It definitely does feel like there's a slightly different energy this year as opposed to 2021. Could you maybe like speak to that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think that the aspect of, the parasocial relationships that people have been able to build with Mu'taz, with Bisan, with Hind, it's definitely impacted how people perceive Palestinians from Gaza. And there's been so much footage of Gaza before and after that's helped, I hate to use this word, but humanize us, or I guess make us more relatable. So we're not just something like a headline that you're reading on the news. People actually feel connected to us. They feel like we could be their friend. They feel, they care about us. They're scared when we don't show up online, when we don't post updates. So I think that's really helped. And having a lot of people do it at once also helped, because I don't think there were that many people doing it in 2021. But since October, it's been so many of us doing it. And I think TikTok played a major role in that as well. I don't think TikTok was being used as much in 2021, but now TikTok has so many activists in general, and I think them hopping onto this helped the algorithm actually push all our content and, avoid suppression. Obviously, there's suppression, but I think having the numbers has helped.
Yeah, that's one thing I'd love to hear your take on too, because I know, and it drives me crazy, and I'm sure it drives you crazy too every time I hear this, but there's this misconception that somehow TikTok is like secretly like pushing like pro-Palestine content or like, biased in some way. But if anything, I've seen the opposite. I feel like there is a lot of suppression online, not only on TikTok, but other social media platforms. Is that something that you've noticed in your, career as a content creator and activist online?
For sure. I mean, especially now, lots of my content gets taken down or it gets flagged as unoriginal, even though it's always me talking in front of the camera. Like, I don't know how original I need to get because it's just me. But I feel that TikTok is trying to find anything to just flag the content. And I think had we not, like, if we're not being censored on Instagram and TikTok, I think we would all have millions and millions of followers and lots of views. I think Mu'taz would have even more than his 18 million. And it's interesting that in spite of the suppression, we have been able to get our content out there. And I think it has to do with our audience searching for our names, engaging with us, wanting us to be there. So yeah, it's been interesting with social media.
Definitely. And going back a little bit, kind of on the note of misconceptions, that like the like average audience viewer might have. You were talking a little bit about the blockade. I feel like there's this huge misconception online that this all started in October, which is obviously not the case. If you could speak a little bit to like what your experience was like before October and how this has obviously been going on for so much longer, like what the daily life was for someone living in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, before October, when I went in the summer of 2022, there was another attack on Gaza. It was, I call it a mini war because it wasn't long. It's so messed up, but like it was a few days of nonstop bombing and people were obviously killed, buildings destroyed. And I was there for that. That was in 2022. There wasn't any buzz. I was obviously posting, but it didn't have as much buzz. There was stuff in 2021, 2014. Like I said, we have always been going through these cycles. And even in times where there is a ceasefire, there's no bombings, Gaza is far from normal because of the aspect of, we don't have the freedom to move. We can't trade. There is more than 50% unemployment. Half of the population, so more than 1 million people, are young. It's full of children, young adults that don't have jobs, that don't have prospects, don't have anything to look forward to in their future. We have had an opioid crisis. Not many people talk about this because it's very under researched, but opioids were a huge problem, and it's a result of the continuous attacks, aggressions on Gaza. And the issue is that people that would get injured during those like aggressions would start relying on opioids, and then they would just develop this need to keep, to stay on them, because when you get injured, the injuries are not normal injuries. They're life altering. So they change your life entirely. You can't exercise, you can't get a job. So people rely on these things. They're very under researched. So we've always had these issues. Mental health was always a huge problem. Also not addressed, because it seems like mental health was always on the sidelines, just because the reality of living there is so hard that we never had any time to even think about mental health. We went from, there would be an aggression, and the next day, if there's a ceasefire, the next day people would just go out and just be like, oh, thank God, like it's done. And they want to go on with their lives, because what else can they do? Like there is nothing. If they confront it, if they try to process it, it just makes them feel more crazy, because they can't change the current situation. So people just chose to keep going on. And I think this is changing a lot in 2023 since October. I think people are openly talking about mental health in our community. Like I haven't seen many Palestinians from Gaza talk about it this openly online, even talking about periods, talking about all these things that have been stigmatized, not just in our society, but in other societies as well. So yeah.
Well, and I love that you bring that up too, because I think especially with people who are only following the news and aren't following people on social media, I feel like it's really easy for them to like only see certain statistics like death toll or, how many days this has been going on. But there's so many other ways that this is impacting people's lives. Like reproductive health is one that a lot of people have started talking about recently, like the lack of reproductive health access that women in Gaza have. And something that, liberals who are so pro reproductive health, you think that they'd be making more noise about, but they're just not talking about it as much. And like you said, too, with life-changing, debilitating injury and disability and mental health, all these things keep happening as a result of all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually had another thing that I remembered. So in Gaza, because of the blockade, certain products are not allowed into the Gaza Strip. So one of those is things like cancer machines and medical devices. So Gaza didn't have, I think we only had one machine that scanned for breast cancer. So also those medical supplies are not allowed in, those machines that are needed to for preventative care, to prevent, people from developing like a late stage of breast cancer, ovarian, all these things. We don't have supplies for them and machines, because Israel doesn't allow them in. So there's always been products that are not allowed. I remember when I was in 8th grade, Israel banned acetone, which is for like nail polish remover. So nail polish remover wasn't allowed for, I think, a year or two. It was extremely hard to find, and it wasn't allowed. So sometimes it's very silly things too that are not allowed. Just, yeah.
That's interesting. And I feel like that's something that the average person wouldn't think of, like something that you take for granted so much. Like you were talking about earlier, like even just being able to drive to visit your grandmother, or, something as simple as nail polish remover, not having access to that because of Israel's occupation. Are there any other things kind of like that you can think of as the result of the blockade? Because I feel like that's something that also the average viewer is just not as aware of.
Yeah, for sure. So my dad is a civil engineer, for example. So when he works on roads and buildings, so if he wants to fix the asphalt or something, the products that he needs to do that, they get into Gaza in a very limited way, because it's a blockade. So Israel brings things in, but they're so limited that it takes you a long time to finish building something or fixing a street, because we're not getting enough. So same thing with cement. Cement is very needed for any buildings. And Israel has a lot of restrictions on cement as well. So instead of giving you, I don't know, 10,000 trucks of cement, they give you a few hundred, something like that. So that's just an example, but it's also building materials. And that makes it really hard for people to conduct business, to have a livelihood. It's very difficult.
Yeah, and I feel like too, like especially in the West, and it's really frustrating. I feel like as soon as there's a ceasefire called, people are kind of like, okay, well, there's a ceasefire, like
Yeah.
it's somehow resolved. And so could you kind of speak to that not only does a ceasefire not actually mean a ceasefire, like you were mentioning, like in 2022, there are individual smaller attacks, but then also just the act of rebuilding itself is so difficult in Gaza. And I feel like that's something that not that many people are aware of.
It's so difficult and emotionally draining for us because we've been getting bombed and rebuilding for more than 6, 7 times now. It's the same exact cycle. Like it's a ceasefire, Qatar pays millions for us to rebuild, and they start bringing supplies and they rebuild Gaza, and then it's bombed again. It's really not sustainable. And I remember in 2021 when I went there in the summer after the attacks, on our road, like where our house is, right next to our house, a building was bombed, and it was during, the rebuilding time, like that rebuilding phase. And I remember seeing the construction workers just flattening out the wires. The wires were bent, right? Because like it's bombed. So the wires that go into the concrete were bent. And these two construction workers were flattening them out to reuse because again, because of the blockade, because we don't get these things as readily available, so we're recycling, we're literally recycling wires. And it's so tedious for like it's like a huge wire, and imagine doing it over and over again. And I saw that everywhere on the streets, any place that had a destroyed building, there were a bunch of workers just flattening out their wire rods and using them to rebuild. So it's very draining. Like no human can handle this. It's too humiliating too.
Well, and for those of y'all watching, when Salma was talking about like the incredibly high unemployment rate earlier, this blockade is a direct cause of that. How are you going to have booming industry when trade is restricted, when supplies coming into the region are so heavily restricted?
Even financial institutions, like it's not allowed to have PayPal, so you can't link PayPal to your bank account if it's in Gaza. And same thing with GoFundMe now. I mean, we're having the same issue with GoFundMe because you need an American bank account to set it up. You can't just set it up on a Palestinian bank account. So financial institutions are also perpetrating the impact, they're perpetrating a lot of the economic violence, really, because we're not allowed to be sustainable. Even before the genocide, it's very hard. So Gaza was always relying on foreign aid or foreign companies investing in it, like the nonprofit organizations or international organizations. So it just creates this culture of dependency when in reality, people from Gaza are very educated. Even though they're unemployed, education has always been a priority. People are very hardworking if given the opportunity. But because there are no opportunities, we're having to rely on aid.
I'd actually love to hear more about that. And I know that you were kind of talking about this at the beginning, but just your experience in like Gaza schools and what that was like.
So is there like a specific aspect or just the education?
Yeah, just speaking more to the education, what that was like, maybe comparing it to like your experience in the US as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to the school I went to, and I just caveat it with it's not everyone went to that school. So it was just one American school, and the education was all in English except for religion class 2 times a week and Arabic classes also like 3 times a week. So we would have just Arabic literature. Math, science, everything, the instruction was in English before the school was bombed. So before 2009, most of the staff were Americans, Australians, Europeans that would just come to Gaza to teach. And then when Gaza was bombed that first time in 2008, 2009, they all fled because the school was destroyed. So after that, the school moved to a normal apartment building, and they set up classrooms in what was old apartments. And we basically like divided the apartments into different classrooms, and you could like have a class and next to you is a kitchen. Like it wasn't like a school campus, but people didn't want the school to close down. So we made do with what we could. We didn't have the huge campus that we had, but we wanted to continue the education. So that's what we did. And then in terms of like the staff, the school hired local staff because no foreign staff wanted to be in Gaza like that. So
it was all just local staff and they were great, just Arab Palestinian teachers. And I think one of the things I liked about the school is, although the textbooks were American, like we had Holt and McGill, like those, American textbooks, the education itself, like, yeah, we'd read American history, but our teachers, because they're local, because they're Palestinians, the way that they, like the lens through which they taught is very different from the lens that someone in the US would receive the same exact information from the textbook is. So I remember one lesson was about Abraham Lincoln, how he emancipated Black people in the US. And our teacher gave us a more like critical analysis of why he really did that and how like we're not like Abraham Lincoln is not a hero. And just, I guess, like being more critical with how we look at these things and how we view US history. And I don't think that's the experience of a lot of people that went to high school in the US.
Totally agree. That's fascinating, actually, because like perspectives like that and accurate historical analysis, I feel like is something I didn't even get until I was like in college. And a lot of it was, education that I had to kind of get on my own. So that's really, really interesting.
I wanted to ask about, kind of like silent killers. I know you mentioned earlier that cancer machines weren't let into Gaza, but also like moving on from Gaza, like also talking about the West Bank and the amount of waste that's dropped on them. I think that's something that's so heartbreaking to me. Like after you face a bombardment, you might actually get cancer, not because like genetically you're disposed to get cancer or you had a bad diet. Like you could get cancer from the fallout of the bomb. You could get cancer from the waste that's coming from Israel. Do you mind talking a little bit about the amount of waste that comes out of Israel, about the West Bank, if you're comfortable?
Definitely. There's actually a very good example. I don't think many people know about it, but there's a city in the West Bank called Tul Karim. And Tul Karim has the highest rates of cancer, specifically leukemia, because Israeli chemical factories are set up there. So Israel sets up all these toxic waste chemical factories on Palestinian territory where it's Palestinians mostly living in those areas. So they don't set them up in like Tel Aviv or Haifa. They set them up where we are. So that's also like a very huge example of Israel's, it's not like we're not just getting killed because they're bombing us, we're getting killed even during normal times because they're putting all these things that harm us in our environment.
Yeah, I think like I honestly was calling this a genocide like before October 7th. Would you consider what was happening before like more of a silent genocide, just something like slow pace, not as like so
Definitely.
graphic? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I totally think so because there are so many aspects to how Israel does this. It's not always just bombing because like you said, the West Bank is treated kind of like separately by Israel. So people think, oh, the West Bank doesn't get bombed, but at the same time, well, they're setting up these chemical factories or they have these settlers throwing garbage at Palestinians. So it's they have different methods of oppressing us, but it's still like oppression.
Yeah, and it's almost kind of unimaginable like what the goal is because if you're ruining the land and you're like uprooting these trees and putting this waste, like you're not going to be able to comfortably live there either. So it's a bit
Yeah.
confusing, like what is the goal? Like you want to expel these people, but then you're also ruining the land. What are you going to grow crops? How are you going to because that always confused me as well. Like the AI graphics that Israel pushes out, like what Gaza's going to look like once we take it, or and it looks like utopia. It doesn't make sense. Like, have you seen those graphics?
Definitely. No, I totally agree. I mean, I hope the earth just vomits them out. I mean, because they're ruining it. If even if they kick all of us out, how are they gonna 50 years from now, like how are they gonna grow stuff and not expect Israelis to not have diseases as well? Like I just don't get why they're ruining the soil so much and just the air and everything.
Yeah, and do you mind talking a little bit about how this isn't going to stop just with Gaza, like how the Israeli forces are also moving towards southern Lebanon and the impact of the bordering regions and how um this isn't just one thing, it could impact even more people down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think if
I think our neighboring countries are being so silent and not moving to action at all. And it's very strange because if those countries think that Israel's end goal is just Gaza, but not, for example, Sinai, getting into Sinai or getting into parts of Syria, that is just, it's just like funny. I'm like, do you guys think that their whole goal is to get this 365 square kilometer piece of land in Gaza and stop there? No way, because they want to have their greater Israel. They want to have a bigger chunk of the region and have their own like mini empire almost. So even if they succeed in kicking all the Palestinians out of Gaza, they're going to go to other places next. I'm sure the West Bank will be next. They're probably going to do stuff in the villages in the West Bank. I don't think anyone is gonna be completely safe from their encroaching, at least, you know, surrounding us.
And you mentioned earlier that 2006, I believe you said, was like when the blockade kind of started. Was that also the last election cycle you guys were able to have in Gaza?
Yeah, that was when H took over.
H took over. If you're comfortable, do you
That was
mind?
like the punishment for Gaza because H took over, Israel imposed a blockade. That was like the events, yeah.
It wasn't like a coincidence. It was a direct effect from
It was
H.
a punishment, yeah.
Okay, and then to have elections in Gaza, is that something H decides or is that something Israel allows? Like, how come there haven't been elections? Is that something that's talked about?
I actually like don't know how that works just because we haven't had them in so long, but I would imagine that Israel has to approve anything happening, even like small internal affairs, it's managed by Israel. Even the way that we get our passports and IDs renewed, all these processes, like yes, they're in the hands of the Palestinian Authority, but Israel also oversees all of this. Like my ID has Hebrew on it. So all our affairs are managed by them. So I think if there were to be an election, they would have to okay it as well.
Yeah, I read somewhere that, Israel hasn't allowed there to be an election essentially
Yeah.
since 2006. So it's something that's always been vetoed down.
Mhm.
If you're comfortable talking about H, we don't have to talk about H, but I just wanted to address how H has in some ways been propped up by Israel. It benefits Israel more than it doesn't because it creates a fear tactic and kind of talking about other resisting groups or other forms of government that were in power before H and how, you said before then you could easily, not easily, but you could just drive to the West Bank. You could apply for visas maybe to go to other places. Do you think H benefits Israel essentially?
Well, I think that the Palestinian Authority, so Fatah is the political party under that, but you know, after the Oslo peace process, which basically said, you know, we're going to work towards two states and, you know, the world recognized the PA as the legitimate, you know, government for the Palestinians, blah, blah, blah. The US, you know, removed that party from being terrorist, like they removed that as its classification, and Israel acknowledged the PA. I think after that, H came into being. Essentially, like it gained more power because like there wasn't any other opposing group, because really what the PA did is essentially allow more settlements, and it's made Israel's role in the West Bank and Gaza just way more legitimate, because Israel is just getting away with so much since Oslo because there was this whole deal, and it never benefited us, it benefited Israel. So of course there was going to be like an opposing group that said, no, we're not going to normalize relations in that way, and we're not going to allow, you know, a Palestinian faction to become like, to kind of like enforce really the military apparatus in the West Bank, because that's what the PA is doing essentially now. It works with Israel on the security coordination, and they stop anyone from protesting or resisting. So
Yeah, well, and could you speak a little bit more to like the experience of folks living in the West Bank in terms of these settlements? You know, I feel like that's something that like folks watching have definitely heard about, but maybe don't fully understand like how that process works, like just how insidious these settlements really are.
I heard, so I know a little bit about the settlements in Hebron, and I watched this documentary, and I know that the settlers in Hebron, they basically live on top of Palestinians, and they throw the trash and urine and everything on like people's heads, basically. If you like Google images of settlements in Hebron, it's so heartbreaking. And also the way that settlements work in the West Bank, there are different streets. So you have a street for Israelis, a street for Palestinians. In the West Bank, there are different license plates. The Israeli has a different license plate from the Palestinian, and that dictates what street you're able to drive on. So I think that's the part where it's apartheid, right? Like it's two different treatments in the same exact plot of land.
Totally agree. And for folks who are watching at home who might not be aware of, this is like so incredibly explicitly illegal too for Israel to be seizing this land and creating settlements from it. It's like so illegal in terms of international law, but unfortunately, institutions that are meant to enforce international law tend to have Western biases, which, you know, I'm sure a lot of y'all are already aware of. But yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know the bit about like the settlements actually being above Palestinians and throwing garbage on their homes. That's like unimaginable.
Yeah, and I actually want to talk a bit about the checkpoints between Gaza and, you know, what's Israel. So I got a permit once to renew my passport in Jerusalem. So I went there for a day. So you go in the morning, come back at night through the checkpoint. And that checkpoint in Gaza, it's called Erez checkpoint. You can probably look it up. But that checkpoint, it's the same idea as the settlements where the Israelis are on top of you. So you're like not even a mouse in a lab. I don't know how to describe it, but the checkpoint itself, all the machines that scan your body and the way that it works, it's like a big maze and there are doors and you have to open each door and you get checked in each door. It's like this huge maze. And then on top of you are all the Israeli soldiers just watching you from top. So you're down and they talk to you through like the speaker. There's a speaker in each small room where you open each door. It's so dystopian and disgusting that I can't even like describe the way that checkpoint looks. It's not a regular checkpoint. It's insane. It's not, you just go through like some wires or like one machine at the airport. It's you have to open doors and they're on top of you and they tell you, okay, wait. And you stand at the door for 30 minutes and they're like, okay, you can open the next one. And like they're playing with you. They're literally playing with you, making fun of you, mocking you. The soldiers will be like up top watching you struggle to understand their instructions and like just trying to get through. And sometimes they'll just ignore you, laugh with their colleagues, and then come back to you an hour later and you can't even see them. Like they're just like on top and there's glass. Like you're not with them on the same level. It's disgusting. Like they think they're so superior and they design all these things to make us feel that way.
Well, and I can't even imagine, you know, like we were talking about earlier with mental health and PTSD, like seeing like the group of people who are like terrorizing your home, also just like completely surrounding you just to do something as simple as like go get your passport renewed must
Yeah.
be an insane experience.
Yeah. And a lot of people have to go through that checkpoint for different reasons. Like some people get permits to get treatment in a hospital or for work purposes, they'll get a permit. And we have to go through that every single time. And for you to even get to that stage where it's the maze, you have to walk a long path. It's like a huge walkway from Gaza to get to that place where they check your, you know, your body with all the machines. And it's exhausting because, you know, if you're an older person, how are you going to walk this huge stretch of, I don't know how many steps you need to take to get there?
Well, that's one thing I'm kind of curious about too, your experience going through all those checkpoints. How long, and I'm also not super familiar with like the distance of how far you were traveling, but can you speak to a little bit like how far you were going and how long it took you to go there, just going through this process?
Well, to cross from Gaza to get to what's, you know, Israel, which is where you want to go in order to just drive freely or whatever, it doesn't take that long. Like we're basically the same.
Yeah.
I don't know. It probably takes, if I were to drive from my house, it would take me 40 minutes to just cross. and just be there in like, you know, the rest of Palestine to get to the closest point that isn't Gaza. It would take you 40, 50 minutes because Gaza is very small. You can finish Gaza in 40 minutes, just drive back and forth. So going through the checkpoint, just multiply that by so many hours. And you're not even getting to the city you want to be in. That's just the checkpoint.
Unimaginable. And I especially can't even think about going through that whole process if you're someone like in dire need of medical care, like because
Yeah.
that is one of the reasons that people do have to go through that checkpoint process, like when they've gotten medical permits, which are also incredibly hard to get, I would imagine. Can you speak to that process at all? Like if you do need a medical permit, kind of like what that looks like?
I think so. I don't have like personal experience with it, but it's really hard to get those. And you need, you know, they need to do like a security clearance. And sometimes what they'll do to humiliate people more is they'll say, okay, you're getting a permit, but you can't get someone to travel with you, like a partner, or let's say it's your parent, you can't take your kid with you. And it's just very difficult because people don't want to like go alone to a hospital. Everyone wants company. So they make it very difficult on people a lot of times.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. And, you know, like you were talking about earlier, for anyone who's just joining the live now, the medical equipment and medical supplies that are allowed into Gaza are so severely limited too. Like, I think you were saying like only one breast cancer checking machine for 2 million people, you know, that's insane. So it's just so wild to me how Israel also manufactures this need for Israeli medicine and then gives it so sparingly. Like that is also a form of violence, you know, just within the blockade and within those checkpoints.
Definitely.
So
I wanted to add
oh, sorry,
for the
yeah, keep
viewers,
going.
if like oh, it's just the last thing about the topic you guys were talking about. For the movie The Present goes over the checkpoints. I believe it's not.
I think she disconnected.
I know, I think we lost Yeg. I think that was Wi-Fi issue. Also really quick, y'all, while we wait for Yeg to hop on, I do want to say that we're currently raising money for eSIMs to give to people in Gaza. It's super, super important that journalists are able to have connection there and that people are able to communicate with their loved ones. So if you feel inclined to, definitely go check out that donation link. We'll be sending eSIMs over there. Also, hey, Yeg, welcome back. Yeg, can you hear us?
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Oh, no, you're good.
Yes, sorry.
No worries.
Try to see if there are questions in the live. I think people, you know, were saying a lot, Selma, like they didn't know so many of these things. They didn't know about the machinery, the cancer situation, the trash thrown in the West Bank. I think it was really beneficial.
That's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. And one other question from Soha, actually. She was saying that she was having a conversation with some friends in Gaza, just about how like liberals in the West and even leftists too, kind of see Gazans as like almost like perpetual victims. And I think that plays into a little bit of like the dehumanizing element that we were kind of speaking to earlier. You know, do you have any like moments that you can talk about like Palestinian joy, you know, like Palestinian music? I know we have a Dobke group coming on later. Just anything like that you feel like sharing.
I think one of the memorable memories I have is in 2022 after that like smaller scale attack on Gaza. I was back home when that happened, and the day after we went to the sports club that we always go to on the weekends, and everyone like they had this huge kind of like a party where they brought in a Dabka group, and then they bought different dancers and performers, and it was just so beautiful. And like it was beautiful and sad at the same time because you can tell by just watching and seeing people that they just want to live, like they want to have fun, they love life, and they couldn't wait a second. Like right after the ceasefire, they organized this thing, and wanted their kids to have fun. So we're not people that like to be depressed or sad or negative. Like we like living and having fun, and unfortunately our circumstances don't allow us to do that anymore.
100%. Well, and can you speak to a little bit growing up, just like kind of maybe like the community in Gaza, like the communal elements? I know one thing with the US is like, especially like I live in LA, I feel like it's such an isolated like culture here, you know, like the big thing is that you like want to live like completely on your own, have no roommates, and like never meet your neighbors, stuff like that. Can you speak a little bit to like what community is like in Gaza?
Yeah, people in Gaza are so intertwined. Everyone knows everything about everyone. And like I guess it can get toxic because people gossip about each other, but when like there's anyone in need, people are gonna be there for them. So it's really nice. One funny story that kind of describes how intertwined the community is. We have a tailor next door, right next to my house. And last summer we got invited to a friend's wedding, and I wanted to hem my dress. So I go to the tailor and he takes my measurements and everything. And like the moment I walk in, he's like, "Oh my God, Selma, like I have been tailoring the bride's dress for the past 40 days and it's so heavy. She bought the heaviest dress and it's still not done and they want it in 2 days and I can't do this anymore. Like this is awful." And then he's like, "Do you want to see the dress?" And he just takes me to the back and it's in a huge suitcase and he shows me the dress. And you're not supposed to show anyone the dress, especially not like I'm a wedding guest. I'm not even like her mother. And I was like, yeah, sure, because I'm nosy. And then he shows it to me and I run home and I tell my mom and sister everything about the dress. And my mom's like, do not tell anyone that you saw the dress, because in Gaza, people take weddings so seriously. Like they take their wedding look so seriously. The bride is supposed to like wow everyone, not just the groom. It's for the guests too. It's a show for the guests. So it was just such a funny moment. But yeah, this is how interconnected things are within, you know, the community. Like people know each other, even if you know, if I'm walking down the street in Gaza, people are likely to know me or know my dad. Like you're always gonna bump into someone at a restaurant, at a cafe, at the supermarket. It's always gonna happen.
Totally. That's one thing. I'm personally, honestly, just really curious. I'm like so into weddings these days. We also can move on to more important things, but I'm so curious if there are any like cool wedding traditions or just like celebratory traditions in general in Gaza.
People usually have like a henna night the day before, like a few days before the wedding. It's just for the bride's friends, just girlfriends, and people get together. We wear traditional clothing, like embroidered dresses, and we got henna on our hands, and you know, people just dance. People like having a lot of parties leading up to the wedding. So the bride will organize different things, not just the henna night, but it could be just other parties to get people together before the wedding. So I think that's like also a really nice aspect.
That's so cool. That's awesome. And I think it's really cool too on how you were talking about earlier with your platform. Like not only do you use it as an outlet for your activism and to educate folks about what's happening in Gaza, but also to share Gaza culture and traditions. I think that that's just really, really awesome and a great use of your platform.
Thank you.
I really loved your video, Selma, where you showed the items that you kept and how important they are to you. Like you showed the plates you got last time you were there and stuff like that. I think, you know, as someone who also hasn't been able to visit their homeland, like having those items means so much. Like it almost, you want something to make you feel like you're there. And I was gonna ask, like, does it help to be around other Palestinian people, other Gazan people right now, like people who understand what you're going through and who also yearn for that?
Definitely. I think especially being around people that are from Gaza that have family members there or grew up there, I think those have been the most comforting people to talk to and be around, because we fully understand each other. So that's not to say that allies or other Palestinians not from Gaza don't get it. Like they obviously do, but I think we can relate at a different level about the small things that I mentioned with how intertwined things are, or certain memories we have in different restaurants. Like these are things that they know. So it's been nice.
Totally. Well, and also for any Palestinian folks who are watching right now, are there different I'm trying to think of how to ask this. Like, how are you able to find a Palestinian community in the US? Like, are there places that people can go or like groups that people can join to find that community?
For me,
Yeah. I'm just curious, like your perspective on that, or what your experience has been.
I feel like, I don't know, I live in Boston, so I feel Boston doesn't have many Palestinians, but I could be mistaken. But I do have, like, I personally have one friend who's from Gaza, so we hang out a lot. And then there's a Palestinian cafe that I sometimes go to. So there's, Palestinians that go there too, and just different people that are pro-Palestine, obviously. So those places are nice. I think a lot of it is just trying to organize your own things as well. Like 2 weeks ago, I organized a pottery painting event for people in the Boston area, and my followers just registered. I just did it through TikTok, and different people registered. So we had like 3 Palestinians show up. So I got to meet those, and then other allies showed up. So that was really nice to see like who's out there in Boston and do like a fun activity. And we're hoping to make it a recurring thing. So if anyone on the live is from Boston, feel free to just keep an eye out, because we're planning another event.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I totally agree with that too. Just like organizing, like if there's nothing happening in your community right now, organizing your own event or your own space, I think is really, really awesome. That's really, really cool. Well, and also Salma, could you tell everyone, for folks who are unfamiliar with your platform, what your username is or where they can find you?
Yes, it's Anat_international. So ANAT_international. And you can find me on TikTok and Instagram.
Cool. Yeah, no, y'all need to follow Salma. Again, her platform is so educational and just so cool. And I think it's really, really great that you're also using social media to organize these different spaces. I think that that's incredible.
Thank you, Victoria.
Yeah.
Maybe to end it, Selma, if you're comfortable or if you're near, I love your crocheted watermelon pillow. If you're near any of your crafts,
God.
show us your
Yeah.
craft.
Let's get the watermelon. Okay, I have this cake that I made for Valentine's.
That's sick. Wait, you crocheted that? Wait.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, it's
That's
like a heart.
insane. Oh my God, that's so cool.
It was
That's
so fun.
insane.
I'm gonna make one for my birthday in April.
Dude, I did not even know you could crochet things like that. Like
Me
whenever I
too.
think
That was
crochet,
my
I always think
first.
like scarves. That's so sick.
And this is the watermelon.
Oh my God, I'm obsessed.
Yeah. I
That's
entered
so
a
cool.
competition for crochet online, and everyone on my TikTok voted for me. So I'm gonna win a gift card. So I'm excited for a yarn store.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Wait, that's so sick. God, I need a hobby. Maybe Selma, I'll text you. I need to get
You
crocheting or something. That's so cool.
Join Selma's Patreon. Maybe she'll have tutorials.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, Selma, could you tell people what your Patreon is or where they could find it?
It's linked in my bio. So if you go to TikTok or Instagram, you'll find my Patreon.
Okay,
Amazing.
awesome.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm literally subscribing to that right when I get off of this. That's awesome. And we've got some folks joining right now. Well, thank you so much, Salma. We're so grateful for you and your platform, and super grateful that you took some time out of your day today to come chat with us. And just
Thank you
thank you
both.
for all the incredible work that you're doing.
Thank you, Victoria and Yag. This was awesome. Good luck with the rest of the sessions.
Awesome. Thanks, Salma.
Thank you so much.
Bye. All right, you guys, and now we will be transitioning into our next segment, which is Latinos for Palestine. We've got Tony, Mente, Gabby, Jesus. Wait, I actually don't have everyone's names. Alexis. So I'm gonna hand it over to these folks. But yeah, thanks for having me, y'all. I'm gonna go to
Oh
the
my
green.
God, jump scare when Jesus turned on his camera. Oh my God.
Bye, y'all. I'm gonna go watch now.
Let's not start.
Okay. Hey guys. This is might just be the best. Actually, let me not say that that's the best hour because there was Palestinian hours. Let me not. Oh my, not me being problematic off the bat. Oh my gosh. Mente, you take the intro. You take the intro.
I'll
please.
do it. I'll do it.
Please.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Chisme and Solidarity, the Latino section of the day. It's basically Latinos for Palestine. We're going to talk about imperialism, Israel's imperialism in Latin America, because if you didn't know, they are involved. We're going to talk about chisme. We're going to talk about why we got into this and why we think that Latinos and Latin Americans should be for free Palestine. So why don't we all introduce ourselves and then we can start with the questions. Tony, you go first.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm Tony. What are we supposed to say during our intros?
Oh, just introduce yourself. What's your role? What or what kind of content you make, and then that's it.
Okay, I got you. So my name is Tony. I work at Agency for Change. I'm the head of Latino engagement, but I'm also a content creator sometimes. The kind of content I make, girl, I have ADHD, so I make content about literally everything. I just never shut up. But yeah. Alexis, you want to go next?
Yeah, I'll go next. I'm Alexis. I'm 21 years old. I make content. I usually, I'm nervous. I do social media content mostly on YouTube and sometimes TikTok. I really just do videos about my day, and I also like to talk about important topics. I feel like that's really important, especially as a creator with a platform. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Jesus.
Hi, I'm Jesus Acevedo, and my content, I just do a little bit of everything, lo que se me viene a la mente. And I forgot what else were we saying? Anything?
That's
good. That's
Oh,
good.
okay.
And since you said like, lo que te entre en la mente, do you want to go next?
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Mente, also known as La Mente Open. I'm the executive producer for Por el Cambio, which we're going to talk about at the end of the section. And I basically create social justice content mixed with humor around the world, but mostly focused on the Latino community in Latin America. So I'm really excited that we're all here and I'm ready to start. So let's go with the first question.
Oh, I have the questions. Wait, Gabby, you want to introduce yourself first?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Mente, that's shady. That's shady.
No, it's okay. I think we're all a little nervous. But okay, so can you guys hear me first of all? I don't know. I was like, okay. So hi everybody. My name is Gabby Hernandez. I am the Latino policy specialist for Agency for Change. Basically meaning I just do a lot of research for videos, and sometimes I'll do videos. So I'm not a creator, but I do a lot of research on things that are affecting or like happening within the Latino community. And I'm really excited to be here.
Okay, thank you for that. So our questions are all over the place. So also, Connor, I know you're watching this. Someone said it's okay to post videos. Anyways, I guess like the first question to start off, hold on. Is how did you hear about Palestine? Because I know a lot of us have different stories. My story is actually insane, so I'll go last. It's like the most dumbest thing ever that I learned about Palestine. But I guess like when's the first time you heard about it? Like what made you like want to post about it? And we'll start with like Alexis, then we'll do Mente, and then we'll do Jesus.
Like me first. I'm just kidding. I learned about Palestine, to be honest, like
We can't hear you.
Oh,
we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay, we're good. I'm like, my Wi-Fi be going out. It's good though? Okay. So honestly, I didn't know much about everything going on in Palestine until this year. I heard a little bit in like 2021, I believe. I seen some posts, but I didn't really like deep dive into it until the situation that happened in October, which is really like sad, to be honest. But once I learned about it and like went deep dive, like it was something really crazy that I couldn't believe is like happening right now, you know what I mean? And yeah, so that's how I learned about it. Actually, I learned about it because someone messaged me, one of my followers messaged me. I think it was the day after the October 7th, somebody messaged me and was like, why aren't you talking about Palestine? And right there, like I went in full dive, educated myself. It took like one day, like literally one day. And it really wasn't hard to see the pattern of history and see who's the oppressor and who's not the oppressor. And so since then, I've just been going hard every single day because I should have been going hard since it's happened. Yeah.
And then Mente?
I want to say that it was kind of similar for me. No, I feel like this might be a little dumb, but like I didn't know that Israel was like a real place, to be very honest. Like listen, I read Bible. I read my kids' Bible, or I don't want to say I was forced, but I kind of had to read my kids' Bible, right? So like I knew about the people of Israel, right? But I didn't know it was an actual country until I started watching like American TV shows, and I would see these like Jewish characters go do their like birthright trip, and I was like, wait a minute, like what is this? And then when October 7 happened, everyone was talking about it, and there was like a period of time where like some people were talking about it, and then other people were just like completely dismissing the whole topic. So I just like went to Rocio, who's like one of our filmers in Por el Cambio, and I was like, hey, can you explain this to me? Like I'm 5 years old, like what's happening? Because I cannot read the news the same way that like we're expected to read the news, you know, like I don't understand the like academic terms. So she explained it to me. She took the time. We spent like an hour talking about it. And right after that, I was like, oh, this is pretty simple. Like, why are we not on the, you know, pro-Palestine train? Like, why haven't we been on that train, especially as Latin Americans being like anti-colonialism? It's like it doesn't seem very complicated. And then after that, I've just been like, you know, following people that talk about it, educating myself, and you know, just being involved as much as I can.
No, yeah, like you guys don't see this because it's like a lot of behind the scenes, but like we talk about Gen Z por el cambio, which is like, yeah, Gen Z for change, love Gen Z for change. Gen Z por el cambio, however, is Gen Z for change, but for Latinos. So if you want to check some of that content out, me, Gabby, and Mente work a lot behind the scenes to make like content about Palestine, especially Palestine content in Spanish that makes it accessible and easy to understand, especially to send it in those WhatsApp group chats because you know how family be like, you know, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, Jesus, do you want to go next?
Yes. Well, the way that I found out about it was kind of like, you know, when you go to school and like the lesson that you learn is kind of like all of a sudden once you hear about it once, it kind of just like starts popping up. So I remember because my For You page was always just like random, like little like videos. And then I remember Tony was talking about, oh, like, I can't believe this happening. He was having a conversation with my roommate and I was like, that's crazy. And then as soon as Tony started talking about it, it's like my FBI agent was like, oh, and I started videos started popping up. And then I started getting videos from, I don't remember her name. It's like Wizard.
Oh, Basan.
Yes. Her video started popping up, and then another creator's video started popping up. And then me empezó a dar, obviously, like mucha lástima por todo lo que está pasando. And I remember people were like, oh, like, are you not going to talk about it? And I was like, oh yeah, pero I was like, I want to do it in a way because conmigo, I feel like people don't take me seriously. So the only way I can get things through is through like comedy, you know?
Yeah.
Like if I have to say something, I have to say it through a cheese. So I was like, oh, like, what can I say? So then I was like, it's as simple as like just letting people know what kind of a person you are, right? So I was like, I have a cousin named Israel, and I was like, he's the only Israel that I like really fuck with, you know? So I was like, my cousin Israel is the only Israel that I fuck with, and I made that video just to show people que like you know, like it's clear what like side I'm on. And then no tea, no shade. Obviously, those who know, like I don't have the same management that I have that I had because we're just gonna say something got a little bit messy, and
Oh, we'll get into that. Trust. We'll get
yeah.
into that. Trust.
So
Yeah, I got
just
tea on
because,
that too. I got tea too.
Oh,
yeah.
oh,
So that'll be
so
for the
she's
chisme
really have
part,
an
but
hour.
just know, que like I stand with it because we're gone, you know. But yeah, that's how I kind of
He was
found out. And
fired.
bro,
He was...
I unfollow people. I unfollow
No, yeah, I
people
am.
because of lo que pasó. So, and I'm just seeing, like, even now to this day, like, si miro que alguien que, like, es un TikTok o algo, sube algo de, oh, con mi Starbucks, chingas a tu madre. Like, ni modo.
Yeah. No, yeah, we'll get it.
Pero
Trust, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Yeah, we'll get into that. I'll go next and then we'll have Gabby and then we'll move on to the next question. So mine was actually like the most dumb pop culture thing ever. But I remember the first time, like when I really like sat and like educated myself was back in like 2021, when the last bombardments happened on Gaza. But I remember, I think it was like 2000, it was either 2017 or 2019. I know it was an odd number. Demi Lovato was getting canceled on Twitter for going to Israel. And I was just like, what's so bad about going to Israel? Like, I just thought that was like a country. Then I looked into why and I was like, oh my God. Like, and then I found out she got paid like $100,000. Like she got like a free trip and like fully paid for it. And that it was like an agreed thing that she admitted to it. She was like, or they admitted to it. And then they were like, oh, like blah, blah, blah. Like they just said I had to post some pictures talking about my trip. And I was literally like, that's literally, you're admitting to propaganda. Like you're actually admitting to propaganda. And I remember I was just like, oh, it was bad for them. It was bad for them. But that's how I found out. And then so I was like, okay, Israel's not a good person. Like she's ugly, she's nasty. And then I was like a couple years, like 2 years later, I guess if it was 2019, that's when I was like, oh, okay. Okay, now I understand what's going on. But then Gabby, do you want to finish up?
Right. Or you go, Gabby. The fact that Demi is Latina, right?
I think like they are.
Never mind.
I will deny them of their heritage. I don't care. I'll be the one to say it. I'll be the one to say it. But Gabby, do you want to talk about how you got him, like how you first heard about it?
Yeah. So I first heard about Palestine when I was in high school. I have a friend who is Palestinian, and she would just talk a lot about Palestine, and obviously like what was happening over there and her own experiences. And I think that obviously, I wanted to educate myself. So I think like since high school, I've known and I've gone to protests and stuff like that. But I think like when everything started happening in October, I remember I just like obviously like it was on a scale that I had never seen before. And I just think now like I'm glad that these events are happening to educate people because I think no matter where you are, like I think we should be accepting of people like wherever they are in the process, like if they're wanting to educate themselves moving forward. Because I think like as a but like that should be the goal, to make sure that everybody's educated and to like bring people in. So yeah.
No, yeah. I'm also gonna go live on my personal in a couple minutes just to like kind of boost it, but kind of getting into like the whole like chisme aspect of it. Well, not necessarily chisme yet, right? But I wanted to ask Alexis. So you made a video back in November that shook the entire world. Like I feel like you know how like that shot heard around the world. Your video was the TikTok heard around the world. For context, I don't know if you guys know this, but back in early November, back before any of the Latino creators were really talking about it, like the only ones that I knew were like me, Alexis, and Jesus, and like other people as well. Alexis made a video calling out Latino influencers for not talking about it. Girl, when I tell you that video, the impact that video had, people were scrambling to put out their videos. So basically I just wanted to ask Alexis, like, what was your thought process behind making that video? Like, what made you want to make that video? And also like, what have you noticed as a result of that video? Because I've definitely noticed a lot, but I want to hear from your perspective.
Okay, so basically before I even made that video, I made a YouTube video like a week before and I called out people a little bit, but it was like kind of subtle and I was mostly talking like trying to give as much information. Like I literally made that video, just turned my camera on and like said everything that I needed to get off my chest, because It was right before like I seen some really, really like tough stuff. So I felt like I needed to do something. Like I just felt like I couldn't do nothing, you know? So I made that video and then like right away it got copyrighted. And the main reason I wanted to make that was to obviously educate, and then the money, the AdSense, donated. And it got copyrighted right then. And then like a couple days later, it just got completely deleted from YouTube. And I'm already really like aware of the guidelines and stuff, and I made sure not to put anything explicit, nothing. Like there was really no reason it should have been taken down, but it was taken down. I made an appeal, like nothing. So then like about a week later, I decided to make one on TikTok, but this was more coming for like my peers. I wasn't coming for like everyone in general. I was like, this was really for my peers. What is it called? My acquaintances.
Like
What?
Are you like mutuals?
Yeah, my
your
mutuals.
colleague?
Yeah, my mutuals, like the people that I've been in the space with in the like Latino community, and people that I've talked to, hung out with, and I'm just not seeing nothing. And I can literally see them in seeing my stories because I was looking. I was like, there's no way you guys are like, I know you guys are seeing this. I'm like, this is, and it was like at a point where I was already posting for like 2 weeks. Everybody was like, it was everywhere. You know what I mean? I was like, how can you not see this? How can you not see these videos? And I know you're seeing these videos because I can see you in my stories. So at that point, I was like, I'm gonna call y'all out because like you guys have no morals. Like it really rubbed me wrong, and it really rubbed me like, who are these people that I'm associating myself with? Like they care more about money than or brand deals than children, innocent people, you know? So yeah, I did that. I didn't expect it to get like that big at all, but then out of nowhere, like I'm seeing everybody, like Latinos that I didn't even really watch at all, like everybody's just scrambling to do something, and it was really obvious. Like at this, I was glad honestly that it was people were spreading awareness, because that was mostly what I wanted, because more people are going to see it, because I don't think people realize like um our platform, like our audience are not going to know, not going to be informed on these same topics compared to like an audience of like a Muslim creator, you know what I mean? So I felt like it was really important to get that message out, especially in the Latino community, because a lot of us were uneducated. So I was really glad that it got that awareness, but it was very ingenuine, or is that the word? For like almost everybody, to be honest. And then I never seen anything about it, and after that, it's just embarrassing on their part, honestly. It shows the type of people they are, like really.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Like, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm sending the notes to my other phone because I'm live on my phone right now. No, I've noticed a lot of that because I made a response video. What's it called? I made a response video to you, and like I stitch it. I was just like, no, yeah, let's talk about it. And that video also blew up, and I was just like, oh my God. And I knew we were like, I just know me and Alexis were hated that week by the Latino influencers because I know that they were all like, they all scrambled. And like, I made a video making, because the thing is, that month, every video, because I was gaining a lot of views, especially for the minutes over a video, the videos over a minute, because the creativity program thing. So I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna make a bunch of videos and then like donate all the money that I make, because I don't know if you guys know this, but if you make a video over a minute long, you get like paid for it, right? So I made one making fun of influencers and their like statements or whatever. Tell me why that pissed off the influencers more than children unalived in Gaza. I made a video basically saying like, oh, you know, like, I like posted the Sudan flag or something, and I was just like, please pray for Palestine. And then in the back, I was just like, that's the Sudan flag. And it's just like, oh, but they're also going through something. Maybe you can talk about that. And the influencers are like, oh, I have to talk about everything. That's literally how they are. Because
Yeah.
like, no one's asking these influencers, and let's get into that. And Jesus, feel free to chime into Mente as well. A lot of people say like, why do you want to hear updates or like be educated about like a foreign war on my page? I'm not like that. I'm like, no one's asked you to do all that. Like literally no one's asking you to do that, all that. Like they're asking you to make like a post just showing where you stand, just so they're like, literally Palestinians have said like, we want you to spread awareness. So the fact that like that's not even being done because like they're like, oh, I'm not an expert, like, girl, shut up. Like I don't like to play like I don't know if it's respectability or whatever, but I'm just like don't play in my face, please be serious.
Yeah, I also think it's just like being a nice person and like having empathy and like sympathy for others y lo que están pasando, I feel like sometimes people get like very like detached from like they're just in their own little world and it's like, oh, like a mí no me afecta. And it's like, oh, pero si a ti te está afectando a tu familia, you wouldn't be like this, like pobrecita gente, you know? Like it's, I just think it goes to show like ellos están en su propio mundito. And then a lot of them like they just post and they're like, I'm gonna get Starbucks and then I'm gonna have my McDonald's breakfast and then after that I'm gonna watch my Disney Plus and then I'm gonna go on Disney dates. Let's do that. Like all of, and I've been keeping an eye on people. Yeah, all of a sudden people are going back to Disney dates and stuff like that. And then
Brittany Broski. Oh,
oh, y'all little
oh,
favorite Latina influencer couples going to Disney dates, acting
oh.
like they weren't posting about it también. Like se les hace like chistoso. It's like, oh, pues esto que lo otro. I'm like, well, just don't do it. I'll admit it. I used to have Disney Plus. As soon as it happened, cancel my subscription. It's that
Literally
simple.
that simple. And the thing is, like, okay, we'll get into like boycotts too, right? Because I know Alexis, like, we've all made videos on boycotts, right? It is so simple to follow a boycott because the thing is, like, there are so many companies that fund the G word, if you know what I'm saying, and the I word. Like, there's so many companies that do that. It would be difficult if they were like, you know what, boycott everything. But they're not. They're literally telling you, here's a list of specific brands and companies to boycott. Literally just do that. It's literally that simple. You're telling me, go ahead, Jesus, go ahead.
I was gonna say, think of it like an allergy. If you're allergic to peanuts, why would you eat something that has peanuts? Just find something else that's like different. Like people, like when they are allergic, they don't want red 40. They just eat things that don't have red 40. Like
No, like
Also, these people are like, we're broke. Why would you be against saving money? Like, it's
Like this economy, like it's saving everybody. You know what I mean? Crazy.
and isn't Starbucks like expensive? Like, I don't know. I have never consumed Starbucks like that, so I don't know. But isn't it like expensive? So why
I
would
used
you
to
be
work at
fighting?
Starbucks, so I know firsthand those drinks are fucking expensive. Oh, well, I'm not supposed to curse. Sorry. But like the fact that like I would see people coming in regular when I was at Starbucks, like I know how expensive those drinks are. You are too broke to be doing. A lot of you are too broke to be still going to Starbucks. Like let's
actually like cucarachas running around your house. Let me get a Starbucks. Call an exterminator. Uh-huh.
No, that's like, please save your money and do something else. And the thing is, like, I'm like personally like a huge hater. So obviously, like, there still has to be some like consumption under like unethical brands. I will do whatever it takes to make sure. I don't care if it's like, oh, I don't know if I can say it. Let me not be. I don't care if it's like the douche I'm using for like a little hangout later. I'm going to look up, does this douche company support? Like, I don't care what it is. Like, I down to like that. I'm gonna look up every single thing and just make sure that I'm not like as much as I can, because guess what? At the end of the day, I'm a hater and I hate, like, literally that simple. But wait, hold on. No, so she can't. It's only creators. Sorry. But anyways, let's get into what was like. Oh, okay. We'll talk about the chisme. So Alexis, I don't know what chisme you have with like management companies, but I don't know if you want to go first, because I feel like me and Jesus talking about that chisme when it comes to like supporting Palestine publicly, like it's like it'll be a back and forth between me and him.
Okay, so I don't know. Can I say the name? Like, I'm
Bro,
not trying to get.
like
No, I don't. But I think I can because it was like public comments that the CEO was.
bro, go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay,
What's
so
behind you?
I used to work with this management company called We Are Verified, Wave, something like that. Yeah, and I stopped working with them like a year or two ago because I just decided to do my own thing. And then I was gonna start working with them again. And tell me why. I think it was what was her name? Baby Ariel, the Musical.ly star. She made a freaking post on Instagram. Tell me why I see the CEO in the comments saying all this crazy stuff about Palestinians. Sorry, and just saying all these like he's just a like outward Zionist, like, and he's proud. And I was like, that was the CEO. I was like, ain't no way, because I know like a lot of people who are in that management brand. I was literally gonna go back, like I was texting my old manager to get back at it. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you.
No, and you want to know, like, oh, I've heard something. Yes, Connor. Like I just texted Connor to ask Vic if we're allowed to say brand names. I'm gonna say brand names anyways. So Jesus, do you want to explain like the context and then I'll explain the video I made?
Okay, yeah. So I used to be with a management, and when everything happened, the first video that I like was like saying like making my decision clear, like, oh, like who I stand with. After that, I took my dog to the vet, and then when I was in the car, my management had called me and was like, hey, so about your video. And I was like, yeah, what about it? And they were like, oh, I just wanted to see like why you posted that. Like did anyone coerce you into
Wait,
like
wait, wait,
posting
wait.
that?
No. You're not giving enough context. You're not giving enough context. For the chisme, you got to get the full context. Okay. So we're not gonna say what management company it is. Oh, Waller. But like basically what had happened was Jesus had a brand deal with Pizza Hut, right?
Wait, but this is beforehand, remember?
Wait. Okay. You're talking about the like the only person I F with is my cousin Israel, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, we'll
Yeah,
get
go
to
ahead.
that. Yeah. So no wonder I was like, Tony's skipping past this. It's a climax, it's leading up. So basically, they were like, oh, did anyone coerce you into saying this? Like, you don't have to post anything. I just don't want you to like do this. And I was like, oh no. I was like, well, that's how I feel. I was like, I'm gonna like post. And I was like, morally, I feel weird not posting anything. And they're like, yeah, but just know that this is like something that's like gonna affect you. And I was like, yeah. And then they were like, oh, I myself am Jewish, and I just want you to know that this is probably not gonna stop for like a while, and like this and that. And I was like,
Like, is that not
oh.
an insane thing to say?
And then they were like, oh, like yeah, like, but like I just want you to know like that this could like possibly affect you. I want to make sure you're not posting things that you don't want to just because people are telling you. And I was like, no, I was like, I'm doing it because I want to. They're like, all right, okay. And they kind of were like heads about it.
Mind
And it
you,
was
that's
like,
basically his manager asking if I forced him to make that video, right? So basically, fast forward, Jesus gets like a brand deal from Pizza Hut, right? Now, Jesus didn't know at the time, like, because a lot of people didn't know, because I knew about BDS, but not really like specific, like
there was another pizza place that was also that we were boycotting. What was it?
it's Pizza Hut, Papa John's, and Domino's, right?
Well, I remember that I saw someone else, another pizza thing that was like, but I was like, oh, I didn't see anything about Pizza Hut. So then once, like I had filmed the video and everything, and then that came out, and then I was like, I don't want to do this. So then I talked to him, and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And they're like, no, like it's too late, like just do it. And I was like, I'm having like a lot of doubts, like I don't want to do it. And then they're like, okay, they're like, well, you can't back out because it's already like too late, like this and that. And then I was like, I feel guilty accepting that money. They're like, if you want, you could just donate like all the money and like make a statement saying like, oh, all the money is gonna be like donated, this and that. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to do it. And they're like, oh, well, like you just have to go through it. And I was like, okay. So then I told Tony, because legally I can't say anything, And I was like, I don't want to do it, but like they said that like there's nothing that we can do and this and that. So Tony, being the real person he was like, a curly hair. Wait, what'd you say?
Okay, let me explain. So basically, like they were and Pizza Hut is one of the BDS companies, which not only means you should be boycotting, because there's companies we should be boycotting, like Trader Joe's. It broke my heart. It broke my heart. I don't shop at Trader Joe's as much anymore because I can't. It used to be my main grocery store. But like places like Trader Joe's, like they're not on the BDS list, but you should still boycott them. Pizza, however, is explicitly on the boycott list, which means do not eat there, right? Do not eat there. So he didn't know about Pizza Hut specifically being on BDS. So I was explaining like, hey, so it's like you're gonna get like flack on it, and it's also not morally right? So he tried to get out of it, and they weren't letting it out. And I was just like, okay, how are we gonna get around this, right? So I was just like, you know what? I'm not gonna let I was gonna say a bad word. I'm not gonna let my hermana go down for this. I'm like, because I know where his morals stand. I was like, no. So I got literally,
and he even felt icky, like knowing, because I was like, if I do have to do, I was like, I'm gonna like donate the money, but I was like,
yeah, we were already making a plan, like just in case
and
we
then
get food.
And then my thing, I was like, I'm gonna look like such a hypocrite like doing this, and I was like, and I can't even explain myself, which is like even though it sounds like cringy, like it's actually like you like. I was like, girl, I'm poor. I don't have money for a lawyer. Like if I get sued, like I have to like be careful what I say, Like $200 in my bank account. Who's gonna like cover me,
No, yeah. And then so basically, like we made plans again, like to donate the money just in case if we were gonna get sued or anything, blah blah blah. So I was just like, wait, I know a way around this, right? I was like, I'm not gonna say any names. Y'all know me and my allegedlys. I refuse to get sued. So my favorite word is allegedly. Anytime, so I literally got out of the shower, grabbed my phone, and was recording. I was still in like my like hair towel and everything, and I was just like, guys, today someone you guys associate with me is gonna post an ad from a very specific pizza company, might rhyme with like Mixa Hut or something. Like I said something like that. And I was just like, he may or may not be like tall, skinny, gay, pale Mexican, curly hair. I was just like, I was just like, so if you see it, don't interact, like don't like the video, let it flop, blah 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 blah. Girl, when I tell you that started waves, like oh, like that video
let's
got
talk
more
about the fact that people couldn't like pay attention and listen. They're like, oh my God, I just came here from Tony's video. Don't interact. Like literally the first thing you said, like people like, who's here from Tony's video? Let's start a chain. I was like, oh my God, like you guys actually like no hacen caso.
No, and I literally said, hold on. I literally told him, I was like, do not comment on his video. Like, don't comment, like, don't like, hold on. My live went off for this. I literally told them, I was like, do not comment, do not interact, don't like it. They were in the comments, who's here from Tony's video? They're like, guys, don't comment on this video. I'm like, you commenting,
Someone was
telling
like,
people
let's start
not
a
to
Palestine flag chain. I was like, this isn't the right video for that, actually.
And I was just like, oh my gosh. And it was hilarious because Jesus's video, like it flopped. It did. My video on TikTok got 150,000 likes. And I was just like, damn, we're gonna get in trouble for this. And then tell them what
happened. Then the day after, I'm like, I was like, like feeling more at peace. I was like, Tony stood up for me. And then I get a call from my manager, and I was like, oh my God, but I didn't answer it. And then he was like, hey, can we have a quick chat? And I was like, yeah. So then I
like
called.
Me and Jesus like this, like we were scared. We were like,
I called, and one thing about me, I try to be nice. I try to be like that. But towards the end, I did get a little bit more like aggressive. Pero basically, he was like, so what was that video about? And I was like, what video? And he was like, oh, Tony's. And I was like, he knew that I would get backlash from it because like I made my point clear. He knows that I try to get out of it. So he was trying to be a good friend because he is a good friend, and he spoke because I couldn't speak. And then he was like, he said something along the line of like, oh, like, I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't know who this Tony person is, but I just did some research on him or something like that. And he was like, Tony's not someone that you want to be associated or involved with or something like that. He was like, oh,
and then he said Tony's an issue. I still have that engraved in my mind.
And then he was like, people like Tony everywhere, like something about there's always something. Like when Tony's like something, because like obviously like Tony, I don't think there's always something. I just think Tony calls out bad things that people overlook, So he was like, oh, and then he was like, oh, I don't see Tony getting a lot of brand deals or getting a lot of thingies because he's cutting ties or stuff with like companies. And then
mind you, my pockets are full. Trust.
Actually, like the IRS needs to investigate Tony. That's
I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that.
But point is, so at that point, me estaba queriendo como esta regañar. So then I did get mad, a little bit more mad, and I was like, well, Tony actually like he's done brand deals before with like other bigger companies, like he's done like Mountain Dew and McDonald's beforehand, before all this came out.
Before this was in 2020, 2021, I swear.
Yeah. So I was like he gets brand deals, and I was like, he also like works for like Gen Z for Recambio. I was like he does like good on his own, and the whole reason he has that job is because of his platform. Like he's like a good person. And then he was like, well, as that might be or something like that. He was like, oh, this like, do you remember what he said after that, Tony? Because I remember afterwards I called you after like telling him about like, oh, like your jobs and stuff. I think he just came back to like, oh, that this is very bad. And then I was
no, he was like, this is very bad. And like, you're like, basically like your status at the management companies, like called into question or something like that. Basically, mind you, context, he said I was never going to get signed by a management agency.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I get signed 3 weeks later. And I was
Mhm.
like, that's the universe. That's the universe. That's the
And
universe.
I was being a little bit short too, because I was like acting nonchalant because I was like, well, you're getting mad at me for like when I like didn't want to do it. And then oh, here's the kicker is that after the pizza place saw Tony's video, they're like, he doesn't have to post it if he doesn't want to. Like
Yeah,
he
and
doesn't
I
have
was
to, like
like,
he just delete it. So then I was like, well, the fact that they just did it so easily makes me think that like they never really tried to like
no, his manager never tried to get that video taken down because Pizza Hut saw the bad PR and they were like, we don't want this. We have enough bad PR right now. They were like,
Mhm.
Jesus does not have to post a video. So his manager wanted that check and was just like, just didn't even check.
Mhm. So um he was like, oh, let me just be clear. He was like, this is bad. He's like, this is very bad. This could have gone worse, but we're lucky that it didn't. He was like, and then it kind of went quiet a little bit. He was like, do you have any questions or anything? And I was like, no. Hung up. And I was like,
This was unbothered. And then the thing was, like literally in my first meeting with my manager, I was just like, you should also like my first meeting when I was signing onto my current agency, like I told him, I was like, just so you know, like I'm very like, I'm not gonna like let y'all like control whatever I say. They were like, we love that. We're like, we love that for you. Like, that's why we want to sign you. And I was just like, oh, you should also sign my hermana in case anything happens.
oh. And after that happened, like I had already had a bad taste in my mouth since the first thing happened. The first conversation was like, oh, why'd you post that video, you know? But after that, well, right after that call, I called Tony and I told him like what happened. And I was like, I don't like this. Like, se me hace icky knowing que like
we were trying to find Jesus a new manager before he even got signed to his current one. Because now me and Jesus have the same manager.
Yeah. So point is, you know, managers usually like they keep up with you or like, you know, like at least like minimum a few texts. Right after that happened, I went to Mexico for like a month and nothing, like I didn't really hear much. Like it was kind of like, oh, I think the only thing I heard was like Happy New Year.
No, me and my manager, our
And then
manager texts us
also
every
sent
day,
me
our new
cookies,
one.
but didn't talk to me, but sent me cookies to my house. And then I
Were
need
they
them.
good? Were they good?
I didn't eat them. My roommate ate them.
Oh.
But yeah. So then nothing happened and randomly what was it, Tony, like a month ago?
Oh yeah. Is that when you got like dropped?
Yeah. So then I hadn't heard and I had already had like my suspicion. I was like, because no one else in my management talked about it because they're pussies. Ooh, I mean, sorry.
Also, wait. Let me pause you before we continue. You guys are probably wondering why we're in this live. We're raising money for Palestinians in Gaza to be able to have access to eSIMs. So check the GoFundMe. I'm like on Zoom right now, but check the GoFundMe and the link in the Gen Z for Change bio and donate as much as you can or share the link so that we can raise some money. And also you'll see some funny names that people have put on the GoFundMe, which I can't say out loud because it might get taken out. But anyways, yeah, he got dropped. Basically,
Yeah, so I got a call.
Yeah.
And let me tell the story, Tony. I'm the one affected by it.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
And I got a call and they're like, hey, how are you? And I was like, I'm good. How are you? And then they were like, yeah, well, they're like, yeah, so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to renew your contract. And I was, but one thing about me, I'm not going to give anyone the satisfaction. So I was like, oh, I'm going to play like I actually don't care. Because honestly, I was looking for like a management too. I had an interview with my manager, with my now manager, like I think like 2 or 3 days later. But yeah, so point is then, they were like, oh yeah, like it's just like not working out. Like we're like, we can't sign it anymore. Like we just wanted to let you know. And I was like, oh, okay. And they're like, oh, yeah, this and that. They said something else. They're like, do you have any question? I was like, no. And they're like, oh, you're taking this better than expected or something like that. And then they were like, oh, they're like, oh, well, you've always been very relaxed about things. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, okay. And he was like, all right, man. Well, I hope that like you do well and I can't wait to see what you do in the future. And I was like, oh, thank you. All right. And he was like, okay, then bye. And I was like, bye. And then I hung up because I was like, oh, like I actually am going to act so nonchalant. And then, oh, one thing else, they were like, you can take out the your email from the bio, like whenever you want. I was already doing it by the time that he had told me that. I was already like removing it.
And the new email you can go check me or his about. It just looks cuter also.
Yeah, and I actually have access to this email, period.
Oh. And our manager texts us every day because guess what? We're actually friends with our managers. It's not just like, anyways. I hated Jesus' old manager. I'll be the one to say I hated him from the beginning. I always told him.
And when he lied, he's like, I don't know this Tony. I had sent him your profile, remember?
No, yeah, I'm like, you're just literally just lying. Like you've seen me on Jesus's page. But anyways, before we move on, I know Gabby wanted to chime in on this whole thing. Gabby.
No, I mean, I just had a question because I feel like I remember, like, I was like a third party in this. Like, I feel like I saw this all unfold. And one question, weren't you in the Ludos when this was happening? Yeah, right? So it's like, I was like on FaceTime, like with Anthony, hearing about what was happening to you, Jesus. And so, like, to have that, like, all the context now, I'm like, okay, that's how it happened. That's crazy. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I just thought it was funny.
No, yeah. And then it like a lot of things like that happen, especially with like a lot of influencers were mad. Not mad. I don't know why I said mad. Worried that like if they said something, they would lose brand deals. I haven't lost a single brand deal. You think that brands are stupid? You think they don't see that younger people support Palestine? You think that you think that they don't see that? You think that if a brand knows like either to like shut up and not speak on it or support Palestine, because at the end of the day, like brands aren't dumb. I haven't lost a single brand deal.
Yeah.
So,
Also,
like,
I was gonna say, I have a vague memory of like my like management saying something like, "Oh, like you can cut bridges like with like brand." But I'm like, I'd rather cut a bridge with a brand than like cut a bridge with people who like support me, because I'm like the only reason I have this is because of them. So I'm like, why would I purposely like cut them off when they're the whole reason I have opportunities, and just stick with a brand who's gonna ditch me as soon as like someone with more followers or who has more of a liking to them like comes up in the picture. You know what I mean? So I think that that was always like dumb, like when they were like, oh, just think about like the brands, because it's like I just think it's kind of dumb, like, you know, like they're like, oh, you're sabotaging yourself. It's like, no, I'm sabotaging myself if I do that, because I'm like, first of all, against my morals, second of all, obviously you see what's going on, like everyone's like not okay with it, like why would I even like consider doing that, you know?
No, yeah, I don't know like what Alexis or like Mente, if you guys do like partnership, I don't know what your experience has been, but like I literally got emails from the people, because there's this one company who like I do like social like partnerships with, like about like, you know, like videos of like things going on around the world. They literally emailed me. They were like, oh, like we love that you spoke about Palestine so much, blah blah, like more influencers should be like you. At the end of the day, they're the ones cutting me a check. So I was like, I'm glad y'all are good people, because then I would have had to cut ties. But
also, let's just say that a lot of from my management, ex-management, didn't talk about anything. Y sí like yo me encabroné poquito, because I was like, if it was happening like
are we getting
to
into
your
that?
to like where you're like from, I'm like you would be
let's get into it. No, let's get into it, because there's a lot of Latino influencers who will talk about every chance they get about the colonization and talk about how much they hate Spaniards, about how the US is colonizing Puerto Rico. But as soon as it's someone who speaks Arabic instead of Spanish, oh, all of a sudden it's quiet.
Yeah, porque if it was happening to like, well, honestly, I'm not even gonna say Mexico, because a lot of this is gonna be like shade, and see, a lot of the Latinos que son de aquí, en verdad no les importa Mexico. They don't care about femicides. I've never seen like a Latino from over here really talk about femicides that happen in Mexico. You know, like I have like mi prima que estudia allá, and like other family members. Like you'll see, like I'm gonna be honest, like every time I go to Mexico, I come back with the fear, like, oh my god, like qué pasa que si algo le pasa allá, porque like femicides are like it's a real thing. Y pasa muy frecuente allá. I've never seen anyone from over here talk about issues in Mexico. All I hear is like Latina Cheetos. Basically, everything that comes out of like over here, same thing. So it's like I'm gonna take people's Latina cards away.
Our friend Jimena literally just texted, the only time they care about Latin America is when it's time to prove that they're white, that they're not white. And I was like, let's talk about that.
That's why I like subconsciously in my head with some people, I don't care if you're, I take your card away in my mind. I'm like, give me that. Like you're white.
Give me that.
Like,
No, and it's so annoying, especially when they don't care about things going on. And it's like a lot of Latino influences. We won't say names. I mean, I'll say names. I don't give a fuck. But no one can come to my mind like right now. But what's so annoying is that they don't understand that, like, and they're like, how does this affect us? You think that, wait, we're allowed to say Israel. We've said Israel like 1,000 times. You think Israel's just staying in Israel? No, Israel has day-to-day operations in Latin America. Like that border security, who do you think like created the technology? Look up what Pegasus is. And y'all are like, how does that affect me? You think your mom got here easily? No. Like, well, some of y'all, because some of y'all are so privileged, your parents came here on visas. Let's get into that. Let's get into that. Like, the technology. Oh, I'm gonna have to throw a stray at my mom to make a point. The technology used to deport my mom, that was Israeli technology. Like, I want y'all to look out. Like, this affects our day-to-day lives. Like, it does. Like, Israel has literally funded G words, what they're doing to Palestinians right now, literally in Guatemala. Like, there's a reason people are afraid to identify as indigenous in Guatemala, because guess what happened to them? And guess who was the one training them and giving them the weapons? And you're all like, oh, well, that doesn't affect me. But if I call you no sabo, your life is over, huh?
Actually, and going back to that, a lot of people just don't care in general. Like, even though it is about like de su gente o lo que sea, they don't care. Like, when I went to the Bad Bunny concert, like in 2021, I think, when we went, it was like with a group of influencers, and it was also a can drive to support what was going on in Puerto Rico. When I tell you, these people make so much money off their little YouTube videos y todo eso. I don't, but I only get paid from TikTok. I went to Walmart before and I got two big bags of Walmart of canned food. When I tell you I was the only person that filled up that table, there were like 5 cans on that table. And I was like, y esta es la gente que like supposedly they care so much about like Latinidad y esto que lo otro y bien codos. So that's why I'm like I'm not even surprised que no hablaron de Palestine hasta que you Alexis like spoke out about it, because I was like, no, son muy huevudos, no hacen nada until like they feel like they're forced to. Which we need to do more. We need to force them to do more stuff.
No.
Can I say something?
I feel like also when they did, like the people that were speaking out after the video were like, oh, well, I didn't do it because I didn't know enough about it. It was just like excuses. And I was like, bitch, just like
people are so scared to sound dumb. I'd rather sound dumb and say something wrong than at least be like, girl, I was trying. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you know, like it's okay, like to be like make a mistake. Like you can correct yourself.
And the fact that it was not even
about people being alive. Huh?
My bad. The fact that it was not even that difficult is like not a difficult thing to wrap your head around at all. Like, we know, constantly seen in history the oppressor, and like we've seen this trope so many times. And then also I wanted to say, like the fact like there's such a big thing with like people wanting to claim their indigenous, their indigeneity, something like that. And just to prove that they're not white, right? And then we see like this happening in real time. And like I always think about like how it happened, like just what families, indigenous families went through back then, you know, and even still now, because it's still happening. Like what's going on in Mexico, the indigenous people, they're still like doing the same stuff, you know, but it's just not like in our faces. But the fact that we're seeing this 4K quality, and the people who claim to be so like, oh, I'm indigenous, love my roots, like la raza this and all that, and like I'm like, are you guys not seeing the similarities at all? And it's the same.
And what's hilarious is that literally, like, especially when like Israelis claim to be indigenous, I'm like, I want y'all to know actual indigenous people hate you. Like, they hate you so bad. Like my family, like they're indigenous Hondurans, they hate Israel so bad. Like I literally told them, I was like, hey, abuela, like, ¿querés hacer un video like burlándonos de Israel? And she's like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. She's like, but make sure I look good. Make sure I look good. Like,
also, I was gonna say, no one does to their land what they did. Like all those olive trees, because like a little bit like, well, it's on topic. Like like my family's in Michoacan, and there's trees on our like property that have been there since like my dad was a baby. Like, you know, like my grandparents, like we have asibuches, and they're these little like red fruits. It's like almost like a wild olive tree. And when I say that I'm so attached to those trees, like we've like remodeled our house and stuff, we've never once touched those trees because those trees have been there like for a couple of generations, you know? So in my head, even if like one day like my parents pass, lo que sea, and like I want to reconstruct the house, something, I would never touch those trees, because those trees like mean something. Like I'm like, my grandma ate these fruits. Like my grandma, like she was here when this tree was like a little tree, you know? Like you don't treat the land that you love like that, you know? Like you don't go to your house and start like shitting on the walls and like, you know, like breaking shit. Like,
what?
Like, are you crazy?
Like that? Oh my God.
No, yeah, and like, what was another thing that I forgot what I was gonna say. It was about, what were we talking about right before you mentioned that threw me off. That made me forget what I was saying. Before the olive trees.
The indigenous,
like, no, yeah, especially like, I guess like talking about like how like my family's like how I was talking about my families, they hate Israel. Let's talk about families, because I feel like a big thing that when it comes to Latinos and the whole Palestine aspect is like not knowing, especially when it comes to religious Zionism, is like not knowing how to address that with family or talk about it with family. I literally thank God every day that my family hates Israel, because it would be so hard to convince a Catholic not to support them. Because when I tell you my grandma is not concerned about well, I was about to say my grandma's 60. Like that's not old. Like that's not old at all. But my grandma's 60 years old. She doesn't care about like being canceled by a bunch of like irrelevant like people in Israel. You know, she'd like send me a video. She's like, oh, because we made a video basically making fun of the wait. I don't know if I can say that. About them, like, you know, and then basically she was like, look, we got 100,000 likes. And I was just like, the fact that like this is what you're excited about, and you don't see like all the comments of people hating on you, she does not care. Like my grandma like stands on business. But when it comes to like family, like how have you guys noticed that, like, because I don't have this experience, so like have you guys noticed that like it's kind of hard to talk about these topics with your family? Because I feel like there was definitely like majority of my family is like pro Palestine, but there's definitely like no one's pro Israel, but there's definitely been some sentiments of like, oh, I feel bad for them, blah, 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 blah. You know, like they talked about in the Bible. So like, how have you guys navigated those spaces when it comes to like confronting those like biases with your family? And then anyone can start, because I know you probably all have experience.
I don't care. I'm just bullying people into being pro-Palestine. I don't care, because if you have the privilege of being comfortable in your home right now, you can afford to be bullied a little bit. But I will say that it's kind of crazy that a lot of these people claim to be spiritual, and in the same breath, they use that spirituality to like justify what's happening. And I feel like it goes hand in hand with the Bible. Like, I mean, I'm not like super familiar with the Bible, but you know, like God did a bunch of crazy shit in the Bible. Like he would just like wipe a bunch of like groups of people just because they wore like the wrong cloth or whatever. Like, I don't know. So I feel like a lot of these like religious people use that text to justify whatever's happening right now, and being like, well, God doesn't give you a battle that you can't take, right? So like in their mind, they're justifying whatever's happening right now in order for them to feel better about not caring about it, if that makes sense. So I'm just like sending people videos, videos that are easy to understand, because I feel like there's a big educational gap with whatever's happening. Like a lot of these videos use academic terms and things that personally I don't even understand. So I'm trying to find things that are like easy to digest, and so that they could understand, especially in Spanish. And I feel like that's what we try to do in Por el Cambio, trying to like water it down a little bit. I know people say that
we plug, exactly. No, yeah, plugging in Gen Z Por el Cambio to everyone watching. We make
people say that it's like
that's like simple terms. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, people say that you can't water down this issue, and I don't think it's watering it down. It's just like breaking it down into simple terms, because it's really not that complicated. Like all the people that are justifying themselves like, oh well, it's just a complex issue. Like, what is complex about a genocide? You know, what is complex about like wiping a whole group of people?
Especially when it comes to the whole like aspect of watering it down. At the end of the day, it's not a complicated thing. And like I feel like when people are like, oh, I have to educate myself, it's like a complicated issue, it's a conflict. No, it's not. And we all know it's not. But there's a difference between like it being simple to understand and also just explaining the different intricacies. Like I feel like even if a lot of people know that what Israel's doing to Palestine is wrong, a lot of people don't know what Rafah is or why, like what the Rafah crossing is. So that's why like on Gen Z por el Cambio, which again, if you didn't know, is the Gen Z for change, but for Latinos, if you guys want to go check that out. We have videos in Spanish about Palestine if you want to send to your family members. That's why we made a video explaining what the Rafah crossing was, because a lot of people were like, what is that? Or like, we want content in Spanish about Palestine. But Jesus, Gabby, Alexis, do you guys have experience with like your family, or like trying to talk, even if it's just like trying to mention it and like it's brushed off, or like kind of like, you know what I mean?
So, go ahead.
No, you.
Are you sure? Go ahead.
No, you hang up. Why don't you talk, bruh?
Well, honestly, I would like to say like I'm blessed, but it's not even like I should say I feel like it's just really common sense. Like anyone who has a heart or has a brain should know what side to be on, you know what I mean? But honestly, with my family, like I talk about it with my little sisters all the time. Like I show them all the time, and my sisters are in high school. One's in high school, one's in middle school, and then I have one who's 19. And they're all very, like, they're young and they get the concept so easily. Like, we have a list everywhere we go. They know not to go here. They know their friends, they tell their friends don't go here. Like, I'm just really glad I have a family. And even my parents too, they're not as like, I don't want to say like, they're kind of in their own world, like they're doing their own thing. They feel like they have their own problems, but they're obviously on the Palestine side, and they don't support Israel or none of that. But it is like difficult talking to my mom about these things because she be in her own world. She's like, it's on the other side of the world, you know, what are we supposed to do? And I'm like, it's a simple, like the easiest thing we can do is boycott. Like, it's so easy. Y'all are lazy as hell. Like, oh my God. Like, I would have to get into her with her in the beginning to boycott certain places. And it would have to be like, I would have to show her graphic stuff. And the crazy part is my mom's like super emotional. Like, she cries over fake movies all the time. And I'm like, how can you have so much empathy for these fake movies? But when this is happening right here to innocent children, innocent people, like, you can't do something as simple as not support the brand, like a company that's literally sending free stuff over there or literally directly supporting them. But that was just a conversation we had early on. And thankfully, like, my family has common sense and they're on the right side of history. And also, like, thankfully, my boyfriend's side of the family, like, I've had so many talks like with my suegra, and like, we're both like, we know I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's very clear, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I am thankful for that, but it's just honestly common sense. Like, his family and my family are not very religious at all. His like tias are, but I haven't really talked to them about it. But I mean, I have his family on everything, and I have my family, and I be posting, especially on Facebook, because them tias, everybody be on Facebook, so I make sure to post. But yeah, I really thankfully I have a family with like morals and, you know, knows right from wrong, especially seeing graphic stuff. Like, come on, it's in your face.
Yeah. Thank you. And then Jesus, do you want to finish us off? We're actually gonna at 3 p.m. we're transitioning into creator hour. So you'll still see Alexis and Jesus and Mente, but we just wanted to like, this is the Latinos creators, you know, our own space. But then we're gonna have another creator thing. But Jesus, do you want to finish off talking about like your experience with like your family and friends?
Oh yeah. Well, my family is muy de like ranchos y son muy católicos, so they're very old school things. And they're the kind of like, my mom barely knows how to use Facebook, and like my dad no lo usa, so everything that they hear is de las noticias, which is like, you know, sometimes like not the best source for like Latino parents. So con ellos ya tenían en su mente que like lo que estaba pasando no era correcto, but I don't think that they knew to like an extent lo que estaba pasando. So con ellos, like, I did have some, I was like, eso no está bien. And then they're like, pero Israel es like un lugar de la, like, the Biblia, and I was like, pero no es el lugar, like, de donde pasa, like, lo de la Biblia es en otro lado. Eso nomás se llama Israel. I was like, nosotros somos de Ururuta, pero en California puede haber un lugar que se llama Ururuta, pero no somos de allí. Like, you know, like, nomás porque tiene el mismo nombre, no significa que es el mismo lugar, you know? And then I, like, with my sisters too, like, first of all, they wouldn't drink Starbucks often, pero they were like, oh, se nos antoja un Starbucks. I was like, mejor háganse otra cosa. And I was like, well, aquí háganselo, pero no hagan eso. And they're like, oh, that's true. And I would have to, like, at first it was like me reminding them, pero ya, like, ya no van, porque ya saben. It was mostly with them, like, I'm malcriado. Like, I'll like keep on going at it with them, and I'm necio too. So it's like with them, I was just like, acuérdense que no deben hacer esto, y acuérdense que no deben hacer esto. And so they finally were like, ah, pues sí. Because it's like, sometimes like in their own little like cabeza y sus pensamientos like of old school, they're just like, ay, pues, you know, but that's why I always tell them, I was like, that's why you have me to like, even though you should already know, but to like let you know que lo que estás haciendo like is wrong. And so, and now it's better, but at first it was a little bit of like a fight, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you guys for joining the Latinos for Palestine segment. Reminder that if you're watching this on my live, go join Gen Z for Change's live. That way you can see everyone at the same time and not just my beautiful face. I know you have a bias. But go join it for their perspectives as well. But also everyone that's joined on the Gen Z for Change, remember that this is a live stream to raise money for eSIMs in Gaza. So please head on over to the GoFundMe in the link in the bio and donate or share whatever you're able to do. But yeah, Soha, do you want to transition us? Because I feel like you got it. You got it. You got it.
Yes. Thank you, first of all, to everybody who took part in that last segment. It was really, really amazing, and I'm so grateful. And it's so important to talk about what's happening right now, which is the Israeli government specifically targeting Latinos in the U.S. to try and gain Zionist sentiment from them due to the fact that you guys are a very large voter population, which obviously just goes to show how like the struggles here are directly connected to the struggles overseas. So again, thank you so much for this amazing segment. And now we're going to move on to our creator hour. So we have some really amazing creators. We're going to chit chat. We're going to talk about what it's like to be a creator, uplifting Palestinian history and movement. And also we're going to play a fun Palestinian trivia Kahoot. So yep, everybody on here. And I forgot to make it until like 5 minutes ago. So it's gonna be really good, really good.
You're gonna embarrass me on this live stream.
Yeah.
Tony, did you not know? Actually, that was
No,
me.
I
Trying to
thought
get
that
a
was
leg up on
something.
Tony, so I didn't tell him about it.
I was like, oh, trivia. Whew. No, I remember last night, what was it? Me and Soha, she was like helping me practice for something. And like, I was like playing like a Palestinian Chilean. I was like, okay, tell me how you would like greet me into the room. And she was like, oh, hi, like, what village are you from? And I was like, oh, the same one as you, the same one as you. I was like, I don't know what to say. Like, oh, but I got this. I just have to beat Jesus, Alexis, Mente. That's it. And then I'm good. And Vic too. And Vic too.
See, there's already a little rivalry going on.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So is this everybody that's joining for the creator hour, I believe? So yeah, I mean, I guess to start it off, I had written out a couple of questions just of like sort of what it's like to be a Palestinian or a creator uplifting Palestinian history and things like that. And I know you guys kind of spoke about this in like the last segment, but why do you guys find it so important to use your platforms to talk about Palestine?
Totally.
Also,
Oh, you go, Connor, you go.
I'm just like, it's just the right thing to do. You know what I mean? It's just like, even if like you're still educating yourself on the topic, like it definitely like don't speak if you don't know what you're talking about. But at the same time, like there are some things that don't exactly need like further education. Like you see the death toll, like immediate like death toll, and just like knowing what Israel does to Palestine, you're watching it in the news. Like you don't need to like pick up a book to see that. So it's like it's important to use the voice that you have a privilege of having. Like any of us have a platform. It's like, yeah, we built that up, but like it's kind of it happens spontaneously. Like we have this privilege, we have this voice, so we need to use it. Especially when it's like literally going on right now. This isn't something where it's like, oh, a bill has to be passed and this blah blah blah. No, like if we just stood on business, like I'm like the French, I'm just saying, like we could do things, but people are too afraid to step up and actually like stand on what they're talking about. That's what people need to start doing more.
Me and Yeg both just unmuted at the same time. Yeg, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think for me, like so many of my followers are like Mina, Swana, Middle Eastern, and I think if I were to say nothing while profiting off of their viewership, that's like a pretty sick, terrible thing to do. So I feel like it's like the bare minimum or like even below the bare minimum for me, especially considering I'm so privileged to have like so many younger Middle Eastern viewers. It's like the least I can do to talk about it. And it's, you know, it's not just Palestine. I think what happens in Palestine is intertwined with so many other countries as well. And we don't realize it, like maybe if we're a creator, how much it does impact our own people too. So that's why it's important for me.
Totally agree with that. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely like two reasons why it's very important. Like obviously education, amplification, and like directing people towards Palestinian creators who are doing really phenomenal work. I feel like is something that everyone should be doing. Like even if you don't have a massive platform, like you've got friends and family who follow you who should be aware of these different creators. But then also I think as a content creator, you also want your audience to know that you're like standing in solidarity with them at the very, very least, like Yeg was saying, at the bare minimum, you know, and that is one thing that obviously like I would want my Palestinian viewers to know too, is that like we're all standing in solidarity with you.
I just feel like what Connor was saying, it's really just the right thing to do. Like, especially having a platform, like I don't think people realize, like even having like 1,000, 5,000 followers, you can change the mindset of just a couple people. And I've had like I don't know how much people, but a lot of people in my DM saying like, I've never even heard about this till you posted. And especially like how we all have different types of audiences. And I don't think I really have like, I have a majority Latino audience. I just like, it's so important to educate each other, even me, because I barely learned about this, like deeply this year, you know? And it's something that's like everyone should know, and it's just common sense, like to show your support, you know, and especially knowing the history of what happened to indigenous people in Latino America. Like how could you not, like how could you not see similarities? Like even if I didn't have any ties or wasn't with like Latin America, it's just being a person, being a heart, being having empathy for people. It don't matter where they are. Like you're seeing innocent people be murdered. You know what I mean? Like how can you not talk about it? And that's the easiest thing to do. Just make a post. Like it's so easy. I just don't understand. But yeah.
I was gonna also say that it's like when you read a history book, like in school, and you're like, I can't believe that like no one did anything, or like there's other people in the world and no one like did anything. And everyone always like, I feel like when you read it, you're like, that's so atrocious. How could that like let that happen? Then it's like that's what's happening right now, and you're not like having any kind of empathy. And even like it's not even about empathy. It's like I know that if I was like going, like if something horrible was happening here, if I knew that like, oh, the rest of the world knows what's happening, like I'd have some hope, like something's gonna change. Like it's nice knowing that like it's not just like what's happening, like other people know about it, like they know what sick and vile thing is going on, you know.
No, I really like that you bring that up, because like especially with like as someone who is like, you know, raised Palestinian, like it's so weird and like dissonant being like when I was younger and I would say like, oh, I'm from Palestine, people would like literally not know what it was, be like, don't you mean Pakistan? And it's like, no, like I mean Palestine. And so like it's like the sort of thing where like there was a very specific and targeted campaign to ensure that people did not know about Palestinian history in order to uphold the status quo of like the occupation and the apartheid state. And so the fact that like now we're in this space where like young people have the power and autonomy to use their voices in a way that reaches so many more people than it ever did with like solely grassroots organizing, which obviously is still like incredibly, incredibly important. But being able to be that first step for people via social media is like such like an amazing power that we all have. And I'm like so grateful to see so many people, especially when I know that like there is a huge margin of creators that like feel too afraid to talk about it or like don't want to lose money or anything like that, to see like these people here in this room that are like willing to use their platforms for good. Like it is so incredibly just like beautiful to me as like, you know, someone who like has witnessed all of these like atrocities going on for like such a long time and people turning a blind eye for such a majority of my life. So yeah, I just want to say like I'm grateful for everybody that's here on this live stream right now, and thank you.
It's like
I
Alexis.
do want to say,
You go.
oh, thank you. I really like that what you mentioned about the information, because I feel like to answer the question, the reason why I started creating content was because there's like a big educational gap when it comes to these issues that affect us all, especially coming from Latin America. Like I feel like one of the biggest goals of our governments is to keep everyone dumb. Like since like colonization and everything started, they want to keep our people from knowing things, right? Because the second that we find out about what's happening, like people get mad and people feel the need to actually do something about it. So I feel like even if people aren't necessarily super educated about every single detail, because I feel like that's another myth, like you don't need to know every single thing about an issue to have an opinion about it, because most often than not, these political issues, even if they're really far from us, they still affect you somehow. Maybe you're not seeing it like clearly, but it does affect you. So I feel like that's why it's important for us to like talk about these things, even if we're not super familiar with it, at least like reposting, you know? So yeah.
Totally agree with you, Mente. And I feel like that's such a propaganda tool too that Israel uses and like Israel sympathizers use is like, oh, this is such a complex issue. Like, really don't look into it if you're not educated, or like don't speak on it if you're not educated. When at the end of the day, like you can recognize when something is wrong and when something goes against your values. Oops, sorry, I was getting a phone call.
Yeah, I've gotten it's like, oh, like it's kind of like trying to shame me into not talking about it because I just found out about it recently. And I'm like, how do you think information works? Like one day you don't know something and then the next day you do, and then you decide what to do like with that information. Like it's really not that difficult to understand.
And learning is like a constant process, you know. I mean, like I like to say that like I know a good amount about Palestinian history, but also like every day with my peers and like my fellow organizers in Chicago, I learn more and more. So there's no one that knows every single thing about Palestinian history. And like that's for a reason. Like there's so much information there. And so I don't think that we should like try and shame people for, you know, not knowing enough, when in reality we should just kind of like be trying to help them get educated more. But I will say there is a line with that, because if you are like misinformed and like spreading information that isn't true, and I use this example all the time, but if you're calling for 1967 borders, then yeah, like I am going to check you and I'm going to say that people shouldn't listen to you, because that feels like a very like cut and dry obvious thing to not do. And for people who are watching the live stream that maybe don't know what 1967 borders are, it's when people call for the creation of a state of Palestine, but within a two-state solution where Palestinians only get Gaza and West Bank as like their own nation, whereas like the rest of what is known as Israel proper, 1948 territory, still belongs to like the Zionist regime, which obviously like the Zionist regime wouldn't agree to that. But these are the sorts of things where like we want to make sure that like we're being informed in a way that we're able to like represent all Palestinian people.
Totally. And I loved what you said about that too, Soha, with like the 1967 borders. I think that that's where, especially a lot of people in the West who are like maybe trying to have good intentions, but when they are like lacking in the education department, they can call for things that are actually pretty harmful. And so I think that, well, you can recognize something's wrong when it's wrong. You know, it's still on you to take initiative and educate yourself so that you don't accidentally end up advocating. And that's why it's important to follow Palestinian activists and Palestinian journalists too, because they know better than anyone, you know, what call to actions you should be amplifying, even if you're not like a historian who's super well informed on the entire history of the region.
And this is a little plug just for the rest of the live stream. We're going to be having some amazing organizers that are going to teach you about like grassroots on the ground organizing and direct actions. So make sure, you know, you're staying for that as well. But yeah, and also another thing that's so weird to me is like, I don't know, just like when creators in general like put profit over like actually like having empathy and like using your platform for something that's good. Like that's something I'll just never be able to wrap my head around. And yeah, I don't know if anybody else has like thoughts on that.
I do, because I was gonna say like like I said, we were talking about this in the last segment. You can have like you can still like make money as a creator and still have good morals. For context, me, Amira, hey Amira, I literally love Amira. Me, Amira, me, Amira, and Jesus have the same manager. So just to kind of give you some context, like there are good people in doing management and TikTok. Like you don't have to like lose all your brand deals. Like I said,
Exactly.
that's literally just like BS, because I'm telling you, if not like it's just BS. Like a lot of times, like people are afraid because like, oh, also we can talk about this as creators. Like anyone, feel free to chime in. There's a lot of creators who have like been, because for example, like if you say you're pro-Palestine and you end up doing a brand deal with a company that like might like indirectly support Israel, but it's not on the BDS thing, I can see how like you might make that mistake. But you're telling me you're pro-Palestine and you're posting Skims, Kylie Cosmetics. Oh, I'm like Rare Beauty.
Going on a Disney date?
going on a Disney date, like Jesus said, like
Oh, especially like McDonald's. Like why? Like stop being so wide back. That's all I have to say.
like
I'm gonna say, do you really?
it's just like
It's
it's
not
just
even
like
good.
it's insane.
Quarterback, like you guys are getting rats with your fries, and you're like, I'm
Go
not
get
working
that at
out.
Wendy's.
Like
Exactly,
my
like,
thing is like, 'cause
Like
the
it
thing
has
is,
the
like,
chemical known to the state of California for causing cancer. Do you really need to eat that? Like,
no, yeah. I'm because the thing is like I get like especially like for I'm trying to think of like a brand like something like Olaplex. I stopped using Olaplex because again, like I said, I'm a hater first and foremost. But like let's say I saw like a hair care. First of all, no, because one thing about it, like, and that goes into the whole thing about creators not knowing how to post about it. I have seen hair care creators talking about Palestine. They're like, guys, like here's a hair routine of me using only brands that are ethical and don't support Israel. Literally something as simple as that. But like, for example, let's say it's like, I don't know, let's say it's like, I'm just gonna throw a stray at someone here. Let's say it's Mente. Let's say Mente does like a sponsorship with like Olaplex. Olaplex, yes, they do support Israel, but they're not on the BDS list. So I can see how like that like might have slipped her mind and like, but when you're doing these brands, like I love Rihanna, but Rihanna and Puma, really, really, that made me look at her crazy. I was
yeah,
like,
that
Puma,
time
one of
was
the BDS
crazy.
companies. I was like, first of all, if you're out here buying Puma, I don't give a fuck if they slap Rihanna's name on it. You're
bro,
lame.
Puma's ugly. It's giving
Like
middle
who
school. I
wears
thought we all
Okay,
stopped
okay,
wearing
guys,
after
but
middle school. Come
I
on.
Like, are
will
you a
say,
soccer player?
Puma is actually off of the BDS list now because they actually cut their contract with the Israeli
Sorry, Puma. We
in the
love Puma.
settlement. No, it's still
Puma.
hitting.
Wait,
I'll not
literally,
say
but
that.
wasn't it?
And he's like, never mind, not ugly.
But wasn't it literally like a fake out though? Like they literally just pulled it for like a year, and it like they would like a
Oh yeah,
review
what is
each
it? Can you
year.
So
explain that, Soha?
it's so basically it was time for them to renew their contract. So basically the reason Puma was on the BDS list was they were providing the uniforms for the Israeli soccer team for like all of them, but specifically the ones in the settlements. So when we're talking about the settlements in this context, I'm talking about those in West Bank. So those are like the illegal ones, like ones illegal in UN law, but technically like Israel's entire existence is illegal under like UN law. But these are also the ones with like insane fanatics that like, you know, walk around harassing and terrorizing Palestinian people that reside in like the villages near the settlements. And so they were providing the uniforms for them. And I think it was around like November or December. It was time for them to renew their contract. And they actually said that they're not going to be renewing it. But a year from now, they may be, I think they have to go back to negotiations like in a year. So they may renew it then. But that's also why it's so important that we keep up this pressure and that we don't forget about that. Because, you know, like they
But
still did
Puma's
that.
still ugly. Puma's still
Yeah, but
ugly.
either way, even if they pull
Wait,
out the contract, they supported people like
from
like
the
a
beginning.
country that pushed apartheid for decades. Like
No, exactly. It's
Yeah,
bare
I was
minimum.
gonna say,
Yeah.
Soha, could you like kind of like quickly explain? Because I'm sure there's people asking like or just wondering, can you explain what BDS is and what like the goal of BDS is? Because I feel like a lot of us have talked about boycotting on our own platforms, but we like at least when I try to explain BDS, it took me like 30 minutes to figure out how to explain it because I feel like it's yeah.
No, you're all good. And I love explaining BDS. And I actually have a presentation explaining BDS that I can pull up right now. But basically, BDS stands for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions, which basically pushes to like withdraw any sort of Israeli normalization. So boycotts specifically involve withdrawing support from Israel's apartheid regime, complicit Israeli sporting, cultural and academic institutions, and from all Israeli and international companies engaged in violations of Palestinian human rights. So an example of that would be what we just talked about, not buying Puma products because they were supplying uniforms for players within the Israeli settlements. Divestment is a campaign that urges banks, local city councils, churches, pension funds, and universities to withdraw investments from the state of Israel and all Israeli and international companies that sustain Israeli apartheid. So another example of this would be the University of Illinois at Chicago and the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, which are both like really huge universities, have huge investments with BlackRock. BlackRock is one of the main investors for Boeing. Boeing provides a majority of Israel's weaponry. So this is what we mean when we say like urging your universities to divest, because first of all, your endowment fund is supposed to go to your education. It should not be going to weapons manufacturers, like period. Whether it's about Palestine, whether it's about a country in Latin America or the US, like it doesn't matter. There's absolutely no reason that money that's being donated to your school should be invested in weaponry. And second of all, it defeats like the normalization of Israel and prevents them from getting the weapons that they use for apartheid. Another example of divestment would be my university has ties to a group called Jewish United Fund, which actually was one of the first organizations to buy land from Palestinians like prior to 1948. And with that land, they brought in like the Israeli gangs that then displaced my people in 1948. And then finally, sanctions is a campaign that pressures governments to fulfill their legal obligations to end Israeli apartheid and not aid or assist its maintenance by banning businesses with illegal Israeli settlements and military trade and free trade agreements, as well as suspending Israel's membership in international forums such as UN bodies and FIFA. So a great example of this would be the sports sanctions that apartheid South Africa faced in the 1990s was a huge part of the fall of apartheid South Africa. They were banned from like soccer competitions, cricket competitions, all of that, because people were like, we don't want white supremacists playing soccer and cricket alongside us. And it's the exact same thing happening with Israel. And that's why there are also talks of Israel being banned from like Eurovision, which I honestly still don't really know what Eurovision is completely, but I know it has something to do with like pop music. But either way, I don't want to see them in it. Whatever it is, there's no reason for Israel to be in that. So these are the things that we push. And so it's like boycotting is like individual level where you want to put your hard-earned money. Divestment is a lot larger level and has to do with your community. And divestment only works when you work alongside community organizations. So like almost every single SJP chapter is right now fighting for universities to divest. And then sanctions comes in where you pressure like your government, like your state government, federal government, as well as like whatever institutions may be funding Israeli apartheid. So that's basically like a really quick brief of what BDS is, but that was actually like kind of long. But yeah.
And then I saw someone asking about like Amazon. Amazon is on the BDS list, but I think it's on the pressure one. Because the thing is, the BDS movement recognizes that there's stuff like, for example, like stuff like Walmart, where it's like the only place you can go in like that's around you. That's why it's pressure and not like, because it's about like targeted boycotts. So if a whole bunch of people target one specific, well, I think there's like 10 specific companies, then that company's like, oh my God, like everyone's like ganging up on me, and then they'll stop. And then other companies will be like, shit, well, I don't want that to happen to me. So like, let me stop fucking around, you know? So Amazon, yes, it's on the BDS list to pressure them. And like, let's be serious. Like if you're ordering something from Amazon, if it's a necessity, there's things that you order on Amazon that you absolutely do not need to order from Amazon. Like you can go buy that at the store. And like, I know that you're like, oh, it's cheaper. Target price matches. Let's talk about that. Target price matches. So I don't want to hear no excuses. And Amazon is one of their certified retailers. And I know this because I'm that person in line in Target that will stay there for 20 minutes, price matching every single thing to not go to Amazon instead. So no excuses. But I guess for Amira and Ari that just joined, I guess like what made you guys like want to like, or just like how do you navigate your role as a creator when it comes to like uplifting Palestinian voices and stuff like that? Because I know you guys joined a little later.
Well, obviously, just like reposting, because I feel like reposting does a lot. I know most people don't see it as a lot, but like I see sometimes when I repost a video, whether it's about Sudan or Palestine, it gets like so much more engagement than it did before, especially when it comes from like smaller accounts. And just like what other people said earlier, letting people around you know, and also I don't know if this matters or not, but also pushing away Zionists away from your page. That's a good one, because let me tell you, a lot of people that used to follow, like I got attacked by so many Zionists. They used to follow, I'm like, I used to love you. Oh my God. I'm like, girl, unlove that love, because I'm not doing that. Absolutely unshalom that. Thank you very much. Because absolutely not. But I was gonna say that too, and I'm so grateful to like have a platform and give a little bit. It's like the least we could do, like post a link in our bio to help and just educate people. It's very, very small, minuscule, but it like that small thing becomes a big change impact. I don't know. I'm not a good public speaker. I'm so sorry.
No, you're right about the reposting thing, because I forgot who said it. I forgot who said it. They said it today. They were like, you don't need to be educated to press a repost button. Like, and even like, first of all, if you're uneducated months after this, that's on you. There's stuff that breaks it down,
Exactly.
Papa. Don't worry, Mama. There's stuff that talks to you like you're a child. But like a repost button, it's repost. Do you want to repost? Yes. It's literally that, like that. And
It's
then
like a second, but it does have such a big impact, and it
yeah.
educates so many people.
Yeah, go ahead. Ara.
Yeah, I think it's just really like knowing your place. Like I'm Middle Eastern, but I'm not Palestinian. So whenever I do have a reporter reach out to me, I immediately connect them with Palestinian mutuals, like immediately. I've done that multiple times just because like it's just knowing your place, knowing that okay, I want to help this movement, but I'm also not Palestinian, so I need to really focus on uplifting Palestinian voices, which does also tack on to like, reposting. There have been multiple times where I've talked about a story, but then I ran it by some friends who are Palestinian or who may be more educated on the topic than I am, making sure that I say the right thing, that is, acceptable. And I just really think, but I think the most important part, as well as bypassing a lot of the censorship too. So like I never type out the word Palestine. I always put P for Israel. I always put I. Like you have to also be very careful because they will get you really, really, really quick. So you have to be very creative as well. But I think the number one part of it is just knowing your place, because I remember Al Jazeera did a event in Doha, and almost everyone they invited was not Middle Eastern. I don't know if any
Is that
Palestinian.
the white guy that raised money to be able to go
Oh
and then
yes,
like
yes,
try to
Rathbone.
gaslight Palestinians for being
Yeah,
upset?
yeah. He fundraised around $13,000 with his GoFundMe, and then also attacked a Palestinian content creator and was like, "You're just mad that you weren't invited to Doha." When she called out that event and was like, also, I don't know, I might be ruffling some feathers with this, but Sean King was also at that event speaking for Palestinian people, and I was like, "Not your place, bro, not your place." So there's just like multiple things that have happened around this movement that just like is not people's place, and people just kind of go and they insert themselves, and it's just really knowing your place. Like you want to help a movement, but keep it at that, So that's what I have to say.
Totally agree. And I feel like as creators too, there's like an extra level of education, like an extra level that we have to hold ourselves accountable to. Like we were talking about this internally, Sean was talking about it, how a lot of the organic boycotts are awesome, and it's amazing that there's so much noise around that. But also as creators, it's really important for us to point people towards that BDS list that we were talking about earlier, because there are activists that have been involved in this movement and organizing a lot longer than any of us have, who are a lot more educated, who are like, no, we need a like concerted effort towards boycotting this one particular brand right now. And so I think that that's important too, while we're organically boycotting all these other brands, like supporting Starbucks Workers United and like boycotting Starbucks. It's also important to go look at that BDS list and to share that with our followers too.
No, 100%. And that's also another thing about BDS that like I honestly like personally have been finding kind of frustrating recently is like there's so much more focus on these countries that like or like these companies that like yes are doing bad, like Starbucks for example. They don't actually give money to Israel, but they like uphold Israeli normalcy and like the status quo. And I feel like if people took like so much as 25% of the energy that they have towards Starbucks and move that shit towards companies like Woodward and Boeing, and we're like, like in Chicago, like people were literally putting their arms in PVC pipes and chaining themselves together to prevent Woodward workers from getting inside of the factory. And they were able to halt almost like 6 or 7 hours of production. And I feel like that's like another thing that's kind of like, at least I find hard within like, so sort of like that social media activism is like ensuring that like we're bridging that gap between like educating and like awareness and like direct action. And I feel like that's another like super, super important thing to like uplift. Yeah.
Also, I see a lot of discourse around content creators, like especially like someone like me who's not like an activist, or like I just do the type of content I do is not towards like activism, but the discourse that like we shouldn't be speaking on these, or like a post that we make does nothing. And it's crazy to me because I don't think people realize, like, first of all, brands pay us to advertise, right? To these same followers that we have. And I don't know how people can put two to two that like we can't advertise something else and like have an impact. You get what I mean? If it's making sense. Like people like to be dumb about things. Like people don't use their brain cells, you know what I mean? And I just see a lot of discourse about that. That what we post and what we repost Like, what is a post gonna do? Like, I see that everywhere, to be honest. And yeah, I just wanted to put my input on that.
That's a really good point. It's just like when people say that, it's like this isn't like one of those situations where it's like it like we're in like the people that are like in the United States, people are like whatever country like you are, like this is something that like has been going on. And if you look at like Sudan, the Congo, things that like a silent genocide, people don't know these things are going on like day-to-day basis. Like this shit has been going on for like 75 fucking years. Like, and people are just now finding out about it. So it's like just the education, like, yeah, like people are right, like that isn't enough and you're right, but like that's the first step. Like it's really like you like educating yourself and then educating others, putting that like out there, like you may not have known this, I didn't know this, like, and then once everybody else knows it and they're like, wait a minute, like I don't like Israel, like fuck them, like then it's like things can change. Like that's like we just need like a big, like a large, like everybody to know and then do something and take action. If like half the people on this planet were like fuck Israel, like let's low-key like but like then like what are they really gonna do? What are they really gonna do?
Well, in going back a little bit to like what Michael, who's the first guest, was saying, like as Americans living in quote the belly of the beast, like us, even just as American citizens, like beyond being a content creator, that's why stuff like supporting sanctions is so insanely important. Like that is essentially what ended South African apartheid. And so that's why it's so important for like just everyday average Americans to be so educated on it. And that's one thing that's been kind of cool to see on social media too, is I'll see people on TikTok with like a couple hundred followers or like 1,000 followers or something, where it's like mostly family and friends, but they're like, hey guys, like I have a little platform here. I want to like share these resources, like direct y'all towards people who are doing this work. I think that that's a really, really cool way to use social media.
You know what's funny though? Like, I feel like a lot of the people that have those opinions have some like cognitive dissonance, because those are the same people that will go all in into like promoting their favorite celebrities like new album or like a new movie or whatever. Like these people will go all in into like Twitter beefing with people who like don't like their favorite celebrity or whatever, and then they'll be like, well, what's a post gonna do? You know, this reminds me a lot of like when Selena Gomez went on Instagram and she was like, oh, what is a post going to do? And then people were like, bitch, like you promote your stuff on Instagram. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, can we talk about that for y'all? I'm so sorry. I'm such a Selena Gomez hater. She takes to the internet to talk about mental health like every day, which is important. Mental health is important.
She takes a break like every 30 days.
Yeah, it's always like, guys, I'm getting bullied right now. And so we should talk about mental health, which again, talking about mental health is important. But for you to have that, and I notice that a lot with social media content creators too, is like you recognize the importance of your platform until it gets difficult. And then you're like, oh, what can I really do? It's like you seem to think that you can do a lot typically, you know?
Well, she was like, well, I'm going to take a break because this is too hard to talk about. And it's like, oh, that's not what it's the opposite.
Also the privilege. Yeah, you actually had a phenomenal video about this. I think about like, it is so privileged to be like, oh, I need to take a break. I need to get off of social media. Like, no, that's a luxury that is not given to so many people. You don't get to take a break, you know?
Just to add to that, I just wish one person that would like speak on it or just like post a link would be Taylor Swift. Cause like she has like such a cult following and like most of like white South America loves her. So like if they just get educated, like y'all, the power.
And didn't she take like the whole directory on something about something with voting, I think.
Yeah, she has like a big,
I-
a lot of people vote because of her. So imagine just posting just an educational link, like a paragraph.
When people like to act dumb, like, oh my god.
I think a
feel
lot of,
like,
sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Or I was just saying these like white neoliberals like literally are so like separated from the ways that like politics affects their like daily life. Like even like back to the thing about Selena Gomez of how like she uplifts this stuff about mental health and like, you know, the importance of mental health without acknowledging the ways in which politics affects mental health, and how like one of the worst things for mental health is colonialism, because colonialism is like wide scale mass trauma onto people. And like being a Palestinian, like witnessing a genocide of your people is like a trauma that like words will never be able to like describe how that shit feels. And so it's so weird to like see these people be like, I care about like mental health and trauma and stuff like that, when it means like getting a freaking Xanax prescription. But like when it's actually like the ways in which people's lives are like actively like being destroyed on like this huge big scaled thing, like it's like so crazy to me, like just like the lack of like understanding within those two.
I was gonna add, I feel like the illusion of celebrity is kind of disappearing, like the level we held them at, and like now we're finally considering like that Eat the Rich could include like Selena Gomez and like that kind of thought process. We're kind of like fighting that now.
Before we
was
talk
gonna
about, I was gonna say before we talk about Miss Fotina, faux as in fake. Oh,
Wait,
I do
Wait,
believe
what?
in.
wait, are we talking about? Wait, are we talking about?
No, not who. Connor, stop being messy. Connor, stop
Why I want to wait, but like, can we talk about the guy?
Huh?
Can we talk about the guy?
Which guy? Or
I'm
not
confused.
Keatsman Hour.
I don't know.
I was talking about Selena
No, because
Gomez.
someone
I
was in the
consider-
chat. People
I
were in the
consider-
chat saying stuff. People in the chat saying, like, can you talk about?
I consider Selena Gomez a fake Latina. I don't care. But anyways, before we get back into going in on Selena Gomez, reminder to check out the GoFundMe in the link in the bio. We're raising money for eSIMs in Gaza, so go donate what you can or share the link, post it on your story. If you're thinking about buying something unnecessary, just know it could be going to eSIMs in Gaza. So I want that to sit in your mind, right? I could go to the casino this weekend, but guess what? I'm gonna use that money to donate it to eSIMs in Gaza because I have morals and you have morals too. I know you do. That's why you're in this live. So you put your morals where your money is, or whatever the phrase is. Anyways, back to Selena Gomez. I don't give a fuck. Like, people are like, oh, don't deny her heritage. No, she wants to make all these documentaries about how like she loves immigrants and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, so you care about refugees when it's the United States and they look like you. But when they speak Arabic and they're over there in Palestine, all of a sudden you don't care. And she's like, oh, what is the post gonna do? You have 400 million followers.
She's like, isn't she like the most
Same thing with Taylor Swift. Like
you are the most followed woman on, like, I'm pretty sure most followed woman on Instagram. You have more followers than the population of the United States, I think. Don't fact check me on that. I don't care if I'm wrong. But it's like, what do you mean like a post is not gonna do anything? Like,
but honestly, like, it's not surprising though, because I mean, I didn't watch her documentary, but I know there's like a whole section,
nobody
like
did.
It's pretty like white saviory, where she like goes like, I think it's a country in Africa. I'm forgetting the name. Like, she goes there, and these girls are literally talking about how they've gone through so much abuse, and then she's like, "Do you believe in love?" Like, this type of people, they do not have the like mental capacity to understand that there's people that have like completely different issues than what they have. Like, this lady wakes up and she like worries about like whatever Justin Bieber's wife did, you know, like that's what they do every day. So I don't like, I'm not surprised that these like capitalists are behaving the way that they are, because that's basically like their brand and that's how they make money. And she isn't like the CEO of Rare Beauty like a Zionist. Like,
that literally is her brand.
Isn't she also like a UNICEF ambassador too? Like, or like a UNICEF rep or something like that? Like, she
I feel
literally
like
is
that
one of the
literally
biggest
means like
celebrities.
nothing though. Like, I feel like, I don't know. Like, I mean, Lady Gaga one time met with the Dalai Lama, you know, but like, did anything actually come from that? Like, nothing. I feel like that's like another thing of like these sort of like celebrities that paint themselves as these like philanthropists and stuff like that. And like, end of the day, like, do I think that Taylor Swift will ever be capable of like understanding the nuance of Palestinian history? Absolutely not. And do I necessarily think she has the power to free Palestine? No, I don't. But if she were to make a post tomorrow to be like, hey, everybody show up, we're going to storm the White House January 6th, part 2 until they call for a ceasefire and stop sending weapons, then it would be January 6th, part 2. Like, that's the thing, is like, she has the power to like engage people in organizing and in activism, but she chooses not to. But that doesn't necessarily mean that like, I think she's going to give some great, like, I don't think she should be the pinnacle of education, you know, any of these celebrities. But like, they have the power to really like engage people. And I feel like that's the most frustrating part, is like, that's really, you're doing the bare minimum, you know, like, tell people to read a book. Like, it's so crazy.
And I also feel like a lot of people think that pressuring celebrities doesn't work. False. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm pretty sure Shakira and Beyonce both canceled like shows in Israel because of BDS and because the movement got so much attention that Shakira was like, you know what? Maybe not. Now, Shakira hasn't spoken now because, listen, this is none of my business. But to the Middle Eastern people in here, if you want to speak on Shakira claiming something when she don't, that's not my business. I'm not Arab. I'm not Middle Eastern. I can only speak to her Latina side, but y'all can go ahead and take that because to me, it's when it's convenient. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, also, oh, so sorry, Soha, you go.
No, you go ahead. I was gonna say after we wrap this part of the conversation up, we can start the Kahoot.
Yes. Wait, I'm so excited for
And
the
wait, will the viewers be able to join for that?
No, because I have the free version of Kahoot, so I can only have 10 people. So sorry, guys.
Honestly, that's okay. Once we tried to play a game with our viewers and it got really weird really quick. No offense to the viewers. Y'all are awesome. Thank you for being here. But you never know. No, one thing with celebrities too, I feel like is even, and it's not the most important thing at all, it is bare minimum, but I think even just like narrative changing is so important because Israeli propaganda is so prevalent in the US. Like being pro-Palestine is almost seen as like a niche opinion when it so objectively should not be. And so having these like mainstream celebrities speak out and be like, hey, this thing that is insanely evil and wrong is evil and wrong, I feel like could just change the general vibe around this conversation.
And when you look at celebrities like Kehlani, like people with that are massive celebrities who are just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, this is just right. I'm not selling out for shit.
No, and that's why it kills me.
Lauren Haragi, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and then like influencers who, I'm sorry, none of you are nearly as important as a lot of these. Like, I swear to God, the ego of a lot of these people is like actually deranged, and you really need to stop thinking you're as important as you think that you are. And I will never say that to anybody besides a TikToker, but the fact that you are too scared to use your platform to talk about Palestine, I'm sorry, but you're a coward and Jahannam awaits you. Like, okay, I'm not gonna deal with you. Allah will deal with you in the afterlife. Okay, so let's leave it at that. That's my take on my hatred towards influencers.
And I could name names. I want to name names.
We really could. But will
I
we?
say, okay, listen, if anyone wants to go cameras off, listen, I messed
I'm like, would we get
Okay,
into
let me
deep
start.
trouble?
Let me start.
You can do it camera on. It's okay.
Do I have permission? I'll say one.
Oh, wait, text it to Vic just to make sure.
Well, we know what she's gonna say.
Put it in. I have a list.
Vic, can we?
Oh, yeah, truly does have a list, but
if you truly would rather us not, then we won't. But
we won't. But like, it's still just like, when people are like, it's funny.
It's another Selena Gomez.
Truly.
It's
wait,
true.
I'm talking about the other one too.
I think if anyone wants to name names, I feel like we're
talking about Olivia Juliana. Let's play the Kahoot. Let's play the Kahoot. Oh my God.
I'm just saying.
Let's play the Kahoot. No more.
Fuck Biden supporters.
No more talking.
Can you guys see the screen?
Yes. Oh, wait, yeah, it shows up on the live too.
Okay, awesome. Wait, okay. No, wait, live viewers, do not join. Do not join.
Oh shit.
Wait, okay, wait, stop. Okay, wait. You guys that are here, join. Fuck.
Rude. Actually, I'm
It's
so
so funny.
sure
I
people
can't
thought
wait
they
to
were
end
supposed
up
to
on-
join, but still rude, you guys.
Well, I can't wait to end up on Twitter later.
Wait, is there
I can wait, actually. I can wait. I prefer to not be on Twitter.
Is Juju Jesus? Or is that a random?
Jesus, is that you?
Jesus here? Oh,
I'm
hi.
here. No, I didn't get the game pinned.
Oh,
Yeah, me neither. I
None
didn't
of
get
us
it
did.
either.
The
Wait,
viewers
let's
are first.
Oh yeah, put it in the chat.
Here.
Wait, can we play? Jesus, are you playing on your phone?
I'm playing on my laptop.
Oh, okay.
Wait, can you put the website too? Because I didn't get that either. I'm sorry.
It's like Kahoot.it.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna send the code in the chat.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm so stupid. I don't know how to play any games. Okay, hold on.
Vic's having like a panic attack right now.
Me, literally. Listen, y'all, I'm the grandmother of Gen Z for change. Okay, I'm a 25-year-old woman.
No, I can
do
just
not
imagine
know
Vic.
how to
She's
use
like,
technology.
damn, the shit that I'm gonna have to deal with later, the paperwork.
Paperwork.
What does paperwork actually look like when people are like jobs? Like, what does Grimes like? Remember, like when Grimes was like,
Connor, you signed a contract. work with us.
What contract did I sign?
Actually, maybe you didn't. I'll send it to you later. I'm sure you signed at least one. I don't know. Wait, where's the link to the
Soha is using Soha will be right
Wait.
back, everybody, and we will start the live.
Okay,
So
I need to come up with a name.
if I'm too stupid to figure this out, y'all can join.
oh,
Y'all
you're so right. I need to come up with a funny.
Victoria, you have to click join game once you're on the Kahoot website. It's like on
It's
the side.
Jesus. I was gonna try Tony,
Like
but
one
that
that
was
says
no.
play,
So
or there's like
this
a
is
button
the
that says
problem. I don't know how to get to the Kahoot website. Oh, thank you, Zoe.
Vic, you're like a millennial sometimes.
Tony, do not even start. I cannot handle
Wait,
that.
what year? Oh, maybe not. Let me ask that. But like,
You're trying to get her doxxed.
no, yeah. Let's just social security last 4 digits.
Y'all, the way that I've answered that on a live before, thank God no one watches my lives.
Oh,
Are you joking?
No, I did it to be funny. Worked out fine though. If someone wants my credit card debt, they can have it. All right,
let me
I'm
see.
in. Oh wait,
Watch
no.
you win the lottery one day.
They might go deeper into that.
My loans, everything.
Deeper into what?
Didn't
What are
join
you
yet.
talking about, Jesus?
Who
Huh?
didn't?
What are you
Who's-
talking about?
Bella Hadid.
Oh, nothing.
That's a mirror.
That's Amira, Bella Hadid.
Oh, the fact that you guys don't know an A-list celebrity is in the present.
Like,
Runway model couture. She made Shalom look like who? Who's that?
I'll join as Gigi Hadid. I need you guys to understand that if I'm like in like not winning, you guys need to start getting questions wrong because I cannot handle not winning this. I don't think I've lost a Kahoot since like 6th grade.
This is the
Wait, I get
ultimate
competitive too. I need someone to leak.
Wait,
the
Soha,
answer.
you also can't play, right?
I'm not playing. I'm gonna be
Okay.
the teacher. I'm gonna go through each.
Oh, I
question.
actually got out. I'm gonna go back in. I'm so sorry.
No, you're all good.
You're good.
Guys, somebody join us, Mohammed Hadid. We have both the Hadid.
Oh,
sisters.
everyone in the chat's like, let's go.
It didn't start yet, right?
Oh wait, are we doing funny names? Oh my God,
so
that's so
impatient.
embarrassing.
I have a
My
good
name
one.
is just Vic.
My nickname used to be Conorrhea.
Okay, all
I
of
don't know
these
if I typed
random.
right.
Okay, is
Okay.
everyone in so we can start?
Yes. So I'm gonna share screen. Okay.
Okay.
It's beginning. Wait. Okay. Zoom
Oh,
is
I should have Conor.
start.
Okay, I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Right, I'm excited. Wait, I can't do full screen.
Oh, it's just sign live stream. Okay.
Okay, I'm nervous. Does anyone else want to pee?
Oh my
Guys,
god.
everybody in the live, comment what you think the answer is. What does Nexa refer to?
Oh.
Ooh, I don't.
Oh, we're off to a strong start.
Wait, why am I
much
only
time do we
seeing
have?
shapes?
How much time do we have?
I also only see shapes.
Oh, can you guys see my screen?
No, yeah, you have to look at her screen. You
I
have
have
to
to look at Soha's screen.
Guys, there are 4
And
seconds left.
that's okay. Don't share it with them, Soha. Don't share.
No.
Don't share
Oh
it with
no.
them.
Oh, I'm just. Oh no, I've lost the tab.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Oh,
How did y'all not know that?
I've almost only one person got it wrong. So Nexa refers to the 1967 war, which was an Israeli land grab that displaced 150,000 Palestinians. Oh my God, my dog is speaking. And it was also the beginning of the occupation of the Palestinian territories of West Bank and Gaza as we know it today, and where those terms came from. So prior to the 1967 war, Egypt had control of Gaza and Jordan had control of West Bank. And during this war, Israeli grabbed it, or is the Israeli government and like military grabbed it from Egypt and Jordan. So yes, good job.
Wait. Show who's in first
So
place. Show who's in first
evil.
place.
They're so evil. Like if there's viewers,
Who's-
anything that
who's
y'all gotta take
Tony?
away from this.
Who's Tony?
they're
Hi,
fucking-
That's
Tony.
not me. That's not me. Jesus, you're sick. You're sick. Oh, I thought it was in
Tied
first
for last with
place.
Bella Hadid.
Okay, next question. True or false? Nexa translates to setback. Does it?
Yeah, can I phone a friend?
The friend being Soha. I'm gonna text Salma real quick.
Guys, you have 8 seconds.
I type fast.
Hard.
How are there 19 answers?
I think the on the screen.
Did more people join? Okay. True.
Wait, the game pin is on the bottom. Wait, the game pin is on the bottom.
But I thought only 10 people could join. Okay, you know what? Whoever else is in it.
Yeah,
feel
whoever
free.
wants to join, fuck it, come play.
So Nexa translates to setback because, as I said before, it was an added Israeli land grab that happened 19 years after the 1948 Nakba, which translates to catastrophe. So this was a huge setback for the liberation movement. But obviously we kept it pushing. So next
Okay,
question.
we need to beware of inappropriate names.
Oh, true.
Yes, I'm just like, let's be careful.
If someone has an inappropriate name, kick them out. Kick them out.
I don't even know how I can do that.
Well, then we'll just go buy it really fast and hope they're dumbass.
Please don't have an inappropriate name, is what I'll say. Okay, next question. Oh, wait.
Gigi Hadid on top. Yes, yes.
That gonorrhea is not
True or
me.
false? Right of return means 1967 borders. Absolutely everyone should be getting this right. Because so help me God.
Wait, Soha, can you cancel it out of the player limit reach?
Yeah, I didn't read it.
Oh, yeah. Right of return means 1967 borders. Oh my God. Please stop trying to join. Like, Jesus.
If you join, you're gay.
Who
gay.
said true? Who said true? Who said true?
Wait, can you look through the answers?
Speak
It was Tony.
It was Jesus. It was Jesus. It was me.
So when we say 1967 borders, that means two-state solution, which means Palestinians would only be granted the land within Gaza and within West Bank. But Gaza and West Bank are like colonial entities. Like there's no reason that like I should say my family's from West Bank. My family's from Palestine, like from the river to the sea. When we say that, we mean the entire land of Palestine. Okay, so no two-state solutions in here.
Yup.
There.
Oh.
Wow, GG.
Yep. That's me. That's me. Yeah. And nothing for Bella Hadid. Nothing for Bella Hadid.
Stop.
I'll get you. Don't worry.
Next question. Another true or false. Second Intifada is also referred to as Intifadat al-Aqsa. Is it?
Me, I'm like, okay.
I don't know.
Guys, you got it. I believe in you.
Don't.
Period.
It's okay. See, even this just gives us an opportunity to further educate ourselves, like everyone in the live should be doing.
See,
because
people
guess
in
what?
the comments
Educating
are
yourself
right.
is a continuous process.
And I'm seeing some TikTok commenters getting it right. Aminu, you got it right on the comments, but true. So the reason it's called Intifadat al-Aqsa is because the catalyst for the second Intifada was Ariel Sharon, who was the Israeli prime minister at the time, stormed Al-Aqsa Mosque, which, if you don't know, is one of like the holiest sites in Islam. It's inside of Al-Quds, which Al-Quds is Jerusalem, and he stormed it with about 1,000 like military personnel. They beat the crap out of everybody. It was like absolutely heinous and disgusting. And that was the catalyst for the second Intifada, Intifada meaning uprising. So that's why it's sometimes referred to as Intifadat al-Aqsa. Yay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that. Yeah.
My name.
Honey, can you move?
No, sorry. So Alexis is Googling the answers, y'all. We need to disqualify. She's my biggest competition.
I saw a comment on the TikTok live saying last Ramadan. So actually, yes and no. So last Ramadan, the Israeli soldiers did storm Al-Aqsa, and it's actually something that they've started doing almost every single Ramadan, which if you don't know what Ramadan is, it's like the holiest month within Islam, and we fast and we pray, and it ends with Eid. But basically, yeah, they do that frequently. However, when it happened in the second Intifada, that was in like the early 2000s. So this is sort of like referring to a different time that happened. But unfortunately, yes, it is pretty routine for the occupation forces. Okay, next question.
There's no reason at a time. I'm the winner. Oh, okay.
And multiple of these might be right. But also maybe none of them are right. But only maybe one of them is right.
Well, if none of them are right, I'm gonna be mad. Don't even try. I can't lose my place.
I'm also
Can we select both?
I think you can only select one on Kahoot, but if it's like one of the right ones, then it still counts as right. Both were right.
I was
okay?
scared. I was scared.
Right? You got it. So basically, the idea of destroy to replace. So for example, one thing that the Israeli occupation forces do is they cut down fig trees and olive trees, and they replace them with pine trees, which are not native to Palestine. And it's actually like legitimate environmental terrorism, what that does to like the area, because those pine trees then kill the native trees around it. So that's an example of like destroying to replace in terms of like an environmental lens, but also of course destroying Palestinian homes to replace it with homes for Zionists. And then also the indigenization of the settler, which is the idea that, you know, like these Zionists that came from like random freaking countries are actually indigenous to Palestine. But it's also important to note that the idea of indigeneity is like a colonial term. Like people aren't like inherently indigenous, and I feel like it also kind of pushes people down the route of race science, which we should not be doing. But an indigenous person cannot exist without the presence of a colonial, like, you know, a colonial presence. So that's also why like the idea of the indigenization of the settler relies directly on colonialism. So yeah, that's good job, everyone. Everyone got that right.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're so smart. So much
Alex,
thanks to
I
the
need you to
professor.
hop off. Alexis, I need you to like get off me.
I need you to move.
Like,
How is Connor beating me now? Rude, Connor.
Not
That's not
beating
me.
you.
That's not me.
Connor's about to
Wait,
get
who's
fired.
Connoria?
I don't know.
You're first place and you're still telling people second place to hop off.
no, like,
Tony,
Okay.
it's giving that you're like very selfish.
okay.
Zionism is a religious ideology, political ideology, type of food, or term for Jewish people.
Alexis, pick type of food real quick, please. Please.
Let's see. I don't know the answer to this one.
Girlbot.
Kidding. Okay, it's a political ideology. So as said by Theodore Herzl himself, which is, you know, referred to as like the father of Zionism, it's a political ideology, a colonial ideology, meant to basically give Jewish people like their own state on Palestinian land, which of course is colonialism. Oh yeah, looking good.
Can you move?
Like, ugh.
You're too fast. What the-
I hate metidas, like tanga. Andas tan metida in me, like, oh,
Nancy Kerrigan him. Like cut his
Ooh.
knee off.
Okay, what is Sykes-Picot agreement?
Oh, I know this.
It's a type of food.
We
God,
did a video
y'all, I
about
spent
this.
hours scripting a video about this,
Yeah,
and
we did a
it's
video. This
so
was
bad.
in one of the I think this was in part 1 or
Yeah.
part 2 of the history.
I think it was part 1. And if you're watching, you should go watch those videos because we go
Exactly.
into
And if you already didn't, I mean, you're dumb.
So after World War I, following the, you know, demise of the Ottoman Empire, the European powers, so like Italy, Britain and stuff, France, they decided to cut up the Middle East, give it the names that it has today. So like, you know, Syria, Iraq, like all of that, and basically give somebody the power to control it. So when this happened, Palestine was given to the British. Now, what made this especially heinous was that the Middle Eastern people, like the Palestinian people, for example, because I feel like that's where like I have the best history knowledge, were told that if they fought against the Ottomans on the side of the Allied powers, that Palestine would become its own state. And then, of course, that didn't end up happening. And then there was the creation of like the British Mandate when the British then had control of Palestine. And it was during the British Mandate that the British then gave control of Palestine to the Zionists. So it basically all goes back to like Britain, as it usually does. But yeah, so that is the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
It's always them. It's always the Europeans.
There's always them. Who's up there? Wow, Tony is not
Yeah.
moving.
Alexis, how does that feel? How does that feel?
Get
How?
Yeah, Mama, how does that feel? How does that feel?
You gotta go
Defeat.
faster.
I'm coming.
Okay, next question. In 1935, what did dock workers in Jaffa find? This is a very specific one. Food? Wait, now I'm realizing the answer is so freaking obvious. It's actually
No, he was just stuffed in a little tiny box, the little tiny man.
That's how he was born.
Like a little tiny appendage.
So it was, how did anybody get that wrong? That's actually so, okay, whatever. Okay, so basically what happened was dock workers in Jaffa in 1935, so this was during the British Mandate and was actually the catalyst for the 1936 uprising against the British mandate in Palestine. As dock workers were, moving different boxes from the docks, they dropped one, and it was like a block of cement. And when it crushed, when they dropped it, they found a bunch of weapons fall out of it. And that was when they found out that Britain was actually arming the Zionist settlers that were coming in during the British mandate. And that was sort of like their preparation for 1948. And with these like Zionist gangs that would then commit the atrocities of the Nakba. So that was like organizations like the Haganah, which, if you don't know, the Haganah was the original Israeli occupation forces. When the occupation forces turned into what it is today, they were like, it was a direct change from the Haganah to that, which was essentially just like a white supremacist like street gang. So crazy. Okay. Dang, Tony's up there. Okay. What does 48 Palestinian refer to? And when I say Israel proper, I mean like what is referred to as Israel. Or Palestinians expelled in 1948, Palestinians in diaspora, Palestinians in the US. Is it?
I think I knew this one. I'm not sure.
I think I got this one wrong.
I got it.
Right? So it's actually two answers, because the thing is, a lot of the Palestinians living in 48 territory were expelled from like their original homes in like the Nakba, but ended up moving to different areas. So like for example, like the village of Ikrit was like they were expelled during, I think it actually might have been 67. And so those people, some of them left and some moved to like areas like Haifa, which is in like Israeli proper. So yeah, that's like what the term, and that's why when people call them Arab Israelis, that's a stupid term that you should never call a Palestinian living in 48, because they're not just Arab, they're Palestinian, but they're also especially not Israeli. So yeah.
What are the TikTok comments saying? Is everyone cheering me on and rooting for the downfall of Alexis? Oh, she got that one wrong. She got that one wrong. Yeah. How does it feel?
Going back to what Soha said though, like literally like Israel, like they ban DNA tests. They don't, there's no such thing as like genetically Israel, like you're European. You're all like just European.
And that's why they're in all those European things, Eurovision, like it don't make
Yeah,
sense.
Eurovision. Like, I was like, why are you in Eurovision? I was like,
They changed their names too. They changed their names too. Special shout out.
oh yeah, no, someone
Netanyahu, because that's not your guys' real names.
Someone donated to the GoFundMe, which you all should be doing. Someone donated to the GoFundMe, and their name was Gal Greenstein, which is Gal Gadot's original name before she changed it to sound indigenous to Palestine.
That is no. When I found that out, I dropped up. What the fuck?
I made a video about.
Psycho.
I made a video about that, and there's like a Reddit page about how I'm anti-Semitic.
Everybody on Reddit does not get any action, and that's why they're there.
All right, next.
Vic, I think they're running like a little late, so we have time to finish this. The Kahoot. What's wrong with Oslo?
Yeah, we'll get a notification.
What is wrong with the Oslo Accords?
I'm gonna be so honest, I don't know.
This one took me a second.
I think it's yellow.
Or is it blue or green or red? I don't know.
Yes.
Ooh, it was two of them. So it was a two-state solution signed by traitor Yasser Arafat, who destroyed his legacy by signing the Oslo Accords. But also it meant nothing. It said that Israel wouldn't expand settlements into West Bank territory, and between the years of when it was signed, which I believe was 1993, up until the start of the Second Intifada, West Bank settlements actually expanded. They tripled, and it was about over 100,000 settlers that went into those settlements. So it was meaningless, and that is also the perfect example of why a two-state solution will never work, is that even when there have been peace talks and two-state solution agreements signed, it was never respected by the apartheid regime. So yeah. Oh.
I think, is this the last question?
Yeah. See how Alexis hasn't even hit 8K? That's crazy.
Everyone pray on his downfall.
Wait. Gabby, we need Gabby. Gabby, run upstairs and steal Tony's phone.
What?
Wait, 2021 when the Sheikh Jarrah uprisings happened? Do we know what those were? Do people in the comments?
Yeah.
Oh, and somebody in the comments just said, I thought Yasser Arafat was fighting against the occupation. So for a period of time, he was, when he was leading the Palestinian like PLO in the beginning of its era. But the PLO slowly turned into what it is today, which is the Palestinian Authority, which upholds like two-state status quo. But yeah, so he's basically an example of like somebody that like at one point was, and during the era when like the PLO started, it was heavily like Arab nationalism within like the Arab world. But as time went on, he ended up signing these agreements. But at the same time, I don't like to sort of like pass too much judgment on those people because A, like I grew up in diaspora, so I don't know what it's like to be like working for like a resistance organization and founding a resistance organization in, you know, Palestine. But also there was like a lot of threats that he got to his family and stuff if he didn't sign these sorts of agreements. Me personally, I don't see myself ever doing something like that, but also you don't really know until you're in that situation.
Someone in the chat asked, did those uprisings happen because of the death of the journalist Shireen?
No, so actually Shireen died while like telling like while doing stories about the Sheikh Jarrah uprisings. What happened was 6 Palestinian families in Sheikh Jarrah, the most notable of which was the El Kurd family. So Mohammed El Kurd and Muna El Kurd recorded this video of this settler who was from Brooklyn. And goes up and he's in their backyard and they're like, you need to get out of my backyard. And he's like, no, like this is mine now. This is mine. And that's basically how like the settlers do it when they like expel people. And they're like, no, this isn't your land. Like this is my house. You're like in my house right now. And he said to them the famous quote, if I don't take it, someone else will, which was like crazy. And it was on video and people still were like, well, he was right. And it's like insane. So after this, like after that happened and that video went viral and exploded, there were a bunch of protests that like erupted, not only in Palestine and in Sheikh Jarrah, but also like all over the diaspora. Chicago is having like back-to-back protests. And it obviously got like very bloody within West Bank when this was happening. And yeah, that was basically the circumstances with which Shireen Abu Akleh died. And for people who don't know who Shireen Abu Akleh is, she is a Palestinian-born journalist who is also a U.S. citizen and works for Al Jazeera. She was like murdered in Palestine when talking about like when recording about the Sheikh Jarrah uprisings, and Israel for the longest was like, we didn't do it. And then it was like documents released that they did do it, and they were like, okay, we did, but sorry. But they didn't actually say sorry, and nothing happened. And the U.S. obviously did nothing to intervene. So that is an example also of how this affects you. You know, if you're a U.S. born citizen, that literally means nothing in the state of Israel. Like they'll still murder you in cold blood, and nothing will happen. So yeah. Tony on top.
Yeah.
How do we need someone to unplug his Wi-Fi.
Okay, what happened in Tormasaya in 2023? Tormasaya also referred to as T3 by the Mo monies that are from there. It got freed, and Netanyahu built a house. A group of Israeli settlers burned homes, cars, and terrorized people. 500 Palestinian families were displaced from their homes.
I have a feeling this has more than one answer.
It does. So basically what happened in Tormasaya in 2023 was that hundreds of settlers they planned it for weeks, and they basically stormed the village. It's a village in West Bank, it's right next to Ramallah, and they went in and just like terrorized a bunch of people. And one important note is that one of the Congress people from Illinois, his name is oh my God,
He was there?
Rashid Ahmed or something. Yeah, he was in Tormasaya and he was actually stuck there while it was happening, because the settlers were going around like murdering people. He couldn't leave his house. And that's so crazy because even then the US did nothing when there's a literal political official representing one of the largest like Palestinian condensed areas within Illinois. They still didn't do anything when he was like stuck in like Tormasaya as this was happening. It was really crazy. And yeah, the stories from it are insane. I have a bunch of friends that are from there, and like when they talk about like their family like trying to get out when it was happening is like just like truly like insane. And the fact that like this is also when people are like, you don't like the Israeli government. Like the problem is with the Israeli government didn't do this. This was the settlers. They planned this they organized this and did this, and the IOF was standing right behind them as they did it.
Oh my
So
God, like what they're doing right now to like aid trucks that are trying to get into Gaza and help people. Fucking like settlers are sitting there like trying to block the trucks. You're evil. You have no soul. You're gonna burn in fucking hell.
No,
no, literally.
they're proud of it. Have you guys seen the videos of the guy on Omegle with Israelis?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're so bold behind a fucking screen.
I'm Zach,
And
you
it's
guys have
mostly, it's like children too. Like,
but it's crazy. It's like, okay, let's say you think like you're pro Israel, whatever, but just there's a fine line between being pro this, pro that, versus like you think children deserve to die and other horrific things they say in those lives. I'm like,
They
there's
say
no way you guys are thinking this. Like, let's get rid of the whole pro this, pro that. You alone having that mindset, like it's okay for kids to get killed and people to get terrorized, is insane.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, right. Next question. Okay, true or false? Here's the last one. Nothing was happening in Palestine prior to October 7th.
No, I lost connection.
Oh.
No, no, no. No, I lost connection. Oh my
Good
gosh.
13
If
seconds.
I lose this, I'm going. I lost connection. Okay, okay, I have it now. Oh,
Oh,
my
Tony's
God.
lying.
No, I swear I lost connection because I was busy texting. Okay, okay, okay.
You're still in
False.
first place.
So, as we all know, the occupation of Palestine has existed for over 75 years, starting with the British Mandate and moving on to the Zionist regime. As we know, the resistant movement has been working for a long time prior to October 7th, and the resistance movement has looked different in a lot of ways, for example, like the Great March of Return, and also keeping in mind that resistance is, in fact, legal by UN law and backed by UN law. So, there's just this huge myth with people that like it all started within October 7th, but obviously like, that's not the case. You just may have heard about it only after October 7th. So yeah, thank you everybody for doing the Kahoot. Let's see who the winner is.
I mean, hey.
No, I got
Thank
fourth
you, Glenn.
place. I want it to be fucking streamed.
Oh, look how cute Alexis looks in second place.
That's Albert Einstein.
cheater. He's a cheater.
Yeah.
Yay,
yeah,
Gigi
yeah.
the D.
Peter,
Yeah.
You're a moose.
Yeah.
lies.
I decided to be
You
nice
may
and
have
let
won,
win,
but you're a
because you're my
moose.
sister.
You're literally a mantle.
Yeah. I mean, hey. I just want to thank all my supporters, especially my Palestinian supporters. If I have any Z-word supporters, I hate you from the bottom of my heart.
No, dot.
I don't consider you a real supporter. But I mean, what do we expect? I mean, Alexis, all I have to say to you is top 2, and I'm not number 2. So
Damn, you're gonna let him talk to you like that? That's crazy.
No, I got all these from my brain. Somebody was Googling. That's not.
Let's
Somebody
stop.
had to go
Exactly. I
It's
stand by
jealousy.
Alexis.
Wait,
Hashtag
stop.
Alexis #1 to us, but it's #2 to
It's
you.
jealousy.
So
It is.
Wait, stop
I'm
screen
gonna stop sharing my
Let's
screen.
do
Okay,
that.
yeah. Okay.
So what do I win? So I want everyone in the live right now to donate to the GoFundMe as my prize, or you can send me a multicolored.
In the Gen Z for Change
find
bio.
one. I can't find a red keffiyeh. So if you have one and want to send it to me as my prize, I won't say no. I won't say no.
Oh my God.
Yay! Thank you everyone for being here for that.
Oh my
These
God,
are
thanks for
these
having
are the
us.
only creators that you should be watching or following. Unfollow everybody else, honestly.
Especially if their name starts with an S.
huh?
Oh, Selena
Y'all
Gomez.
dumb.
Selena.
Selena Gomez.
Oh no, I was talking about
Wait, say it in the chat. Say it in the chat. I actually have no idea who you're talking about.
S.
Oh, S. Oh, Vic, it's S. My whole thing with Por el Cambio. S.
Wait, I'm still confused, but don't say anything.
I'll text you. I'll text you. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Like, y'all
Okay.
no,
Never
because the
mind.
team.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
Anyways,
be mindful of who you follow, and if they look ugly,
Amira, I'll text you. I'll text you.
oh, I know who. No, I don't. Please text me. Thank you.
put her onto that story. Oh, I wish I could tell everyone that story, but
It's
it would
like
be
a whole lore. I'll tell you off camera, Amira.
Just be
Mhm.
mindful of who y'all follow, the viewers,
Sure.
because people show their true colors, and just go with it.
Anyways, Soha, do you want to like? I don't know how to say it how do you say despedir in English? Like kick out? That sounds so bad.
Yeah.
Like,
So everybody, please leave. We have somebody else that's about to be joining in like 0.2 seconds. So yes, thank you all for being here though. Like this is really amazing. I
Stay
feel like
for Dubke.
yeah, stay for Dubke. If you're watching,
Yeah.
and even the creators that are here right now, we're gonna learn how to Dubke. We're gonna learn how Dubke is part of like resistance. It's so important to keep Palestinian culture alive, and it's also super freaking fun. So yeah, stick around for that. Make sure you keep watching.
And we'll
And
be in the chat.
look around as a viewer. We need to leave
Yeah,
it
yeah.
live.
We'll be in the chat
We need to leave
responding.
this
We'll be
room.
in the chat responding to all y'all's comments and stuff
Bye,
like that.
guys.
Bye, Jesus. Bye,
Thank
Elizabeth.
you.
Bye, Ari. Bye.
Bye.
That was
We
crazy
got rid of
intense.
my competition. I can leave
The
now.
chat was going crazy. I'm sorry. People were picking sides.
Wait.
People were feuding.
Wait, we're
Wait,
still
wait.
live.
What was the stat?
We're
What
still
was the
alive.
status?
Yeah.
What was the
Still
status
alive.
with me?
Yeah.
What was the status with me before I
Wait.
leave? Were they on my side?
No,
Um,
I hated you, Tony. People
no.
were googling.
They were preying on my downfall. What a bunch of haters.
Sure.
Anyways,
A
bye
little
guys.
bit.
Talk to you guys later. Bye.
There's someone in the chat. Just question. There's someone in the chat that keeps saying, "Comadre, we're rooting for you." Am I comadre?
No, comadre es Jesus.
Oh
I'm
my
go.
god. Because the person also followed me, so I was so fucking confused because I wanted to acknowledge them, but I was like, it doesn't seem like they're talking about me. Okay, breakout room. Okay.
Also want to
welcome.
remind everyone to go to the link in our bio. We've gotten a whole bunch of questions during the live and I've been trying to answer them. But just to remind you guys, anything you're donating to that GoFundMe goes straight to buy eSIMs for people in Gaza. And we're going to buy 200 eSIMs. And then if we get more money than those cost, then we're going to donate the remainder of that money to other organizations that are also helping people in Gaza. So all of your money that you donate is not going to go help Gen Z for Change. It's not going to go help like our live or our operations or anything. It's going straight to Gaza. And anything you guys donate can help someone. So even if it's just like $2, go click the GoFundMe, $2. And when you do donate to the GoFundMe, check 0% tip because that goes to GoFundMe and we're not going to get.
Yeah, I see some people gifting. Instead of gifting, go to that GoFundMe. And even if it's like $1, $5, whatever it is, the GoFundMe is better. I don't know how to work our gifting thing. Obviously, any money we make from gifts, if we do make money, will also go towards eSIMs and other really great causes. The GoFundMe is more efficient.
Yeah, it's more direct. But yeah,
and the extra money is going to be like the extra organizations are going to be donating to is like specifically UNRWA. So for people who don't know, UNRWA is the branch of the United Nations that basically does like the refugee work for Palestinian refugees. If you were here when Salma was here, she was sort of talking about how like there are a lot of UN schools within Gaza that are funded by UNRWA, and recently a bunch of countries, the US included, have stopped their funding of UNRWA because of this sort of lie that UNRWA was working with a certain resistance organization, which like isn't true. And yeah, so it's very important that we make sure like we give them our money when they're like on the brink of collapse because they've lost like major sources of funding. And it's also very important that you guys donate for eSIMs, as well as if you look at the Gen Z for Change Instagram story right now, there's a call to action for the Alaga family. I spoke about this earlier as well, but two of the young boys and their father were kidnapped by the Israeli occupation forces, taken from Gaza into Israel proper. Their family doesn't know their whereabouts. They don't have any updates. And so it's very important that we, call for them to like be released. And they are also US citizens, which makes this all like way crazier. So make sure, you're calling Dick Durbin as their representative and Tammy Duckworth. So make sure you're pressuring them. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. And thank you so much, Soha, for sharing that resource too.
Yeah. And I'm going to hop over to the green room really quick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, for those of y'all still watching live, I'm really excited for the segment. Adopke group is coming in and gonna teach us how to dance. So Zoe, if you want to stay on and dance with me, Soha is also dancing with me, but I'm so scared. So anyone else in the green room right now? If anybody else wants to come dance, please come dance. But it's gonna be really fun.
that's the part of life where we want to uplift Palestinian joy and Palestinian voices, as well as talking about all the other stuff that's going on. So for people who are trying to educate themselves, I've seen a lot in the chat of like, I don't know what that is type of thing. This is a positive thing that you guys can stay and learn about and learn to celebrate. But yes. Awesome.
Totally. Yeah, and while we're waiting for Soha to come back, I just want to plug that GoFundMe one more time. It's in the link of our TikTok bio. All the money is going to eSIMs. If y'all were on earlier for Salma's segment, she was talking about how important it is for Palestinians to have access to social media and also just like access to like be able to like contact family members. But yeah, a lot of journalists are relying on eSIMs right now. So definitely go check it out.
Vic,
Oh.
how were you at
Kahoot?
The Kahoot? Were you them right?
Y'all, I'm getting too old. I could not figure out how to look at the Zoom screen and also play the game. I did not answer like half the questions in time.
Hello,
Hey,
hello.
Welcome. How are y'all?
We're doing well. We're doing well.
Do y'all want to give a little introduction to folks on the live? Tell us who you are, a little bit about you.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Ahmad or Ahmed. I am part of Seattle Debke, the Seattle Debke team here based in Seattle. This is my teammate, Abdullah. And he's advertising for us, Jaffa Debke team, right on the hoodie.
Yes.
That's
But
awesome.
yeah, we're a young Palestinian, I guess, based team here in Seattle. We all started at the University of Washington, actually. And we formed a team from there. And so now we travel for weddings and events and we do all sorts of things. So
Cool. How'd y'all get started, or when did y'all get started?
yeah, so his brother-in-law was actually the founder per se of the team. You want to talk about that or no?
Yeah, that was what, like 10 years ago. So him and a couple of guys started the team back in the day. And then they just ran with it for a couple of years. And then when me and him started college, they were looking for more members.
Yeah.
So we kind of just joined in, brought our friends into, and
we've grown
going up ever since.
Oh, awesome. Well, we're so excited to have y'all here. We're super excited to learn. And really quick before we get started, could y'all speak a little bit to the significance and importance of Dabke?
Yeah, I was gonna just give y'all like a brief history as well on Debke. But basically Debke originated way back in the day in the Levant region or Levant region, because people back then built their houses from clay. Generally, their rooftops were made from clay. And so to cement that clay in place, everybody had to line up and stomp at the same time. So they had to consistently stomp and form and solidify that rooftop. And so that's kind of where it originated. But after that, it became sort of a representation of unity and a representation of resistance. Palestinians specifically started to stomp to music and choreograph and become, synchronous, so that it just formed from there. And from there, the different branches of the Debke it changed. It changed in different places. So like the Lebanese have their own style, Palestinians have their own style, Syrians have their own style, and then Jordanians have their own style. In Iraq, they also kind of picked up on that, and they were able to kind of form their own style as well. And so it just evolved from there, as you can see, even in like the modern day, even just resisting, people in Gaza, they're doing Debke on the front lines. Sometimes they're trying to celebrate. Celebrations are very important for Palestinians to keep our morale up, to keep our energy up. And so Debke is very, very important, but it's something that just like Palestinians do pretty much at any sort of gathering.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Well, we're excited to learn. Soha, do you have any questions before we get started?
Not really. I'm really excited. I've only ever seen the Chicago and the Dearborn Dubco troops, so I'm really excited to see what's happening in Seattle, how you guys are doing it. Because I'm not gonna lie, Chicago is the greatest city in the world, and they do it pretty well. So let's see if you guys can live up to the momentum. But yeah, I'm really, really excited.
Yeah, actually, to touch on that real quick, different cities in the US, they have like different demographics of like even just the Palestinians, like what cities they're from. And Chicago has a bunch of teams. I actually know somebody who is on one of the teams out in Chicago, but they're generally from a city called Turmasaya, which is very, very high energy. Yeah, yeah. They're very high energy. We're not going to give you like a full performance today because it's just us two, but we'll give you like a brief tutorial. But they're super high energy. Like we love their style, and Yeah, Dearborn as well. They're very similar as well. Like, yeah. But yeah, no, totally.
Hey, I'm excited.
Perfect. Let me get my laptop set up right over here.
Awesome.
And we'll get y'all a tutorial started. Let's see how.
Ooh, they got the whole setup.
Yeah, it's nice.
We're just in a classroom, but
I know.
It looks like a dance studio, honestly. Could have fooled me.
was it perfect? That means
Yeah.
we mission accomplished. All right. Are they ready?
Let's do it.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, put it down more so you can see the feet.
Okay.
All right. So basically, the most basic steps that you're gonna start with. Is the audio okay, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, are y'all playing music right now?
Not right now, no.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So the most basic audio, or sorry, the most basic steps of Debke, it starts with you line up, you hold hands with a big line of individuals, and then you start with a basic 6 count. So you start with your left, you take a step with your left, you take a step with your right, you take another step with your left, take another step with your right. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And you kick with your left foot, and you stomp with your left foot. We'll back up a little bit.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna get up because I'm also so bad
Yeah,
at
wait, are we doing it? Okay, we're doing it. I'm so sorry, y'all. I got on this at 8 a.m. I'm still wearing my
Let's do it.
pajamas.
No, you're good.
messy.
The most confusing part is at the end, 4, 5, and 6 are all done on your left foot. So people like you get confused when you're just walking with right, left, and then it's left, left, left. But you just have to keep in mind that you're leading with your left foot. So we're gonna start again with the left. Ready?
Okay.
All right. So take a step with your left, with your right, with your left, with your right, and you kick, and you stomp. And so that's we'll count this time. We'll go back. We'll do it.
Always walking to the right, but leading with the left. Everything happens with the left, always.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we do that again, but you just keep it going and you lead with your left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right.
We're gonna do that one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we start to speed it up a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's left, right, kick, stop. Left, right, kick, stop. Left, right, kick, stop. Perfect. So that's like the most basic steps of kind of how you do it. We'll teach you now the kind of the Lebanese style. It's a little bit different, but it's the same kind of, structure. So the Lebanese style, you lean forward with your left, and then you go back with your right, left, right, then you stomp. So you stomp twice with your left. Okay? We're gonna do that again. So lean forward with your left, back on your right, left, right, stomp, stomp. So lean, 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 stomp, stomp. Lean, 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 stomp, stomp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. How y'all liking it so far?
I love that. This is awesome.
Good?
Like, in routine, do both the Lebanese style and the like Palestinian style.
Yes, yes. So we'll start to get into something a little bit more complicated now. Shuffle. You want to shuffle? Sure. Just start with the shuffle. Okay, bridge it. Yeah, so we're gonna show you something a little bit different now. So this is what you probably see when you're watching, like, you know, the weddings and people going crazy and all sorts of stuff. But it takes a lot more movement. So we're gonna start with just a basic shuffle. So the basic shuffle is heel. You're gonna have your right heel down, toe, heel, 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 toe. Right? So you're just basically fast. It looks like this. It's kind of just like a basic shuffle.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's other types of dance that kind of that take that similar structure. So like that's kind of what it looks like, but we do a little bit more with it. So we'll do that one more time. Shall we? We'll do that one more time. So heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, toe, heel, toe. A little faster. Heel, toe, 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 toe, heel, toe, heel, toe. Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Y'all got it. Alrighty. So now the way we kind of like really do debka, there's a specific move called wahda nos. It's in English, that's 1.5. And that's because you do it twice, but the steps are, it's basically like a 1.5 count every time you do the move. And it stems from the shuffle we just did. So the wahda nos is heel, toe. So that first part, but then it's knee. So you just jump from one leg to the other leg. So it's heel, toe, knee. Exactly. So you only do it, that's one time. That's the one time you do it. So heel, toe, knee. Heel, toe, knee. Down. Heel, toe, knee. Then you go down. So heel, toe, knee, down.
Little side action here.
Yeah. So you can see a little better. So heel, toe, knee, down. Heel, toe, knee, down. Heel, toe, knee, down. Heel, toe, knee, down. If you want to do a little bit faster.
A little faster.
This is how it looks like when it's a little bit quicker.
Just done nonstop.
Yeah, so heel, toe, knee, 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 heel, toe, knee. So that's the most basic. Yeah, see, y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Awesome.
I hope there's everybody's watching. They're like taking notes right now too. So
I know. Yeah, y'all follow along if you're watching the live.
yes, so that's the most basic step. So if you learn that and you master that, you basically pretty much have debkit down, at least, you know, enough to hold pretty much like the front of the line, or near the front of the line. But so now we're gonna kind of combine the two. So the 6th step, the walk that we did in the beginning, with the heel toe knee. And so that's when it gets a little bit more complicated, right? So yeah, do that. So instead of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 4 steps and then the kick and the stop, we do a step. So 1 is the same, but then we go straight into a heel, toe, knee. Then we go down, kick, stop. So instead of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th step, you're basically doing the heel, toe, knee. Right? And so we'll do that one more time. So it's step, heel, toe, knee, down, kick, stop. Sorry, instead of the 2nd and the 3rd, you still do the 4th step. It's like when you go down. That's the 4th step. We'll do it again. So left, heel, toe, knee, down, kick, stop. 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 Perfect. So we'll do it a little bit quicker again so y'all can see what it looks like. So it's left, heel, toe, knee, down, kick, stop. 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 Left, heel, toe, knee. And then you do that while you're moving too. So like we make a circle generally. Left, heel, toe, knee. That's when you see at the weddings, they have like a huge circle going on.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's because they're going in a circle. They're all going right the entire time. So knee, down. You can do it in place as well. So it's step, heel, toe, knee, down, kick, stop. Left, heel, toe, knee, down, kick, stop. Left, heel, toe, knee, down, kick, stop. Left, heel, toe, knee, down, kick, stop. Cool.
Awesome.
So yeah, that's the most that's kind of the basics of Debke. That's the structure of Debke in general. Usually what happens with the line is there will be a certain number of people, kind of say the line is like 50 people long. Weddings are usually a lot bigger, but 50 people like might be on the floor at any given time. The people in the back are the more, I guess, relaxed people. The people in the middle are just holding the line. So either they're just doing the walk or they're doing the basic steps that we just showed you. But like they're not going crazy with it. They're not like putting a whole ton of energy into it. They're taking it slow. And then the people at the front are kind of freestyling. That's when you see it. So that's when you see them do crazy stuff in the front of the Debke line, the first 2-3 people. They're doing that just because like it's either what they do or that's what they enjoy or they just like want to freestyle with it. They do pretty much whatever they want. So yeah, did you guys have any questions at all or?
No, this is so sick. This is so cool. I have a feeling I would get put at the back of the line if I'm being honest, but I'm working at it. I'm practicing.
It's all good. It's a progression. You'll get there eventually.
Okay, cool.
Perfect, perfect.
This
So we
got
can,
me busting at the next wedding. You guys are really helping me with this. For real.
or you're in Chicago, so you'll hold it down. They'll be like, where did you learn that from? So perfect. So we're gonna we'll play a little bit of a music and then we'll try to just do what we just learned to the music, if that works. So I'm not gonna say anything this time, but follow our steps. And then yeah. Then we'll do that and then maybe we'll improvise a little bit too. We'll see.
I'm nervous.
I know, I'm nervous too. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Like
good.
saying it in my head.
All right, let me find something quick.
They're like roasting us in the chat also. Let me check.
I know, I'm so scared to look at the comments. Y'all be nice. I'm sensitive. Oh yay, the people are wanting music.
Okay.
They want music? Perfect.
Yeah, awesome.
Tell me how's the audio on this?
Go, go, go. 2020 new blues.
Yeah, I can hear it.
How's the chat? How's the chat?
Can you all hear it? Are y'all playing from the computer right now?
No.
I wonder if that might make the audio better if you do it from the computer. How does that work with Zoom? I can't remember. If y'all are able to. If not, I mean, I feel like we could hear it.
No, I can definitely try. Here, let me see.
Go, go, go.
That's better, I feel like.
Yeah. يا عمي هلا كل اللي على الكراسي اتفضلوا معنا قرايب حبايب ضيوف محليه شباب الصبايا يا عمي هلا الليله محشى القصب الاول حسن المناوي حسن الشلموني وفرقه ال 47 يا عمي هلا اتفضل عيني عليهم عيني عليهم مهما قلنا راضيهم عيني عليهم عيني عليهم مهما قلنا راضيهم شغلتوا داخل مش ناسيهم من كل مخيم صوتكم سمعونا على الواحد ونص على الواحد ونص يلا كسر ايد ايد شباب يلا يلا سمع صف واحد واحد بالنص يا اخوان بدناش نشوف انا واحد بالنص بس يا حبيبي يلا مع الاول مع الاول صحك على المطار اكتب فيها حياتنا وصلت فينا عرفتها كملنا عليها يا جنب صحك على المطار واكتب فيها حياتنا وصلت فينا عرفتها كملنا عليها والله انك سواحه يا جفرة بين الرمح وبر الشارع صرتنا بسيطة وقالك يا محلال البلاد لما ترجع
There you are.
Y'all are so
Crazy.
good. That was insane. You completely lost me at the end. You guys started going really hard. I was
And once y'all started freestyling, I was like, I'm gonna get back to this one. I'm good at this one.
literally. Oh, that
Okay,
was
good. That was great.
amazing.
Thank
was
you
great.
so much. Oh my God, that was awesome.
Yeah,
For
no,
sure.
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, that's kind of all pretty much that we had. Did you guys have any questions or
No, I mean,
maybe
that was amazing.
talk a little bit more about anything?
Yeah, I mean, do you guys sort of I mean, if there's any topics that you guys want to talk about, also I just wanted to Ahmed recognized you from TikTok as well. So if you want to plug like your username and plug you guys'
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
group, if anybody for some reason is planning a wedding in Seattle and happens to be on this live, they should definitely book you guys.
Absolutely. So our Instagram is at Seattle Debke. So that's SEATTLE DABKE. That's our Instagram. We do pretty much everything through Instagram, and we travel for weddings. We've been on the East Coast. We've been actually in South America. We go to Canada a lot. So wherever you are, we'll probably be able to work something out. So yeah, give us a follow. If not, you could always just watch our content. We'll post a lot during the summer and the spring when we have weddings, and yeah, that'll be fun. I personally, yeah, I make TikToks. I do a lot of Palestine content specifically, just talking about what's going on or like any sort of just political analysis or anything like that. So that would be at AHHHAMDAN. So A Hamden, but with like 3 H's in the middle.
This right?
Um, no,
Oh, 3 H's Hamden.
hold on. I think that's it. Yeah.
There we go.
Perfect. Yeah, he's sending it to the chat. But yeah, cool. Yeah, that's pretty much yeah, those are our users. We don't do too much posting on our Seattle Debkit TikTok, but it's the same username if you want to follow that. I'll probably also post Debkit TikToks as well. There's some already on my page, but yeah, when we get the opportunity, it'll definitely be up. So
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, to any of the moderators, if y'all could drop those usernames in the chat and then pin them so that if anyone missed them, they can see them there. That'd be awesome. But yeah, thank you so much, y'all. That was so much fun. And thank you also for putting up with my horrible dance moves. Oh, so I had to let her dog out. That was sick. That was so much fun. How long have y'all been doing Dubcade for?
yeah, me and him,
6 years.
6 years. Yeah, I want to say. Yeah,
That's very-
literally. Yeah, from the start of college, we just rolled with it up until now. It's super fun. So we still do it.
That's so cool. And it's cool that y'all travel around and do it a bunch of different places too. That's also interesting to learn that like different cities in the US have like different styles, different versions. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's mostly based on the cities that people are from in Palestine.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like it's interesting the way people decide to immigrate to the United States. It's like people are very family based, especially in Middle Eastern culture and Palestinian culture. So people follow wherever their relatives are, wherever their family is, and then they kind of form these little hotspots of like cities where yeah, everybody's Palestinian, but people in this city are from this city in Palestine. People from this city are from this city in Palestine. So you see it a lot in Chicago. You see it a lot in yeah, Dearborn, Michigan for sure. Yeah, Jersey, New York. So
Sick. Yeah, no, I think that that's just so cool. It's such a fun dance too. And I love how it's like really communal and like it's all about like celebration. Like you do it with people. I think that that's really awesome.
actually, I can also touch base on something we also do that's not Debke. So Debke is the dance. Debke is like when we actually are dancing or bringing people in and physically moving. But there's something else called a Zeffe, similar to Debke. It's called the Zeffe. You may have seen that online as well, but that's basically like the grand entrance for Middle Eastern weddings, right? So that's
Yeah.
when the bride and the groom are entering the venue most of the time. We also do it at like, for example, like really traditional families will want to do it when the groom is picking up the bride from her house just to even go to the venue, or multiple times like throughout the night. But we do a grand entrance where like we have drums. We are drummers. We have like the hand drum called darbuka, darbeka. We have the bigger drum called the tabl, which is with the stick, and you might have seen people jumping around with those as well. So yeah, drums, and then sometimes if we're lucky, we get a bagpipe player who can play, I guess, the wind instruments, right? The bagpipe or the flutes or something called the midgewiz, which is like a wooden version of the flute, but it's two of them combined. And so we do grand entrances as well, and within the grand entrance, either we're singing songs or we're doing like chanting, for example. Like we have somebody who can chant, and he'll be cheering like.
A lot of clapping.
Yeah, well, clapping, a lot of clapping, and then chanting for the bride and the groom, kind of giving them blessings, right? For sometimes it's religious, sometimes it's not religious, but we do it for all cultures and religions. But yeah, no, just giving them blessings and chanting and kind of like it's pretty hype. It's pretty cool for like grand entrances.
That's so cool. Yeah, I didn't realize it's so cool too to hear about like all the different wedding traditions. Like we had Salma on earlier who was talking a little bit about that too. It's so interesting to me. Are there clips of y'all doing the grand entrances on y'all's socials as well?
Yeah, there is. There's on our Instagram. There should be also some pinned at the top of our Instagram. But yeah, there's throughout. We post a bunch of different entrances. We have even different styles. Like we've done there's one of our big ones is actually like the Egyptian style because they do things a little bit differently. And yeah, so but we can do that, right? We have somebody who on our team who's half Egyptian. He teaches pretty much everybody how to do that. We have somebody on our team who's half Iraqi. He taught us all how to do the Iraqi style of debke. So yeah, we all sorts of cultures, but there are clips of us on the Instagram for sure.
That's awesome. All right, well, y'all, if you're watching and you're planning on getting married soon, definitely go check them out. That's so
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say, and even culture fests or, festivals or pretty much anything that y'all need. We even do graduation parties. It just depends. I mean, sometimes it's out of people's budget for something like that, but
Yeah.
we make it happen if we can. So
That's sick. That's awesome. Yeah. So you guys, their username should be pinned. If they're not right now, I'll go in and pin them in a second. But yeah, definitely go check them out. Thank you again so much for coming on and showing us how to do the dance, and then also telling us about the history behind the dance. That's really, really cool.
of course, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks so much, y'all. Have a great day.
Yes, y'all too. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that was awesome. That was so much fun. So how you were much better than I was.
I was doing really, really bad, especially for somebody that's like literally done Dubkiss since I was like 10 years old. I don't know how I'm still so bad at it. Like I don't know. It's beyond me.
No worries. I'm the same way with Texas line dancing. I've been Texas line dancing since I was a kid, and I just can never figure it out.
We have to do another live where we learn Texas live dancing or line
Oh
dancing.
my God, can you? Well, I'm not the one to teach. Oh my God. I'm literally horrible at every style of dance. But that was so fun. That was so cool. That was awesome. And yeah, thank you again to our guests. They were so great, super fun, great energy. Let me see who we've got coming up next. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, y'all tuning in. Definitely stay on. We're about to have Code Pink come on. And Soha and Zoe are going to be chit-chatting with them. They're going to be talking a bit about organizing. And it's going to be a really, really good time. So
yeah, direct actions and such. They're gonna be going through a toolkit as well, which is gonna be really amazing. But yeah, and until then, anybody should be donating to the GoFundMe for eSIMs. It's very important because of the internet outage that's happening in Gaza right now. We're using the money from the GoFundMe to buy a buttload of eSIMs to send over there, as well as check out the Instagram story on the Gen Z for Change page, which includes a post about the Alaga family and releasing their cousins who were held hostage as of right now by Israel. But yeah, so make sure you're staying tuned. Until then, we have like 10 minutes. I don't really know what to do.
yeah, I mean, we can just kind of chit chat. I also want to give an update. We've raised $632 towards eSIMs. That is so incredible, y'all. I can do quick math. I should be able to do this mentally, but I just am not able to. 632 divided by 30. Okay, cool. So that's 21 of the like best eSIMs that we can buy, meaning like highest gigabytes, like will last the longest. So definitely still be donating to that GoFundMe, y'all. I'll be posting it to my socials too, and I know Gen Z for Change will. But yeah, so how we feeling? What hour are we in right now? How long have we been on for?
I think we're almost halfway after this hour. Yeah, yeah. So wait, no, I was wrong. Wait. Oh no, it's Eastern time. Oh yeah, we're almost halfway there. So we've been on for a long time.
This is like blowing back. Listen, no tea, no shade us, but I was on for 22 hours for the 22 live stream that we did. That one moved a lot slower. So this has just been such a great time. That's crazy that we're almost halfway through.
Right? Oh my God. And I'm so excited. It's weird because we've been planning this for so long. Now we're actually like in it. It's
And listen,
exciting.
y'all, quick shout out to Soha. Like Soha's literally responsible for this whole live, like got all the guests, has spent hours upon hours organizing this. So Soha, I literally cannot thank you enough. This has been absolutely incredible so far. And it's gonna get even better soon.
So excited. We have some amazing people coming. Honestly, I'm just gonna read through the whole list. So right now we have Code Pink that's about to hop on. After Code Pink, we're gonna have National Students for Justice in Palestine. After that, we're gonna have U.S. Palestinian Community Network talking about like ceasefire resolutions within your local governments. We're gonna have Jewish Voices for Peace Chicago chapter talking about anti-Zionism, Jewish organizing. We're gonna have the Chicago Palestine Film Festival. Right, that's huge.
Yeah.
And then we're also going to have Pali in Diaspora, which is going to include some of my Palestinian girlies talking about how weird it is to be a Palestinian living in the US. So yeah, until then, just come hang out with us. Come chit chat with us.
Yeah, come by. And Tony is here for
I
these
heard my
7
presence was
minutes.
requested.
Yes, it was. We
Hey.
need some entertainment, Tony. What's going on? What can you tell the people right now while we're waiting?
So let's talk about the story. Huh? Talk about eSIMs. Okay, talk about eSIMs. So the GoFundMe is basically for eSIMs. If y'all don't know what eSIMs are, I don't know if I know how to explain it, but basically it's like it's an electronic SIM card. You know, like the thing that goes inside your phone. But wait, hold on. Wait, hold on the live stream. But basically it's like they send the SIM card to your phone. That way you can have access to the internet. All these videos that you're seeing come out in Gaza, that's because people are able to like post, because guess who? I almost said a bad word. That country, that government wanted to block all the Wi-Fi, all the service or anything. Yeah. And
yeah,
no, you want to know something? Let me talk about something. Y'all know how all of you couldn't figure out where you were going the other day because AT&T broke down? Imagine being that being your 24/7. That's how it is in Gaza. Oh, you complaining about, oh, AT&T lines are down. Okay. They're down all the time in Gaza. So guess what you should do? All that money that you're sending to AT&T, send it to our GoFundMe so it can go to the eSIMs. Yeah. Anyways.
No, it seriously is so important, especially because so many journalists are relying on these eSIMs right now. Actually, we should shout the group that's organizing this. It's called, isn't it GazaESIMs.com, Soha?
Yeah. So it's GAZAESIMS.com. They've been organizing this. They've been sending thousands of eSIMs over, and a huge organization to like definitely give your support to and uplift. They have infographics on Instagram, so make sure that you repost all of those.
Oh, wait, you know what I could also do right now? That's like such a sneak peek of one of our actions that we have coming up. Oh my God, y'all, how do I access shortcuts? Listen, I'm telling y'all, if I can do this, literally anyone can do this because I suck with technology. But an amazing coder on our team and our director of strategy, Sophia Agnelli, created a ceasefire tool that will automatically email all of the reps in your districts. And the districts are also strategically, if I'm getting this correctly, it's like strategically planned for like districts that have not called for a ceasefire yet. And so you can set it up through shortcuts to automatically send 3 emails per day, changing the wording and stuff too, so it doesn't get filtered out to the entirety of the staff of your representatives who have not called for a ceasefire yet. So this hasn't officially launched yet because we're still working on the website. Let me close some tabs and I'll show y'all. But yeah, this is going to be a super helpful tool to just make that really easy, putting pressure on our representatives. And obviously that is not the only action that folks should be taking. It's important to be supporting the BDS movement, to be posting and making your voice loud too, and to also be donating to groups that can help, namely, obviously eSIMs, which is what we're fundraising for right now. Also,
Yes.
do we know who's host for the Zoom?
I think we're all hosts. I think we're all co-hosts.
Could someone give me screen sharing?
Oh, do you not have access to? I don't
No.
know.
I think I'm not.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, here, I'm gonna head to the other room and also ask Zoe because I feel like she knows how to do that.
Okay, cool. Also, feel free to cut me off when Code Pink is ready.
Anyways, while we're waiting for the next person, let me tell you guys some gossip about my family, also known as Chisme. I think my stepbrother, what the fuck? My half brother is actually my full brother. But well, why am I airing out business right now? You see what happens when you put me on a live stream and you tell me to entertain people? I'm gonna spill my family secrets.
Tony was like, let's get the numbers up.
Right. So
Yeah.
I think my half brother is really my full brother, and my mom refuses to admit it because there's a reason that my half brother looks exactly like me, literally like my literal son, and it's because we have the same dad. I'm fully convinced because his dad, my mom loves Honduran men, right? And for some reason, my mom's Salvadoran, so that's not like a weird like fetish thing. Before anyone that sounds like a crazy thing. My little brother looks exactly like me. And you know what? I'm gonna air out my grandma too. Sorry, wait, I love you so much. I was going through my grandma's phone one time and I found an edit of me, my other half brother from my dad's side, and my little brother.
Like from
and
Pixar?
brother from my mom's side. Huh?
Like from Pixar?
Yeah, like she made a collage of all of us to check how similar we looked. And I was like, oh my gosh, my grandma knows that that's her grandson. And my grandma always gets so happy whenever I bring my little brother over. And I think it's because she knows that that's really her grandson.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, is
wow.
this your grandma on like your mom's side?
Wait, say it again.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait,
So
so
I have two half brothers, one on my mom's side and one on my dad's side. But I think my half brother on my mom's side is really my full brother because I'm convinced we have the same dad because he looks nothing like his dad. But anytime I bring it up, my mom's like, I don't want to talk about that. Like, you stop making up nonsense. I was like, girl, be real with me. Like, you told me your stories about prison. Like, just tell me the truth. Like, be serious. Oh yeah, my mom went to prison. Both of them went to prison, and that's why can I say abolish prisons on here?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Abolish prisons. Yeah.
Especially
agree.
Stop Cop City.
Stop Cop City.
Stop
Yeah,
Cop
let's
City.
get into that. And a lot of people will be like, blah, 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 blah. Unless if you're not an abolitionist and you have two parents that have been in prison, you just don't sit right with my soul. Unless it does something to you when you have to put your hand on this. Okay, this is gonna sound very traumatic, but it's actually really funny when you think about it because I was a delusional ass kid. When you put your hand on the glass and then my mom was touching the other side, that was the most unserious thing ever because I could not feel her at all. And she would be like, oh, like I can feel your hand. I'm like, girl, stop fucking lying. Like, you cannot feel my hand right now. Like, be serious, that thick ass glass. And then you had to pick up those like fucking like, you know, the little phones that you put like the quarters in on the street. You would pick up those up and I'd be like, hey mom. And like I'd be like, and she's like, oh, I'm at work right now. She was in prison. She was in prison. And I was over there like, yeah. And then at school, and people would be like, your mom's in prison. I'm like, no, she's not. She's at a business trip. And they're like, a business trip, you can't visit her. And I was like, oh, why'd they kind of gag me a little? Like, they kind of gagged me a little bit. I was like, oh. But yeah. Then me and her were both deported. So there's my last story. I could write a book. Low-key, I could write a book.
Tony, I would actually I would read your book is what I was trying to say.
And that's why we shouldn't vape, children. That's why we shouldn't vape.
This is, yeah, let's also make this a don't vape PSA because, oh my God, my lungs are not. I didn't vape, Connor. I just accidentally
She was just coughing. She was just coughing.
I was like, girl, you are like on your whole series that
Let's talk about the epidemic of this here. I can't say the whole audio, but anyways. So yeah, I'm telling you, I could write a story. It's literally be called like There's More. And there's
Tony, with the amount of influencers I see writing books that, sorry, no disses to like influencers, but so many of these books, I'm like, wow, I would literally never read that. Tony,
why was Joey Graceffa making a book? Sorry.
That's such a great question. One
No,
that
because me and him have beef now. Me and him have beef now because I made a joke about his apology. Because I made a joke about his coming out video, and like I'm still a fan because like he made Escape the Night, and then he was like, after the shade that was shaded, I didn't throw any shade. If anything, I threw shade at Connor Franta. The fuck?
I'm gonna be so for real. I think I knew about like one or two of those references.
Because they're fat.
Tony, I mean not Tony, Connor. Sorry, it's just so instinctual. You guys know bad words.
Illuminati.
Connor, and that's also probably bannable. Guarantee you.
Sell your soul to say. That's what I always tell my fans.
But anyways.
Sorry, y'all. I'm still getting the heartburn from the Zen. Tony, you should write a book though. I would 100%.
No, I'm telling you, like I have so many family secrets, and the thing is like love so many members of my family. There's also like members of my family that I don't like so I will fully sell
let's normalize that.
I will fully sell your secrets for money. Like I'm just not a good person when
if anybody have you listened to Risa Tisa?
Oh my God, I haven't gotten it.
I still haven't done that.
Okay, guys, so
Code
Code Pink, everyone get excited because
wait, is Code Pink ready?
I think so. Everybody, I want y'all to get excited. You continue to tap and like the live because I see y'all. Zoe's talking, but she's on mute. Yeah. But someone in the chat was saying that.
Oh no, they're not.
Code Pink. Code Pink is not actually ready yet.
Okay. So I get to spill more.
They are not ready yet. So we are going to talk for a second more.
So my dad has a secret daughter that he's never.
Okay, so actually, Code Pink is ready.
Oh,
Code Pink
Cliffhanger for Tony's next segment.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let you guys.
Code Pink is
I'll tell
absolutely
you about
amazing.
my little secret sister that's unconfirmed later. Bye, guys.
I'm gonna hot take. Thank you so much, y'all.
Who's on the live? Who's gonna be on the live?
Zoe and Soha.
Okay, got it. Okay. Good luck, y'all. Have fun. Oh wait, Code Pink's not here yet. Okay, we good. Alrighty. Have fun, y'all. Ah.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, the hair can't get over it. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Sorry, I just like ran home from work, so if I'm a little sniffly, it's really cold outside. I'm in
No,
Chicago.
you're all good. We've been hyping you up. Everyone's so excited. People are already asking questions about you, so we're ready to go. But do you just want to like kind of give an overview of what Code Pink is and hype yourself
For
up more?
sure. Oh, no, definitely not that. But thank you guys for having me, like Gen Z for Change and everybody who's like participating today, in the live stream as well as everybody watching. Like, when you guys came to me with this idea, I thought it was so cool. Like, yeah, it just made me really feel like this is the kind of creativity we need, and like this is really how much like we need to be talking about Palestine. So I really appreciate that. Also, I want to remind everybody that this is also a fundraiser for eSIMs. So definitely donate if you can. Like education is great and talking about Palestine is great. Being involved is great. But if anybody here like really wants to like materially support Palestinians, like that's a great way to do it if you have the ability to. So don't forget that people need eSIMs to communicate with their family and to document like these ongoing war crimes. Even if we think like we know what's happening, it's still good to have this evidence and to have it out there consistently. So just that little disclaimer. But hi, everybody. Oh, there goes my charger. My name is Noor. I'm an organizer with Code Pink. I'm Palestinian myself. I've been an organizer based in Chicago for the past like 5 or 6 years now, which is kind of crazy to say, but generally like Palestine organizing, I organized in my university. I was part of the SJP board. I was president for 2 years. Okay, head nods, love it. I also have like organized with like adjacent liberation movements, like movements for abolition, because all our struggles are intertwined and you really can't have one without the other. Yeah, but Code Pink, where I'm currently at, we're a feminist anti-war organization. Whatever you think about feminism, like all your ideas of like Western colonial feminism, like throw it out the window when you think of Code Pink, because we truly are like an intersectional and like we have like that anti-colonial, anti-war perspective, and I feel like feminism really needs to be informed by that. Otherwise, it's I don't know, people will just like protest shirtless in the street and think that that's like women's rights. I don't know. That just never cut it for me. But basically we started the co-founders Medea Benjamin and Jody Evans and like this like group of like 100 women in 2002 had a vigil outside of the White House to protest the war in Iraq. So that's kind of like how Code Pink started. Bush would actually like put out these like alerts that like meant things like code red, code, I don't even know. I don't want to know about Bush. But so Code Pink was kind of like, okay, well, here's like the peace code, peace meaning like liberation for all. And like liberation, you know, not peace in the suppression of liberation movements type of way, because I feel like a lot of people mean that when they're talking about peace, but not at Code Pink. But yeah, that's kind of just like who I am and what Code Pink is. But I'm here to talk about direct actions. So whenever y'all want me to do that, I'm ready to go.
Girl, we are on your time right now. But also I do want to highlight what you said about like feminism actually, because I do think that's like super, super important. Like I think the way people conceptualize feminism or just like reproductive injustice, like reproductive injustice, having prisons is a form of reproductive injustice because like the state is coming between like a parent's ability to raise their child. You know, it's not just about like Roe v. Wade and like abortion access, even though that is like a very important thing. But like the way that people don't really look at war as like a feminist issue, and like like Palestine alone is a feminist issue. And yeah, so I like really that's like one of the main reasons why like I absolutely love Code Pink and like the work that you guys do. Like it's so incredibly important for like the women's rights movement.
Thank you so
And I
much.
also want to say, like, I really loved your point about peace not always meaning no violence, because sometimes peace means that there are steps along the way that need to be taken there. So I definitely agree that peace is not the opposite.
Yeah, like especially if you know, I grew up in the US, I live in Chicago. And a lot of people who like form opinions about liberation movements are often, you know, in the privilege of never having to like live under occupation. So, you know, you could feel however you want to feel, but at the end of the day, it's a very privileged perspective to judge how somebody liberates themselves. But yeah, actually speaking about reproductive justice, that's going to be like a huge thing that I bring up later. If people are interested in that, I have ways to activate you and to be in action. So definitely we'll have that. But okay, let's talk about direct actions, because this is something that's like you probably have seen a lot of, you probably have heard about it and like don't even like maybe really know like what that means. But it's been a tool that we found very useful when organizing for Palestine, especially right now when like nobody's listening. But what a direct action is basically, it's like a term for like economic, political, social type of like behavior or action that is meant to produce like a specific result by people using like their individual and collective agency. So like a direct action, I'll give you guys examples, but basically like the purpose of direct actions is to either like obstruct a certain practice or to call attention to a certain practice or to directly go in and solve that problem yourself. So I know like direct actions can sound like super fun and chaotic and like, okay, like let's go like sit in the street, whatever. I know like a lot of times it looks chaotic and it does sound fun, but they do have specific goals. Like direct actions are meant to achieve specific purposes. So if you do participate in one, it's still important to be very strategic. I mean, I love chaos, like don't get me wrong, but we need to have like informed chaos because we need to still achieve certain goals. Like this is, you know, we're not just playing like the short term, like this is a long run and we need to really be focused on that in order to get to Palestinian liberation and liberation for all. But important things about direct actions, they're really great because they kind of force results, even if that result is like an arrest or like being kicked out of somewhere or being shut down. That is still a response that you're forcing to be produced, right? So that's just like one really great thing about direct actions. Like right now, doing certain things that people have done before in order to call attention to like issues sometimes just isn't cutting it. Like we need to be more direct and we need to force that result. So for example, if you were like having a direct action at your school and you were going to like do a sit-in at like your president's office, that your goal might be to eventually like have your demands met, whatever it is. I'm going to use DePaul University in Chicago as an example. Right now they want DePaul University to have their investment portfolio made public because it's private, you know, very shady. But like say they were to do something like a sit-in, even if that goal of like not of having that investment portfolio publicized isn't reached, unlike say like the students are kicked out, like, and it even feels like kind of like a failure maybe, there's still results and there's still a response that was forced out, right? So now they can say, well, DePaul like arrest their students, they kick their students out when they try to raise their concerns with them. So either way, you're getting like a sort of response that you can like move from, and you're getting something concrete that you can like affirm then what the opposition's position is, you know, and you kind of like understand your place in the movement and in your organizing better because like you're like, okay, well, that's what you did. So what can I do besides go off like what you did, right? So that's like what I think is like one really great thing about direct actions. And also they tend to like really demand attention. So direct actions kind of like expose what a lot of people have maybe are already feeling is like going on, but like they don't really see an action. So maybe they feel like for like that there's like something going on in like Palestine, for example, like this genocide campaign is Israel's genocide campaign in Gaza. Maybe people like understand that there's like something like happening and they understand that maybe like the people of Chicago, for example. I'm probably going to keep using Chicago as an example. Sorry, like I'm self-centered, but maybe they're like, oh my God, like there is definitely tension like in Chicago, whatever. That direct action is going to force people to actually like be able to point to something and be like, okay, yeah, something is happening, and like look at this example of the culmination of that tension. You know what I mean? So it's like it's forcing attention, and it's forcing people to pay attention, which honestly that's what I love about direct actions. And they also give this like type of empowerment to the individual or like the group of people that is participating in the direct action. And I think that's also like one of the really great things about direct actions is that like once you participate in one, you kind of like get a sense of your personal power and like also the collective power of the people, because you're like, wow, like we really did that, we really pulled that off, and like we really endured that. Like even if it was something like awful, like even if like everybody got arrested, it's like that, like we are powerful, like we put ourselves on the line, and like now we know like what those situations are like, and now we know like what type of response like these type of actions get, and like then you have like such a concrete informed way to move forward because you're learning from like literal experience, firsthand experience. So on the importance of direct actions, I want to share this quote from Dr. King from one of his letters from Birmingham jail. He's talking about nonviolent direct action specifically, but I think it applies. I mean, I'm not endorsing anything, but this quote is about nonviolent direct actions. He says, nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and foster such a tension that a community which has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. It seeks so to dramatize the issue that it can no longer be ignored. I feel like this perfectly encompasses and kind of is like a smarter, more concise way to say everything that I just said. But kind of just like reiterating it, like direct action, like I said, like there's really nothing they could do if you're sitting out there in the street. Like they have to engage with you. Whoever it is, whether it's like the police, whether it's like a company or an institution or a government that you're protesting or that you're trying to influence to meet your demands, they literally cannot ignore it any further when you confront them face to face like that. So yeah, like I said, we're seeking to like expose attention that already exists and make it so public that it can't be ignored. And there's different ways you can go about this. There's different ways you can do direct actions. I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of examples of them over like the last few months. There's people who have literally put their bodies on the line to block weapons shipments from going to Israel. There's people who like block streets. There's people who like shut down weapons manufacturers. This is pre-October 7, but Palestine Action, they would literally like lay sieges on Elbit weapons manufacturers in the UK, and like we're successful in shutting them down, which every time I would see that, I have so much respect for them, and like just that is so courageous and cool. Like
Those were crazy. I remember I used to like watch them. They'd be like live tweeting it, and like they'd post photos of them like on the roof of it, and like just completely keeping all of the workers out, which was just like so incredibly amazing. Like, and that's the type of shit that I want to be seeing more of, me personally.
Yeah. I mean, they're crazy, like in a good way. When I say crazy, I don't know. People sometimes people don't like that word. Sorry, but they're extreme in a good way. But an example of that actually again in Chicago recently, a group of protesters did the same thing at Woodward, which is a weapons manufacturing facility in like Niles, like right above Chicago. And 33 of them got arrested blocking the employees from entering work, and all the charges were dropped. So fuck with your boy. But oops, sorry, I forgot.
No, you're good.
But yeah, so like that's like one example of direct actions, and it's like you're literally putting yourself there to produce like a specific result. You don't want weapons going to Israel? Okay, go stop the weapons, like seriously. And it's like one thing I think about direct actions and like a way to kind of get yourself in the space and like the courage and the thinking of it is like literally, if we don't do this, like, what is the alternative? Like, oh, shipment of weapons is, for example, really going to go to Israel and it's going to be used against Palestinians. Either that or you literally go stop it. So at this point, it's kind of like all we have is our personal and collective power, and we need to use it because that's kind of the point that we're at when it comes to Palestine. Like we're at this point where we need to really do everything we can. And I think that's like one way. So another type of direct action could be like blocking a street. And this could be like a street, say, to a harmful company, whether it's like a weapons manufacturer or like whatever it is. Maybe it's stopping like politicians from being able to go to work, or maybe it's simply like shutting things down so that there's no more business as usual, which is like one of the main demands right now is if there's a genocide going on, yeah, things aren't going to be normal. Sorry. Like it's not normal for everybody else. And if you're living your life normally, like maybe reevaluate because it's kind of weird. But, so blocking the street, that's a really good one. Another thing is to like genuinely go up to like politicians and confront them, like literally bird dog them, like this is a war criminal right in front of you. Yes, like speak up, say something, and like don't be afraid either, because freedom of speech. Don't threaten them because that's not freedom of speech, I don't think. But I'm not a lawyer yet. But like anyway, so people who like have the power to make decisions like that, or say they're like the CEO of like Boeing, like yeah, like the direct action could be to literally harass them. Don't make bad choices if you don't want to be harassed in the street. In the sense that like you support a genocide. Another really cool direct action is like wheat pasting. I'm not saying to go do that because in Chicago it's illegal. I think it's legal in other places. But I think things are only illegal when you get caught. But wheat pasting, basically what it is like it's just like a type of paste to put up like posters or anything. It makes it really hard to take them down. So if you have a message that you want to like plaster across your city, wheat pasting is one way to do that. You can also use tape, but like tape is easy to take off. But yeah. So at Code Pink, we are like literally no stranger to direct actions. Medea Benjamin, one of the co-founders, literally is in Congress every single day, which blows my mind. Like every day she shows up and there's always like a group of people. By the way, if anybody lives in DC or the surrounding area, 10 a.m. Monday through Friday at the Senate Hart Building, the Hart Building in the Senate. I don't know if that's the proper way of saying that, but those are the right words. So go to the Senate building basically at 10 a.m. Medea Benjamin, she's literally there every single day that Congress is in session, and she catches them in the hallways and she makes them answer to what the crimes that they're like literally committing. For example, Brian Mast, he's a representative of Florida. She recently confronted him because he supported defunding UNRWA. He's in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, which voted in favor of defunding UNRWA. By the way, that committee is made up of 51 representatives, and in total, they've taken like just a little bit over $9 million from pro-Israel lobbies. So if anybody here is thinking like, why would somebody support a genocide? $9 million is why. These people don't care about human lives. They care about a check in their pocket. But she confronted him, and this is like one thing that like I've been saying about direct actions, it really forces results. And when it came down to it, and she confronted him about what the actual material reality and outcome of Israel's bombardment on Gaza is, which is the starvation of the people in Gaza, over 2 million people, the displacement of 1.1 million people, over 13,000 children being murdered, and more that will eventually be killed because of starvation. When she confronted him about this and told him, well, if you defund UNRWA, like this is literally a lifeline for Palestinians. Do you think that these children are deserving of death because they're from Palestine, because they live in Gaza? And all he could respond to that was, well, maybe not a 2-year-old child. And he really was sticking to that. Like he was saying something that was good, which is genuinely crazy. So what was the outcome of this direct action? Well, we obviously got a video of that and posted it because people really, really deserve to know that these are the people in power. They deserve to know that these are the type of views they hold, because I feel like some people might have an idea of that, but when you actually see it and you actually hear it, you're like, well, now this is that concrete thing. This is the thing that I have no choice but to go off of, because this is what you did. This is what you said. And what happened? He was harassed on social media. Like, yeah, because that's not right. You can't say that, like, so what, a 2.5-year-old child then is a terrorist? Like, it just obviously there's no logic there. And then he had to like make a whole thread about how he thinks he was like, well, I said a 2-year-old isn't a terrorist, whatever. So like this is like one really great outcome of a direct action. We have now like concrete evidence of this representative literally having this war criminal mentality, not just mentality, but actions, defunding UNRWA, like, sorry, starving 2.1 million people. That sounds like a war crime to me. So that's just one, which I think is just a really great example. But she has like 3-4 encounters like that every day. But seriously, if anybody's in DC or the surrounding area, like 10 a.m. every single day in Congress. And yeah, it would be really great if like some people showed up. There's usually a big group of people. So if you don't want to be the person doing the talking, I know sometimes people are nervous. If you want to do like, maybe like the next day, or you want to observe a couple of people, that's totally fine. Nobody is going to like push you and force you. But honestly, like once you like get that, like a taste of that, like Medea's like fieriness, like towards the Congress people, you're gonna wanna like join. But another direct action that was really successful was here in Chicago, again, sorry. But Biden had come to not Chicago, but Belvedere, but like who knows what that is. It's a suburb in Chicago, of Illinois, sorry. And when he came to like reopen this like farm workers union. And we had a protest outside, which is one direct action. Like literally physically being out there to deliver our message when he arrived that you are Genocide Joe. Like now we're doing the thing where we're giving you a nickname, bro. Like it's not looking good. But also our national co-director Danica was able to get inside the event, which was love her. She got in the event, and when he was talking, she called him out, and she said, first of all, this was in like September or November, so like the fact that this conversation is still something that's happening is honestly so devastating and like disappointing, and like I'm trying to deliver this in a way that's like, like nice and like digestible, but this is not like anything to play with like that we're talking about right now. This is like serious, like tragic, devastating stuff that we will literally see the effects of for generations. But she got in and she disrupted him as he was giving his speech, and she said, like, when will you call for a ceasefire in Gaza? And she was swiftly kicked out of there, like immediately. And like people even turned around and told her, now is not the time for this. So that direct action, maybe some people would look at it and say, well, what was the result? What was the outcome? Well, now there has been so many instances of people confronting Joe Biden and telling him, like, when will you call for a ceasefire? When will you take actual, real, significant action to end Israel's genocide campaign in Gaza? And now, like, we have all these accounts of him, like, ignoring them or acting like he doesn't understand. Like, I get it, you're old, you can't hear, but I know you know what we're talking about. Like, I know you hear ceasefire, and like, we're talking about ceasefire. Okay? So yeah, I think that one, they shouldn't get, like, they shouldn't have peace. They shouldn't be able to rest. They shouldn't be able to make a speech without being disrupted. That's one thing. Another thing is just now, like, these examples, like, these historic moments all like coming together, and not only like now being able to see that despite this pressure, this is how he's responding to it, and like us being able to act accordingly and like have that concrete answer. Okay, people literally told you directly what you need to do and like this is how you're acting. Not only that, but even like looking back, like people will see what was actually happening like in history. All these people were rising up and confronting the president, and like this is still like was the outcome. So I think that the direct actions were beneficial in like those different ways. um but direct actions obviously do have a risk factor to them. I mean, like, even when I was speaking, you guys heard me talk about like arrests or, you know, things that are like illegal. So when you are planning or taking part in a direct action, definitely evaluate the safety risks, the security measures, and evaluate your own level of comfortability. Maybe not everybody's okay with getting arrested. Not everybody can even get arrested. Of course, there's like real things that would stop you from doing that. If you have a job that you need to live, if you're undocumented, for example, you're not gonna go out and get arrested. And I'm not saying anybody should. Um, but I think everybody should have like a personal checklist when they're participating in a direct action to see is if this is something that's safe and that they feel comfortable with taking part in. With that being said, I do think that we're at an unprecedented time where people should be stepping out of their comfort zones, but I don't think that it should be at the risk of like, you know, like losing your job or like deportation or like whatever it is. Like, of course, if that is the risk, then, you know, obviously if you're not comfortable with that, totally understandable. But something that you're gonna want to think about is like wheat pasting, for example. Say you're wheat pasting in like a city where it's illegal, you're probably going to want to cover your face. And that's like, this is like probably the number one thing that you should be like asking yourself whenever you're taking like any action for Palestine. I mean, I know even we Palestinians and like organizers for Palestinian liberation are so heavily surveilled and targeted that like even masking up to go to a protest is reasonable. But you know, so you're gonna want to always think about like, should I cover my face? If you're even planning the action, you should think about like what level of risk are we gonna go to? Because like even if you're blocking a street, you I mean, the risk of arrest is always there, but you can also choose if that's what you want to escalate it to, for example. Usually, like the police will give you like a couple warnings before they arrest you. So if you're not comfortable with being arrested, like there's usually like a space to remove yourself from that, or if like you have a group of people that can't be arrested, then it's like, I mean, cool. Like if you shut down traffic for a while, like yeah, like you're still successful. Like that's still like a good action. Um, but some people like maybe would take it a step further where they would like have everybody on the street get arrested, for example, like what they did in Woodward in Chicago to block the weapons manufacturer. But oops, I'm getting a pop-up. Don't know who that is. Sorry about that. But yeah, so just like kind of ask yourselves these questions like, am I okay with that? What should I do? What should I think about? What different type of risks is this going to put me and the other people in the action at, you know? Yeah, so that's like kind of like an overview of direct actions. I want to like get into more like how you guys can be involved in direct actions and like with Code Pink, for example. But if there's like any questions or anything else before I get to that, then
I was just gonna kind of highlight the importance of like how you said of like navigating the roles based on like risk factor. Like that's why like I know when like we organize like when the groups of people I work with organize actions will sort of be like this is like a red action or this is like a yellow action. And so there are like people within our group that we know don't feel comfortable doing red actions because maybe they're here like on a visa, or you know like maybe they're just like worried about maybe they're undocumented or something like that. And so like we sort of have those like yellow action roles, and then the people that are willing to put themselves into those like more riskier situations, those red action roles, are like willing to do that. So I'm really glad that like you brought that up, and like sort of navigating like everybody has different risk factors, and everybody's going to treat them differently. Like I know some people that like are in the same like circumstances as like another person that maybe doesn't want to do red actions, but they're willing to take that risk, and how it's sort of like a personal thing.
yeah, exactly. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, I really love how you were talking about business as usual, because in my mind, in order to get things to change, it can no longer be business as usual. And so the whole point, like a lot of these is just to disrupt business as usual, because that is the only way things are going to change. Like if these legislatures and other people in power are allowed to just continue going about their day with absolutely no change, then there is going to be absolutely no change. So like Soha said, and like North said, like make sure you're taking whatever precautions, cover any tattoos, if you have any like identifying hair, birthmarks, or piercings or anything, like cover those sorts of things up. But that's a lot of times like the point of direct action is just to disrupt business as usual. So yeah.
Exactly. So I'm glad you talked about like red, like green, yellow actions, because I should have gone over that terminology. Like you might hear that, like if you're participating in direct action, green is like you're not going to get arrested. Yellow is like there's a risk of arrest, but you probably have a chance to bow out. Red is like we're going to go all the way. The purpose of this action is to get arrested, and you will. Yeah, kind of self-explanatory. So I don't know. Actually, I probably only think that because of just the amount of times I see it, but green, yellow, red. And
There's definitely at least like a handful of people on this live that like have never heard that terminology before, you know. But now you guys know, and I expect to see literally by next week every single US weapons manufacturer shut down. So yeah.
right. Oh, I want to mention another like direct action could be like waking up your local representative at their home. Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
too much for you guys? No.
Wasn't it you guys who went to Nancy? You guys have been going to Nancy Pelosi's house like a lot.
Yeah, they had like a whole camp out there. I mean, I wish I was there, but obviously like don't live in my state, but yeah. And did you so the way that she responded was by saying like literally like go back to China, which
It was crazy because it was like a group of like white women that she yelled that at. So
I
what
mean,
are you talking about?
we're at a point where like
Crazy.
US politicians are grasping at straws to control the narrative around Palestine. They're like, oh, like shit, like people don't think like Palestine is a bad thing anymore. What can I connect it to? China, Russia, like that the US has like fear mongered around for so many years. They're like, they're going back to their bread and butter. So yeah, she is not real.
That video had me dying, bro. We sent it in our SJP group chat. We were like, what is she doing? Like,
There's another one actually where like she's in Congress and Medea is like trying to talk to her, and she literally like balls up her fist like this and turns around, and everybody was like, "Are you gonna hit her?"
Oh, so
Like,
spooky.
no,
So
like, oh, you're so mad. Like,
oh my
I mean, I don't think there's a way to live a happy life when you're a war criminal. So, I
No,
mean, stay
literally.
mad. I don't care. Um, Okay, so I'm gonna just go through this toolkit real quick, just in case anybody has any questions. International Women's Day is coming up. It's on March 8th. So as you can imagine, as a feminist organization, it's important. This is like a day that's like very important to us, especially because we bring that anti-war perspective. And yes, I will share my screen for the toolkit. But you are going to witness so much virtue signaling, so much performative, so many like performative statements of like people on International Women's Day. You will definitely hear politicians who have not called for a ceasefire talking about how important like women are and how much they value women, when obviously you don't value women if you lack intersectionality. If you don't value all women, then if your values are not consistent, then they kind of actually just don't exist. But so we feel like it's really important for us to bring that intersectional anti-colonial perspective, especially because in the US, one thing like Saha brought up at the beginning of the hour was that a lot of people are talking about reproductive justice and reproductive rights. And this is especially like something that a lot of people are going to rally around like during campaign season. And it's really important, like no matter who it is, even if it's like whatever institution, politician, government it is, it's important that you call out hypocrisy and that you demand accountability, especially if somebody's saying that they stand for something. So that was like one thing that we kind of felt like it was important for us to talk about on IWD, International Women's Day, and to especially center the women of Gaza, because these are the women that need us most right now. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. A big part of IWD for us is actually having like Code Pink members or people who just want to participate with Code Pink involved across the country, even actually across the world. We launched a chapter in Ireland recently, which is like really, really cool. Shout out to Ireland. Actually, they've been okay recently, but Ireland for the most part. So yeah, so basically for IWD 2024, this is something that I can send Sahad the link so that she can put it in the chat. I don't really know.
Yeah, I can drop the link too. I got
Okay.
you.
I'll do that maybe once I'm done sharing. But actually, I'll do it right now.
Yeah.
But this is a toolkit that we have for anybody who like wants to get involved in IWD or participate in a Code Pink action, or even like take the initiative of planning an action yourself. You won't be alone. Like obviously, like we are here to support you. Our regional our regional member organizer will walk you through like whatever you need. And like you'll have like the support of like the whole Code Pink team if you choose to do this. But basically, this is a toolkit with like all the resources you need to organize an IWD event. And you know, even if you don't have the capacity for that, there's a lot of educational resources here. I'm never gonna discourage anybody from like education or pursuing like more education. So there's like a bunch of links here if anybody is interested in checking them out, but also to like inform and guide you for planning your action. We have also some flyers here if anybody feels like they want to tape them anywhere or perhaps paste them somewhere, who knows. But this is more like a BDS flyer. At other places on our website too, like we have like a bunch of different types of toolkits, and also on our BDS page, like you'll find more posters like these if that's something that you are interested in. This is also like the thing I love about pasting is that you can honestly like even do it by yourself, like whenever, but you know, just don't get caught. But if you want to be visible like this year and like your support for IWD, like we also have like posters, whatever, things like this. This one is more like educational. It kind of just like goes over the fact that like, you know, IWD isn't just like, oh, like, oh, we like love women. Like, no, it's about like real issues like reproductive justice everywhere, like in Gaza, where the miscarriages have gone up 300% since the start of Israel's genocide campaign on October 7th. Women have to undergo C-sections without any anesthesia. And, you know, even Israeli occupation soldiers in the Tel al-Zatar area of Gaza shot at and bulldozed pregnant women who were carrying white flags, who were going to receive necessary health care. So really, nobody has the right to talk about reproductive rights or to say that they are a supporter of women or reproductive justice if it does not extend to the women of Gaza. So that's why that's where we bring in this whole thing: accountability, direct actions. How are we going to force that accountability? How are we going to force the results that we want through direct actions? So yeah, I mean, even like educating the masses by like putting up posters is a direct action. Another thing I don't think I brought up is like banner drops. That's also a form of a direct action. Like dropping a banner. I don't know why I'm so zoomed in. Like on the bridge of like a really busy highway, or you know, just like a busy street, or just somewhere that's very visible. That's like a really good way to get a message across and to show like everybody who's passing by is going to be like, oh, okay, like I am going to read that. Like billboards are a thing for a reason, you know what I'm saying? I read everything I pass by. I don't know, maybe I'm just nosy. But this is just like some tips on if you want to create your own banner. On honestly, like just like keep this in your back pocket for whenever. Like this is just like good resources for direct actions, like whenever. If you're not participating in IWD, I honestly really encourage you guys to, because it's kind of like really empowering, because we have all these actions across the country on the same day. So you really feel like, okay, wow, I was part of like something so big and like so loud. So I encourage you guys to join, but if not, like this is just really good to know in general. If you're an organizer, if you want to be an organizer, banners are also like really great for people who are like creative and they don't know how, like they want to organize, but they don't know how to use their creativity to do that. Banner making is a really great way to do that because you're probably always going to find people who are down to like toss the banner, but to actually create it is a little harder, just because like you want it to like look good and stuff. You can also print banners, but that's kind of expensive. But like I said, we are here to support you guys in your direct actions. So if you want to, if you have any ideas or if you want guidance on it, definitely reach out to Jasmine. They're our regional member organizer. Their email is jasmine@codepink.org. It's right on this website, in this toolkit. So if you guys feel inspired, like definitely reach out to them. They are really great at like guiding and empowering people to whether it's to take direct actions, start a chapter or whatever it is, but they have like been doing such a good job at like activating like our new chapters and like getting people involved. So they will definitely make you feel supported if you want to join. So yeah, here's just some ideas for actions, like a banner drop. It will tells you exactly what you need and like how to go about it. Actually, for last year, for International Women's Day, we dropped a banner. Our Chicago chapter dropped a banner. It was this big one. It says "Feminists Say No to War." I wonder if you can see me. I think I'm this one right here. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely me. But anyway, yeah, and it wasn't. It's like also like not too scary. If somebody comes to you, like if the police come to you, they'll probably just tell you to like wrap it up. I mean, I'm not opposed to zip tying a banner somewhere and dipping. Like I think that's also quite good. But like yeah, as you can see, it's like a really big banner. Most of the time you are gonna need something pretty big so that your message actually gets across. But yeah, it walks you through it. There's other ones. I won't go through all of them just so we can get to some questions, but you know, you can also do marches, rallies. There's different forms of civil disobedience for people who want to do like maybe like a less, you know, honestly, you'll probably still get arrested for civil disobedience. What am I talking about? You can also do like an educational event. It's always great to educate people, like I said, you know, disruptions, obviously those are really good forms of direct actions. On International Women's Day, again, DC and surrounding area people, we will actually be in Congress, obviously, like we are every day, not me, Medea. And on that day, we actually have this petition to the Congressional Progressive Caucus. There's 50 representatives who are women who are members of that caucus, and 24 of them have yet to call for a ceasefire, which like you're sitting on the Progressive Congressional Caucus or Congressional Progressive Caucus. Like, I don't like maybe do something a little bit progressive if that's like what you're going to add, like be a part of. So we have a petition directed at them specifically, at those 24 women, and they're going to be visiting them and delivering that message on March 8th. So if anybody like wants to get involved in direct actions, that is like a good start because you'll be with a group of people. It'll probably be a bigger day too. So if you don't want to feel too like seen, you won't. But yeah. Also, if anybody wants to sign that petition, actually, let me send that just in case y'all
Yeah,
want to.
we'll drop it in the chat.
It's about like kind of what I was going over about like reproductive justice, like telling these women like, don't you dare say anything about International Women's Day because you are not for women.
And also, people were asking earlier how they can support without donating.
Oh yeah, there's one. Petitions. Almost like every week we have some sort of like message because we're always in Congress, so like we always want to deliver something more direct and like targeted instead of, you know, something general. Like obviously it's better to be more direct. But okay, let me leave time for questions. I could talk for such a long time. I'm so sorry, but okay. Was there any questions for me? I can.
I'm seeing some stuff in the chat just sort of from people not really sure where to start. Like I'm messaging somebody right now who said like they feel like they don't have a big enough platform to organize a direct action. So what sort of advice would you give to somebody like that, like sort of fearing that if they do it with like a smaller group of people that it'll just be in vain?
So what I would say is actually like you don't really want to publicize a lot of your direct actions actually. Like no platform, no problem. Be incognito, be anonymous. Like when you're really like about that action, like when you're really doing what you want to do, like you don't want to like kind of be screaming it from the rooftops. Like scream your message from the rooftops, yes, but like you really don't need a big group. You don't need a big platform. That's like the beauty of direct actions. Like anybody can use their personal power and their personal agency, and even like a group of 5, like it can be powerful. So don't feel like discouraged by that at all. I think like find some people who are like down to get into stuff like that, who you trust, of course. Like always make sure you're talking to trusted individuals, especially at this time. There is a lot of kind of like not to fearmonger, but there's a lot of surveillance on Palestinian organizers. Like that's just a fact. That's always been the fact, but now more than ever it's heightened. So always make sure you're with people that you trust, or they know, or somebody that you know knows them well and trusts them. But I would say, even if you want to start with something as simple as putting up posters just to like kind of dip your toes in, um, it's just like not like a good like foot metaphor is just not good. But just if you want to get like a couple of people to like put up posters, like you really like might also like inspire people who know you or like within your group, because like that is like that's so sick. Like going out and like putting up posters and being like, this is my message, and like damn right you're gonna hear it. Just like stepping into your personal power like that and like standing for something will inspire people around you. So maybe the first time you're only able to get one person with you. Okay, cool, fine. I would say maybe like don't do something crazy like block a street, because that's just unsafe at that point. Like one person cannot block a street. Um, so like maybe that's how it starts. But then it's like maybe like a couple more people who do want to block a street. Then I think get into like do your research on that, figure out like what you need. Honestly, like reach out to me if you have any questions. Like I'm gonna put my email if anybody wants to reach out. If you have questions about a direct action, logistics, anything like that, feel free to ask, and like I'll help you with any advice that you need. But yeah, you don't need a group of people, like a big platform actually, to like do a direct action. And like I would actually advise you to like not post it on like something that's connected to you or like a small group of people, like maybe like an anonymous account or something. So don't feel like you need that. Also, on the topic of like advice for direct actions, we have like a community call every Monday at Code Pink called Missing Piece Mondays. I host it, and like we talk about like actions that we've done, and like people come with questions and stuff. It's every Monday night at 7 p.m. Central. It's called Missing Piece Mondays. So if you go to the Code Pink website and you go to our events, you'll see it. But yeah, if you guys have questions, that's also a space that you can come and ask them at.
No, I love that. I really like everything that you just said. I feel like is so important. And like with sort of like the surveillance, like it's not to like fear mongering, but something to sort of be aware of and like work around. Like I feel like a good example of that would be like if you're planning a direct action, maybe don't do it like on iMessage and instead like download an app like Signal where like your messages are encrypted. Because I feel like that's, there's like some people in Cop City who like have their WhatsApp messages being pulled up in court. And so like I think those sorts of things are like really, really important of like if we know that this is happening, how can we keep ourselves safe, like with that awareness.
True. I definitely second using Signal. Also, like even on Signal, like obviously the best type of communication is like in like face to face in person. But so like if you're on Signal, don't like, always like explicitly like say your plan. Like you can use like maybe like some code words, or like just say some things to that like it can't be used against you like in court, for example. Yeah. Is there any other questions?
Yeah, so I have one from somebody asking, what can universities do? And I would love to hear you talk about direct actions for that, and to tell this person that actually right after this segment, we're going to have 2 members of National Students for Justice in Palestine talking about how you can start a chapter at your university and sort of move momentum with divest movements at your university, because I can almost guarantee you that they do have ties with either Zionist institutions or weapons manufacturers. But I'd actually love to hear, even just like for me, like what sorts of ideas you have for like direct actions at universities.
Yeah, I think like divestment campaigns are really, really good. Like that's a really great way to get like material change. Basically, it's like when you are telling your university to divest, it's the opposite of invest, obviously. So if they're invested in like weapons manufacturers, for example, which you like would be surprised. Like I know that sounds crazy, but like look, investigate your universities. You might find that they don't even publish their investment portfolios, like DePaul, like what I was talking about earlier, because they're invested in outrageous things. And you know, even if they're invested in things like Sabra hummus or you know, like just other BDS products, a divestment campaign basically forces or like puts pressure on your university to divest their money from Sabra, for example, or from weapons manufacturers. So that money, like materially, will be pulled out of those programs, and you know, demand that they put it in like better like funding for your school, like whatever type of resources you need. Like they're like always like they're never doing enough, so like I'm sure there's something you can point to for them to like direct that in. But also I think honestly, universities making like statements in support of like a ceasefire, or just like recognizing what is happening, like as like educational institutions, they have a responsibility to do this. So that is like one thing where like I know a lot of people feel like just like acknowledging or like calling for a ceasefire is something that like doesn't actually have any real weight, which I would argue against. Like I think it's good to stand in solidarity with people no matter what. But universities have power and influence over their student bodies. So by calling for a ceasefire, like this is like like going to direct it's going to like a large group of people is going to be forced to like interact with that, like students, for example. Like if they see that their university like called for a ceasefire, for example, like that maybe would make them feel like, okay, like maybe this is something like why is my university like feeling the need to do this, like maybe this is something that's worth a little bit more of my time, my attention. And that would also empower like the SJP there to take more action for Palestine, right? Like supporting those students. Also, as students, you have so much leverage against your university. Like they are literally there to serve you. Like do not forget that. They work for you. Like your tuition, oh, like how overpriced school is, like, yeah, like for like demand from them. Like demand that they meet your demands. Um and like to talk about like protecting Palestinian students. Like this isn't, it's one thing that Palestinian students have to deal with like the tragedy of the occupation of Palestine and like the genocide, but it's another thing that literally in the US Palestinians are being killed. So like universities absolutely have a responsibility to talk about that and to take measures to protect their Palestinian students. And doing that could like, you know, whether it's like disempower like Zionists on campus because they know that their university supports Palestinian students, you know, maybe they would be discouraged from, you know, doing something like violent or hateful because, you know, they know that like the university explicitly said that they will protect their Palestinian students, which I don't, has any university done that? I don't think so.
I
So
really don't think so. It's like actually terrifying. But I really like that you bring that up, and I feel like also like on top of that, because the person who actually asked that question said that they go to one of the UC schools, and I feel like state schools especially have a certain power because like they're state funded. Like the governor is who decides how much funding your university gets, and so if your university is telling your governor who gives them the funding to call for a ceasefire, I feel like that's like so incredibly important. And so thank you for bringing all of that up. And there's one last question that I actually really want to uplift, even if it means going over time. But somebody said, any tips for people who, oh my God, my dog is like on top of my phone. Any tips for people who are disabled wanting to participate in actions but have mobility issues?
Yeah. Okay. So actually one really good role for people who have mobility issues is that whenever there's like an action happening, there is always like kind of like a media piece to it. So if you're like not able to be on the scene, like I actually took a role like this recently. I was like a remote media role. So because the people on the scene wanted to like uplift what they were doing as it was happening, which also was like a great way to get attention from the press and like from the public on like what is happening right now. So I was like in charge of like getting things out on social media, connecting with the press, telling them what's going on. And that's also like a very vital role. Obviously I think that these actions, you know, the disruption factor of it and stopping like the people who are physically there is like a good part of it. But I do think that having more people know that this happened is like something that is also really important. Like I said, you don't have to like connect yourself to it or say like, oh, I was there doing this. Definitely don't do that. But being like, oh, a group of people did this. Hey press, like you should talk about this, or like, hey public, like, do you know that this is going on? So that's like a really good role that people who have mobility issues can take. Um, and yeah, that's like something I could just think of off the top of my head. But even if like you're the person who's like creating the art but like can't go out to do like the banner drop, for example, if you can like help paint the banner, then that's like one thing. Even like giving your ideas and strategic planning, all that stuff is like very helpful. Research is a really big part of direct actions in order to have like accurate messaging and to, you know, do like make sure like all your safety boxes are checked off. So there's a lot you can do even if you like never are at the action yourself.
I love that. Thank you for that. And thank you for this like whole segment. Like I'm so grateful. Like I was really excited to have Code Pink on here, and to like know somebody that's in Code Pink. So yeah, like this is really amazing. And I really hope that everybody that's like watching live right now, like took all of this to heart. Like you absolutely do not need to have like a TikTok platform to do a direct action. In fact, it's actually way better if you don't have a TikTok platform and do a direct action. And so yeah, I just like really like everything that you said. I'm just like so grateful to have been able to like uplift this. And again, if not every single weapons manufacturer in the US is shut down by next week, I'm gonna be very disappointed in everybody watching this.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Like I said, this was such a cool, like creative idea. And I really love that you guys are like committing to this 12 hours, especially because it's also doubling as a fundraiser. Yes, guys, we're fundraising for eSIMs for people in Gaza, which is a necessary resource for communication. So thank you guys so much for having me on. Like this, it was such a great opportunity, and you guys are so sweet and cool. So it was really nice
Thank
talking
you
to you
so
guys.
much for coming on. Yes.
Okay, I hope I see some people joining us for IWD too.
Expect some emails.
Yes. Noor, Nour at codepink.org. If anybody has any questions, feel free to email me.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
And like Noor said, if you are not showing up for women in Gaza, then that is not feminist. And if you just post something on your story about women who can become doctors in the United States now because of XYZ, and you're not posting about the women who are giving birth in Gaza, opening their bellies to C-section, zero pain, zero sterilization equipment, that's not feminist either. And I also wanted to note that we are officially halfway through this live. It is 6 p.m. Eastern, which means we've done 6 hours, which is phenomenal. And so everyone, please go check the link in our bio, go donate to our GoFundMe. All of that money is going to eSIMs in Gaza. And then any leftover money, if we hit 200 eSIMs, will be donated to other orgs like UNRWA, like we talked about earlier. So please go donate. We're halfway through. So excited. Yeah, are we ready to transition into the next part, Soha?
Yes, so our next speakers are one of which is one of my favorite people in the entire world, and I know I keep saying that about everybody. But oh, it's not okay. I love Connor, but Connor is not who I was introducing. But Connor is also here.
I was just gonna ask.
I'm sorry.
Love you too. No, and honestly, if you want to stay for this conversation, like you 100% can. But we are going to be, oh my God, Chewy, my dog. We are introducing National Students for Justice in Palestine. You've heard their name. You've read all the defamation that they're funded by crazy people. This is so where they're going to be talking about student organizing, divest movement, some really amazing stuff. So welcome.
Yay!
Thank you for having us on. Rama, I'll let you take it away first.
Hey y'all, thank you guys for having us on. So yeah, I don't know if should I just share my screen or what did you?
Yeah, no, you could go ahead and share it. They do have a presentation for us. So.
Yeah, just a little thing. Okay, give me 1 second, sorry.
We're overachievers, so we brought slides and everything.
Oh, I'm glad. You guys are educating the people for real. These little
Let's
kids.
say we'll all be sat watching, like ready.
Okay, this is being kind of weird. Sorry.
Oh, you're all good.
Okay. Let me. Right. Can you see, like, do you see like a red screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, so thank you so much for having us. So me and Sada will be presenting about National Students for Justice in Palestine. I'm sure our generation has really heard a lot about like SJP if they weren't already involved in the SJP chapter on their campus. And so we kind of want to talk about what is the student movement and kind of like how like what role do students play in the larger context of like Palestinian liberation, and then obviously broadly speaking in liberation movements worldwide. So Sada, if you wanted to introduce yourself.
Yeah, very not interesting person, but my name is Sara. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a grad student here in the East Coast. I've been organizing with NSJP for a few years now, and then before then, I was at my own undergrad SJP organizing for divestment and other great stuff. But yeah, this is just like a rundown, like Ram said, about like just general, what is SJP, what is national SJP's role, what is divestment, things like that, and how you can get involved. Like this time is very critical, and I think this is a very important just how to of again how to get involved. Yeah, so go ahead.
Awesome. And yeah, I'm Rams. I'm an organizer with NSJP, and I also was involved in my undergrad's SJP as well. And that's kind of where I like really started understanding like the impact of, as cheesy as it sounds, like I think our generation is actually really cool, even though we're also really annoying. So no, but so we can get started kind of like briefly into like what is SJP and national SJP more broadly. And so the first individual Students for Justice in Palestine chapter was started up in UC Berkeley, up left West Coast. And so this is actually like a pamphlet of what the first like brochure that was used. I love putting this in presentations. I think it's like so cool to see. And it's like, yeah, we should bring back writing out brochures, although I'm sure that was annoying to copy over and over. But so, that was like one of the first ones. And then they started to sprout up throughout the country more and more. And so eventually National SJP formed as kind of like a centralized like conference planning body for SJP chapters to attend, where there would be workshops and things like that. Speakers, educational events, things like that, at different campuses. And so the first one was actually at Columbia, in 2011. And so today we continue to host conferences for student chapters, and we are also moving towards being connecting the student movement. Right now, we support over 300 Palestine solidarity orgs. And so, like they kind of take shape in different ways. Some are like SJP, some are different like names, PSU, things like that. But overall, like these solidarity orgs throughout not only the US, but also Canada, more specifically like defined Turtle Island. And so our goal with kind of being this like centralized point of reference um, for chapters to use if they wish, is to create a connected and disciplined student movement equipped to contribute to the struggle for Palestinian liberation. And so we'll kind of get into the specifics of what that looks like and the different ways that we help support chapters. But this is definitely, you can see like the ways that students are central to these movements as we continue our mini presentation. But yeah, I don't know, Sada, if you had anything you wanted to add.
No, I think you covered everything.
Awesome. Okay, so we'll get into student repression.
Yeah, so I think we
Sorry.
can't talk about the student movement unless we talk about student repression, and we see it right now at an all-time high. It's always existed, but the intensity has completely been exacerbated. So before the 7th, there was always widespread the adoption of the IRA definition, or like the conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism that has always existed and always pushed by Zionist like lobby organizations like the ADL, Stand With Us, in collaboration with the federal government. And basically, IRA definition does target students, faculty, and again, dangerously makes that conflation with anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. So again, it's called the IRA definition for those who may not know, but it's still one of the biggest threats on campus right now, and that's also what we're targeting. So the Zionist lobby has strategically and more disgustingly rather like targeted specific individuals in their smear campaigns, and not just like the amorphous body of SJP or Students for Justice in Palestine. And so this way they kind of atomize specific individuals, they isolate them, and they use a lot of their resources to do that. And we do have a lot of examples of what that looks like. And so oftentimes the targets of these vicious smear campaigns are key members in academia. They are community leaders. They're important contributors to any field in academia. And so with regards to doxing and blacklisting, also the threat of Canary Mission was always there. Canary Mission being like the right wing like blacklisting website, as well as accounts like Radical Alert, other right wingers. They've always existed. Again, they've just been very, very vicious lately. So it's like we have examples of smear campaigns before the 7th. I know Navdeen Kaswani is a very popular name. She runs Wool, or the Grassroots Initiative in New York, right? And she faced like an awful smear campaign from CUNY, the CUNY admin, and Zionist lobby organizations. We have during October, Rhina Workman, she was removed as the president of the school's student bar association. She lost a job offer from corporate law firms, Winston and Strawn, and they basically wrote a newsletter expressing solidarity with Palestine, and that's what got them, viciously smeared. It's a simple solidarity letter that can get you blacklisted. And then we have the Harvard students example, the doxing trucks being set up outside SJP members' parents' workplaces. And so they essentially do this thing where they utilize all of these resources to target students. And so this level of repression is very McCarthyite level. It's a type of suppression that we haven't seen since the height of McCarthyism. It's at an all-time high. And now we also have recently Stanford University, 18 students have been detained after disrupting their university president's Q&A. Columbia University, they suspended their SJP and JVP. We have George Washington University, love George Washington University. They're always crapping on their Palestinian students. They, also suspended their university chapter. Before October, they denied Palestinian students trauma mental health services. Like this has always been ongoing, and now we're seeing it consistently more and more. SJPs are being denied their university rooms to cultivate like their own modes of learning and critical consciousness through political education. An example of that was at MIT, I believe a couple months ago, where MIT denied their SJP the rooms to use for their events and like their political education events as well. And so we have a lot of these examples coming up consistently, especially after October, where students are viciously smeared, they're denied their spaces, and also being detained by their own university police. So those are some examples, and I'll pass it to Rama about lawfare and arbitrary rule changes.
Yeah, thank you, Soda. I mean, it's definitely kind of nerve-wracking to hear about these things, but like it's also something that we're, living through, and particularly our generation. And so I guess like this is not a form of like fear mongering, but more so, like where we're at right now. And so lawfare is also another technique used with student repression. And so basically it's just using the law or like, threats of lawsuits and filings and things like that to intimidate students or organizations into kind of like silencing themselves, so as like to avoid going through this whole really expensive and exhausting process of legal proceedings. And so there's a few examples. I mean, a lot of like the ADL and Hillel chapters and things like that have legal capabilities and funds sometimes to kind of threaten students with this form of lawfare. We also have just seen like in Colombia, for example, which I don't mean to keep mentioning Colombia, but it's just they have an example for all these things right now, unfortunately. But they have Jewish students who sued the university, saying that, I mean, I honestly like didn't read the full thing because I was like, really caught off guard by that. But I mean, it's just a form of like, even though these chapters have been suspended for no reason, they're still going after because these chapters are still like there, like JVP and SJP Columbia are still there. They're still doing things. They're still protesting, just like a bunch of chapters all over the country have been continuing despite these different threats. And so lawfare is a technique that's like used as kind of like not a last resort, but definitely a, resort towards the end, when you've already tried so many other of these techniques, like the ones that Sada was mentioning. And so that's like one version of like the external and like, like the US court system. And then there's also like universities that make arbitrary rule changes, right? So I can't remember which school it was. There's like too many to keep track of now, but there was one where like overnight they changed the rules about public demonstrations on campus. And so this was the night or like a few nights before a protest was planned. And so that protest obviously broke those rules. And they were I'm annoyed that I can't remember which university, but like it was very, very intentional. They'll say like they do these like general, even like putting up posters, for example, or like flyers, um, like making like random changes to what the rules are, or threatening that, this is like a form of like copyright if you're using certain imagery or whatever. I know, so I was laughing. That sounds a little familiar, but
On that really quick. At UIC, when I'm still an SJP at UIC, but basically we posted a photo of a specific study abroad office member. His name is Kyle Rausch, and I'm not afraid to say it. He was saying some crazy things in a meeting with me. He was saying, why do I want to go to Palestine so bad? He was like, me as a white gay man, I couldn't go to Saudi Arabia, so I just don't go there. So why do you want to go to Palestine, even though you're from Palestine? And so we posted an image of him, like the image from the university website, and we added the quote. And then he was like, I will sue you for $500 in damages for copyright for this image. And obviously his I'm not gonna. He didn't do it. Is what we'll say. He didn't do it. So yeah, that's really funny because she already knows.
No, like I think Rams, I don't know if it was Rutgers, but Rutgers, Jesus. Rutgers did what was it? Like a demonstration in the school library. They did nothing but like have pally posters at like library tables and then we're studying. It was kind of like a demonstration slash study group thing. And then campus police came in. They were like, "Oh, this is disrupting, the student environment." They're what do you call it? Like they're stretching the definition of disruption, right? Or what vandalism is. And it's like it's really ridiculous. I think it was Rutgers. I don't know. It was the library sit-in was Rutgers, but what your previous example, I do also want to say Rutgers just because they're going bonkers. But yeah.
No, they really are so like I remember when I was hearing about the poster stuff, I was just like the lengths they go to make these things are like sort of like with putting flyers on tables, like it's just really embarrassing, especially when they like only take down SJP posters and then they say like, oh wait, this applies to everybody. Like what? Like so yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like with the posters thing at my university, especially, it's crazy because people put up posters for parties that are like twerkathon Saturday
Literally.
night, and then only take down the SJP posters. It's like that's crazy. Like that's actually so crazy. So yeah, it's I feel like such a good example of like all of this of just like the universities really do like pick and choose with like the Palestinian students.
That's so funny.
Yeah. No, literally, it'll be like a white supremacist speaker coming in, and it's just like, oh, let's print more. Like, but yeah, like, these rule changes are super intentional, or even making them super broad. I mean, this is also like how the legal system is in the US too, and like around the world is like making certain words very broad or like up for interpretation. And schools do that too. They obviously follow that model. And so these are just some of the ways that like we've seen repression I mean in general, but also especially in the last few months. So with that, we can get into kind of like where the student movement is now.
Yeah, so essentially, I think all these bullets kind of touch on everything, give a brief synopsis. So, 100 new chapters were formed since October. Besides the new forms of doxing, we do have, again, what I mentioned before, the backlash type, or just backlash in general hasn't changed. Intensity has increased. Undeterred by backlash, so chapters, again, Rama said Colombia is still strong. Columbia is forming a coalition with 40 plus organizations on their campus. They're continuing with divestment, like screw admin type attitude, which is like what we see across campuses. And so they understand the risks. A lot of chapters understand the risks, but they continue to push those divestment demands or just general demands for their universities to stop being complicit in colonial apartheid and now genocide. So we have increased academic community support. I believe it was 60 plus FJPs have been formed since October. FJPs are Faculty Justice for Palestine. And so these are really important because students on the front line is one thing, but when you have faculty supporting students on the front line, there's more of a risk for universities, right? They're already scared shitless, but like with faculty involved as well, there is more pushback. And then we have the formation of alumni groups as well, Alumni for Justice in Palestine. And again, that's another form of support that students can rely on, especially when we talk about alumni donations. Try and get your money from someone else besides alumni because they're not going to be supporting your complicity. So that's like what we're seeing. And then some major wins, we have Sacramento State. I believe Rams can talk about this one, but like I think Rams mentioned like anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Sacramento State was able to make that statement. And then we have UC Davis, UCLA, UMich, and other universities passing divestment resolutions. UC UC Davis, I believe, being the first university to officially pass divestment. Let me know if I'm incorrect. But again, these UC schools are paving the way for these like new wins and victories. But yeah, Rams, let me know if I mentioned something incorrectly or if you need to add on anything.
Yeah, no, these are only like a few examples. Like we honestly couldn't, like there's so many huge wins, whether it's like, not letting certain speakers come, like physically protesting it when certain speakers come. Like some universities have had like I know UIC had like Jill Biden come, which was so random, but like
too. It was so funny. It was Jill Biden and Halle Berry. Like
no, it was the most random combination.
I know.
Like
Together
literally,
or just
yeah.
like, oh my God. I'm
So
sorry. I don't like her Catwoman anymore. Okay, she's not on the top of it. No.
no, I know, right? I was like, Hallie, like I don't care about Jill, obviously. Like she can, but like Hallie kind of stung, but whatever. But it's like the most random speakers are like when Hillary Clinton was visiting a few campuses, people were protesting. So like super, super like forward looking in the ways that students are organizing and like not just hosting their own events, but getting ready to like stop certain events from happening or disrupting those events, which is really important. And yeah, with Sacramento State, they I believe had like a anti-Semitism resources, and they made it a point to like emphasize that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, which is super important and like avoids a lot of harm in this space from happening, in terms of like that's such a common argument or way to silence people is by attacking them with this really like you know inaccurate claim, which I think is really, really cool because the IRA definition is definitely very intentional. And it's like also just it's very, if you look up like IHRA anti-Semitism definition, it's very much like the first part I believe is like yes, and then the rest is all just like you can't say anything about Israel, like you literally can't say anything. So yeah, and so with this kind of like in mind, my laptop is glitching. Okay. Oop. Don't look yet. Okay. So kind of thinking of like NSJP's role, and like understanding more of like what we do, what we're here for. So we do a variety of things. We help strategize, like help support chapters with strategizing. So, for example, if they know like a certain type of event is going to happen, or, there's like coalitions building that are against them, that are like Zionist coalitions, things like that, like supporting them with strategizing around that, um, is really like we have people who work with chapters to help them think through things like that. We also do national campaigns, and I kind of gave you a sneak peek, but that includes divestment, which is kind of what we've been talking about. We'll get into what is divestment a little bit more and like why doing it cohesively really can make an impact. And we're already seeing that, like Sara mentioned, with like like three major wins, like kind of back to back to back in the last few weeks. And then conferences, as I mentioned earlier, we host conferences with different workshops. We are trying to maintain those like relations, even though we're not all in the same, obviously, state. We're not even like we always forget about Canada, but we also have Canadian chapters, so we're not even in the same country. So it's really cool to kind of like have a space to kind of bring everybody, and our next conference will be soon, so it's really exciting. And we also do like internal trainings, so that can look like political education. It could also look like more skill-based, so kind of like how do you facilitate a meeting? How do you kind of have these like different aspects of like leadership within your SJP? How can you like problem solve in certain types of situations, things like that. And also Sorry, I just like I don't know why I just like um I literally did nothing. I'm literally sitting. Sorry guys, it's been a long day, but
Okay.
internal trainings though, and obviously like we have our own like steering body as NSJP. So we're also like it's not like we're just preaching. Like we're also learning, teaching each other, learning from other people, other leaders in different communities as well. Whether that be like more political concepts or more tangible skills or ways to take care of each other in this space and things like that. Um, we also like one of the main things we've been doing, and shout out to our SGP support people, is supporting new chapters. And I think Sada mentioned this already, but we've had over 100 chapters form since October 7th, which is like wild. And there's also like international ones which we don't necessarily like work with, but like we've seen like which is really, really, really cool at universities. And it kind of shows like this like inextricable link between like universities and like education obviously as well and like student organizing. And so we've definitely been helping with starting SJP chapters. So whether that looks like you know, kind of coming up with what your vision is, your mission, things like that, building a constitution, thinking of what structure will work. Do you want like a horizontal type structure or do you want more like vertical, like a board and things like that? Committees, like how to market it, things like that. And then also um, kind of like it bleeds into the strategizing support as well because there can be obstacles to creating a SGP in this climate. And so kind of helping with that as well. So that's been something that we've been really like honored to be in a role to help with. Um, and so like also creating sustainable chapters that will last after people graduate, right? Because that's like how it gets passed down in generations. Like the first one started before our generation was born, which is like really wild to think that it's like that's such a flex for like that generation, you know? Like I think it's probably millennials or the one right before it. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to generations, but um like I would be flexing that. Like the current generation is still doing this. Like that's amazing. And so we have to also like keep that in mind of like how is this gonna continue um when we graduate, right? And so that's that. And then we also assist with programming and events. We also do host our own programming and events. We do have um, a few, we have a variety of calls or like sessions that we do. And it really can span like pretty much anything under the sun. But we have been doing a few SJP 101 workshops because so many um chapters have been sprouting up. Actually, like shameless plug, our fourth SJP support call or SJP 101 call for people who just started a chapter or are thinking about starting a chapter is going to be this upcoming Thursday, um 3 Pacific, 5 Central, 6 Eastern, PM. Imagine if it was AM. But so definitely check that out. But yeah, and then we also do have media resources. So this can look like different presentations that we've used in the past, things for people to build off of. It can outline like I know one we just shared with the chapter is like the history of the student movement, kind of getting more specifically on an international lens, right? Because student organizing didn't start in like America or like Turtle Island. It started obviously overseas in terms of Palestinian student organizing, right? So kind of sharing those like resources that we've built out over time for chapters to use is really, really cool that we can like be able to do that. And then also with the last few months especially, but also in general, kind of obviously we're not in a capacity, we're also students, we're not in a capacity to like, you know, give actual legal advice. But we are able to connect people to people who like movement lawyers and things like that who can help with providing legal advice because especially because lawfare is such a real thing right now. And also in general, like students are not always fully aware of like what their rights are, and that's very intentional. That's like limited knowledge. So we're kind of trying to not make that limited knowledge by facilitating that type of support. And yeah, this is only like a handful of things, honestly, but kind of just like a broad overview, just because I don't want to keep talking about, I could talk about what NSJP does like all day, honestly. But yeah, and so plus more, like find out. But no, I mean, we will get into though, like I think like one of the coolest things that we're doing right now, which is our national divestment campaign. So I will pass it back to Soto.
Yeah, so basically universities have always had their endowments in shady things. We know this historically and currently. So they love having their endowments in anything maintaining global systems of oppression. So our campuses and white stream institutions do act as small cogs that help run the engine of the US empire and US imperialism. We have always known this, that these endowments are public. Shame on them. So universities have always worked against anti-apartheid organizers who have investigated and targeted universities' financial ties between them and colonial projects. So, for example, before intense pressure was exerted on the University of California, Berkeley, they had divested, I believe, like I believe before pressure was exerted, the UC Berkeley was invested in South African apartheid, I believe $3 billion worth of endowments. And so we know these sites are deeply complicit in Israel's colonial project as well through these same financial links. They have stocks in Lockheed Martin, holdings in McDonald's, internship partnerships with Caterpillar for engineering students. The list goes on. So they try to cover this complicity by starting these social justice initiatives, DEI programs, and new liberatory language like decolonial academia and like buzzwords, right? And they start using decolonization, decolonial academia, and they try to cover up all this crap with pretty words. And it's not until decolonization becomes material that they start to say, well, whoa, Palestinians really shouldn't have rights. So we know that their endowments are in shady things. And what we're talking about now is national divestment and how campuses can, or SJP organizers on campuses can start divesting. So again, divestment from South African apartheid. Now we're starting to divest from the Israeli, just colonial apartheid and the Israeli colonial project. So there's this new national divestment campaign, co-sponsored and created by us, National SJP, Palestinian Youth Movement, and dissenters. And so we're trying to mobilize all students across Turtle Island to start these divestment campaigns and really hold their universities complicit. And students need to start taking back their money. Like, we are paying tuition. Why are we also paying for colonial apartheid? Why are we paying for this genocide and continued occupation? So again, we see these UC victories, UC paving the way again. Again, UC Berkeley first divested from South African apartheid. UC Davis now divesting from this Zionist colonial project. It's a really interesting pattern. I love patterns. It's really interesting to see. And now we have three targets. So economic divestment, academic boycott, institutional embargo. Those are the three targets. And we can talk about our 5 demands now. I think, Rama, you can go over that bit.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of exciting. Like our like NSJP people who have been working on this have really been like popping off, honestly. And so like our demands quickly are just divesting from companies complicit in the occupation. And these are obviously demands from our institutions. So also ending university support for occupation and war profiteering, protecting Palestinian students and pro-Palestinian activism, especially if like you're going to be claiming that you treat all your students the same, right? Which is, we've seen time and time again, not only with Palestinian students, but with a bunch of different types of students, that is not the case. And also, of course, ceasefire now, ending the genocide that's happening Our universities can put pressure in this, especially collectively, because people always love to ask, like, what does, I don't know, like, let me think of a university. Like, I don't know, Atlanta, like a university in Atlanta have to do with this, right? Or Georgia State or whatever. I don't know. I clearly know nothing. But like
Emory's a college.
Emory, yeah. What does Emory have to do with calling for a ceasefire? Like, things like that. But it's like if every university is calling for a ceasefire, like that is very, very significant. And if every university is divesting from companies that are complicit in the occupation, that is super significant. And I encourage you all to definitely like reach out if you are trying to, learn more about what your university is investing into, because I can almost guarantee that they are likely putting some of their money towards whether it's like or weapons manufacturers, different like Zionist institutions, things like that. And it's definitely worth kind of like publicly shaming them for where they're putting their money and forcing them to divest that money. And then of course ending all US aid to Israel. So those are our broad demands, and I kind of also just wanted to get into like what our impact is, like especially our generation. So as I mentioned, like right now, college students, assuming most college students right now, like in undergraduate institutions, are in their early 20s and whatnot. They're primarily Gen Z, and they're engaging in these mass mobilizations and also being politicized on their campuses. It's like one of the first places that you are really able to kind of engage in campus politics and kind of learn about these international struggles, and see how like not far removed they are from the struggles we face here. And so obviously we encourage y'all to be joining your SJP chapters. Like sustaining this energy and momentum is super, super important right now. We're about to enter Ramadan, and this genocide is still ongoing. And it's really important that, we join these long-term organizing organizations, uplift Palestinian voices on our campuses, and also in our communities, right? Like it's not just limited to your campus. Um, and so definitely join your university's SJP. And if your university doesn't have one, as y'all know, we do SJP like 101s, and we're more than happy to help assist you in creating an SJP chapter, and kind of finding the people on your campus who are just as passionate as you and just as, wanting to make a change as you. If you're like on this call or like on this live stream, like you are probably wanting to make an impact. And so definitely reach out to us, like either on like social media or through our website, nationalsjp.org. And if you put /support, that'll take you to like our intake form. But yeah, that's kind of like, wait, I think that's all right.
Yeah, and then we have our handles. So follow us on Instagram, Twitter. I think that was the questions part.
Ugh,
It's all
sorry.
right.
My laptop is like frozen.
Okay, it's being ugly. It's all right. But yeah, follow us on our Instagram and Twitter. And again, Rams mentioned the CSC, so our Campus Support Coalition, can help you form an SJP, write out your constitution with you, figure out all the logistics, and get that started. And again, we have our main website. We also have a newsletter. Feel free to submit any of your really good art and like writing, and we can uplift that as well. Writing is also resistance. So yeah, that's all we have. But yeah, we could just like talk.
Yeah, now we can just yap away. But real quick, yeah, we also have our first and second edition on that website, the TWR, the Written Resistance. So definitely check those out too. I think sorry, you might have already said that, but like I just love that like they're also up. So it's like okay, if like you don't have a physical copy, you can also just like read the old ones there. But we will be releasing one in April. So definitely mark your calendars. Um I think I'm just gonna unshare so that I could like see y'all better, but I can also type, or if you can like put it in one of the, I don't know, live streams. I sound like a grandma, I really don't know.
Wait, put the tag.
Yeah.
Let me comment that right now. And pin the comment. Okay, yeah.
Khalti Rama.
Yeah, that was amazing. And I wanna quickly before I forget, somebody commented talking about some stuff that's happening at Indiana State University or IU. I think that's Indiana State. But they were basically saying that some students tried to start an SJP chapter there and like it immediately got disbanded. Like the university wasn't allowing it. So what sorts of things, like what sort of advice would you give to a student that's like trying to start an SJP but's facing like a lot of pushback and the university is trying not to let them start it? And like what would you guys as an SJP, your role be within that?
Yeah. So I don't know if you wanted to take
Like,
this on, but I can also
yeah,
chime in.
you can go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like unfortunately not like a super rare thing that we've come across where formally having an SGP is like not an option from what I'm understanding, like what you're saying, but correct me if I'm wrong, but like there's different ways to still like build a coalition of people on a more informal level and coalitions with existing organizations. And so I think that's like one of the things that I would first recommend is like connecting with existing orgs that heavily align. And that can also not be like a great option if they don't exist, right? And like but it's a starting point if building a SJP is not the most feasible thing right now. But there's also a bunch of like practical things you can also do to force that org to be created. And we've had, I think, one of our steering members who went to Butler had a lot of difficulties starting her SGP. And so, but eventually it happened. And Butler is also in Indiana, so I don't know what's happening in Indiana. But yeah, Soda, I don't know if you wanted to um add anything else.
No, I think you covered. And do you mind mentioning what happened with IU again? Sorry.
Yeah, so I just sort of saw it in the comments of the Instagram post, but they were basically saying, the students tried to start an SJP chapter and the university basically like immediately disbanded it, that the university sort of has like a long-standing, like very Zionist reputation. They said that some sort of like a Muslim professor that was talking about Palestine got like either censured or suspended. And sort of that like they weren't really sure where to go from there. And so I think I saw you engaging with the comment. Do you know any more about that?
I have friends at IU and they were telling me about that, about how there was a lot of organizing efforts trying to happen, but IU has been known to be very proactive in these sort of situations and shutting things down. And there's also things that have happened on campus that IU is purposefully silenced, like with other minority groups, like really, really tragic events that have happened and then IU is silenced. So I wasn't surprised about it, but also I don't have direct ties to the chapter there.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I think like what Rams was mentioning about coalition work and trying to like essentially have people power on campus is really essential. And I think just paralegal too. Like there are a lot of loopholes paralegal can find of like, well, you can't do this according to your university policies, like demolish SJPs like this, or a student group that is trying to form an SJP. They can help the students find loopholes and work with them in establishing their SJP as well through, again, the legal framework. And then NSJP can also work on like how can you form the like coalition and people power so that you do have other students backing you in this process. So I think yeah, a combination of everything that I mentioned is what I would say would be helpful.
Awesome. That is super helpful. And for anybody watching the live that maybe doesn't know what PAL Legal is, they are a legal organization that supports like a lot of like SJP chapters and like Palestinian activists here within the US. So if you've seen like my videos about the stuff that was happening at my university, Palestine Legal was supporting us and is still supporting us through all of that. So, if you are facing this sort of backlash, I would definitely recommend reaching out to them and getting connected with them because that's like what they're there for. And I had another, I was gonna say also, so if you could like sort of like what you think the first step for, like, let's say there's somebody watching the live right now and they're like, I really want to support or I want to start an SJP chapter at my university because I know that there isn't one, but I'm not really sure what the first step I should take is. What would you like, what sort of advice would you give to them?
Okay, real quick, can I add something and then answer that? Okay, also that's a great question. But I also did want to say, like, I think like, and I hope this isn't problematic, but like kind of playing into the lawfare thing of like, if you're gonna threaten to sue me, I'm gonna threaten to sue you. Like if you like Legal has tweeted on the behalf of chapters before, and I'm sure like obviously with their consent and whatnot, but like that they'll be threatening to sue if they don't do XYZ, or if the university continues to do whatever they're doing, right? Like just yesterday the NYCLU tweeted about Columbia, and that like they're going to sue if they don't reinstate the chapters by March 1st. Like they gave a deadline, you know? And so like I love that. Like I love that stuff. I think it's like, you know, like playing into that. And obviously not everybody has the same access and resources for that, but there are a lot of orgs like Legal that are like you don't have to pay and whatnot. So um that's also like hopefully not a technique you need to use very early on, but um yeah. But in terms of that question is great. So how like kind of like what is that first step? I think me personally, and like Soda definitely add, um, but um first finding kind of like a group of people, or like gauging like the people who would be kind of interested in really like leading this initiative with you, because obviously you need to have people on your SJP, right? Even if you're not doing like a formal board or anything. But also making sure to kind of um, uplift or center Palestinian voices as much as you can, Arab students, Muslim students, but primarily Palestinian students. Because after all, it's like, you know, that's what the P stands for. And so that's always important. Like you can have the energy, you can have the motivation, but you also, you know, as an ally, and I'm assuming like a lot of people are asking this from the position of an ally, I think it's important to kind of do that to the best of your ability. And that looks different on every campus, with like the different demographics of each campus. But I would say like gauging who is interested, centering Palestinian voices, and also then kind of working together to kind of like just talk through. I think it's going to be like a little bit slow, but talking through what you envision SJP doing on your campus, what is the purpose of an SJP on your campus, kind of just considering some of the not logistics, but just like general values and mission, right? Because I think it's really easy to be brought into a movement, but kind of understanding the principles of what SJP is, and like how it's, of course, first and foremost Palestinian liberation, and also anti-imperialism, anti-capitalism, anti-normalization, anti-Zionism, you know, like, and how it intersects with other movements like environmental justice, disability justice, and obviously not, you don't have to really like know all these things to start an SJP, but definitely being ready to kind of tackle those things as you organize with people, and making sure to like see how those intersections play out is really important. Like you can't like, I mean, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But like like I don't know, just not recognizing like indigenous people's rights to the land that we're on, which is stolen land, like that is physically contradictory with like the movement for Palestine, right? So things like that, kind of thinking about those things, but also not letting those hinder you from getting that chapter started, I think are really important.
I, I agree. The values and principles are important. Also, like, what is the campus culture? It's helpful for us to get an understanding of like, is there a big Zionist presence on your campus? Is it easy to find people? Who's a trusted faculty member that can serve as your advisor? Is an advisor necessary for you to establish a registered organization on your campus? If you can find a trusted advisor, oh my God, that would be great. So you have again support from a faculty member and maybe a department, you know. So also doing a little power mapping, who are your mini targets, who are your allies. It's really important to do that when you're establishing a chapter. And what Ramz was saying about principles, if we don't establish principles and certain values and clear red lines of where not to cross, it gets really messy. Sometimes you'll have Depke with cops, and that's something, it's like I personally do not vibe with. But it's like we need to establish these clear red lines so we know that we are for Palestinian liberation and for the liberation of other peoples. And that includes Black liberation, right? And Indigenous self-determination when we're talking about it. So I think that's very essential.
Yeah. And thank you for that. I feel like that's like another thing that I was like also like seeing in the comments of sort of that same like common Zionist rhetoric of like, Palestine like doesn't support queer people, or like, why aren't you guys talking about like what's happening in Sudan and like stuff like that, and where it's like, all of these are intertwined. Like Palestine won't be free until the people of Sudan are free, and the people of Sudan won't be free until Palestinians are free. And sort of like I feel like SJP is like a really good example of that, like with you guys as tenants. Like that was like one of the reasons I was like so grateful to be able to join SJP on my campus, was like it was so clear of like we are an intersectional organization. Like we stand for the liberation of like all Palestinians, and that includes like queer Palestinians. And sort of like how you guys said about like the mission and like the values, I feel like is like really important to uplift. And so like for anybody who's like confused on the live stream watching that, like I feel like that's what makes SJP such like a strong organization.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. And I also think it like comes with the exercise of maybe like a first thing you could do with your chapter is ask the question of what does a free Palestine look like to you? Does that include all Palestinians, right? And it should. And if it does, then that means you're advocating for the total liberation of all peoples. Yeah, I love futurist exercises, but yeah.
Oh, of course. Oh, wait, thank you. So we have 5 minutes left. So if there's any other like additional points that like you guys really like want to highlight or like reiterate before the time is up, I feel like this is like, well, this is honestly one of the presentations I was like most excited about, because I know that like a lot of the followers, a lot of like the Gen Z for Change demographic is like, college students. And so like it's so important. Like SJP plays such an important role of this movement, sort of how like Victoria and Mikey were talking about earlier today, of how like being in the US, you're in like the belly of the beast, and like the Israel would collapse without the aid that is provided by the United States. And that's where university students come in, and that's like so incredibly important to uplift. So yeah, if there's like anything else that you guys sort of want to like reiterate within that.
I will say real quick, well, first off, thanks so much for having us. I think it was really fun. And I think the previous speaker was talking about like how this is a really creative idea, and it really is. So thank you. But I was also gonna say like kind of what Soto was talking about like futuristic exercises and things like that, like radical imagination, like read about it, because I've been reading about it, and like it is very easy to be like very, everything sucks, I hate everything, and that's true and valid. Um, and also radical imagination is like what pushes us through to envision a free Palestine, to envision a world without cops, without prisons, things like that. It's very much needed to keep you going and like keep that like revolutionary optimism. And I feel like a hypocrite saying this because I need to tell myself this sometimes too. But like thinking about our generation, I think I definitely get very like excited and like, and so I will say that. And I was gonna say another thing, but I kind of forgot. So yeah. But Sada, I don't know if you wanted to say anything.
No, again, thank you for having us. This was a wonderful idea, really. So thank you all. And I don't know how y'all have been on here, but inshallah, thank you so much. Oh, Red Bull. Like who has a Celsius, right? And
that's where I draw the line, I will say.
Okay, but yeah, no, thank you so much. Reach out to us, like if y'all have any questions. Again, fill out the form if you need to. We're at your disposal, truly and honestly. And get involved in our TWR, our written resistance, that's open to all students. And I think that what Rama said, revolutionary optimism is important, especially in the diaspora, as our people are facing the second, the third, even Nakba, So it's really important that we uphold that optimism for them. So thank you, truly and honestly, for having us.
As a university student, I was so excited for this one. So I loved getting to hear you guys talk, and I know how much the presence means on my campus. So thank you guys for all the work you do. And I know there's so many people in the chat that have heard your name is familiar to them. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And definitely reach out, DMs, wherever, email. And we'd love to meet y'all. But yeah, thank you so much, y'all.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Guys, that was so good. I'm so happy with how that went. Like, truly.
That was so awesome. You guys, we have so much other good stuff coming up too. We have JVP Chicago a little bit later, which is Soha's besties. So Soha's gonna be chitting and chatting with them. But we're gonna transition into USPCN, and so I'm just gonna sit here and chat at you for a minute. I think there was one question in the chat I had wanted to go back.
I'm also about to pee my pants, so I will be right back.
Go pee. Nice girl. Here it was. How can we enhance the amount of money raised over TikTok live stream? Is it just based on views? So it's not, it's based on views, and it can also be based on like likes you give and like the special gifts. But what I'm going to encourage you guys to do is, if you want to donate money to this cause, to please go to the GoFundMe in our bio. You can decrease the GoFundMe tip to 0 so that none of the money goes to GoFundMe. It all comes to us. And then we are donating 100% of those proceeds to buy eSIMs for people living in Gaza currently. So like, yes, liking and sharing and sending gifts is phenomenal for engagement, and that helps it reach more audiences across the For You page. But what's better for us is for that GoFundMe link in our bio. And I just see that Gabby just pinned it. So we're gonna go ahead and transition into USPCN. I know we have some people hopping on. And yeah, if you guys have any more questions, feel free to drop it in the chat. Yay. Oh my gosh. Guys, we have like 5 hours left, and I want to here. Let me give you a sneak peek of the GoFundMe donations. I know you guys can see, but I want to tell you. Refreshing $750, and each eSIM that we're going to be buying is around 30. So you guys can do the math of how much you guys, like how many individual people you are helping reach loved ones in Gaza actively. Yay, thank you all for engaging. Where's everyone joining from? Vic said it earlier. She said boost engagement, drop where you're joining from in the chat. We're gonna have other people come on too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were waiting for your cue. Hello, I'm back.
Do what you do. Hi, Mente.
Queen. Hey. Oh my gosh, she's here. Guys, this girl, before she starts talking about the amazing work that she does, makes the craziest Yemeni chai, okay? You have never had good chai until you have her chai. Like, it's actually insane. So thank you for being here.
Stop. Dude, my ego is already like this right now. You're gonna make it like too high for me. Bro, stop. I'm blushing.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so Zoe, I don't know if you already did the intro for USPCN.
I was waiting for you, Miss Girl, so take it away.
So USPCN stands for U.S. Palestinian Community Network. They are a super strong organizing hub, especially here in Chicago, and they played a major role in getting Chicago to pass a ceasefire resolution, which was a huge win for the movement. So that's what Nadia is here to talk about today. And sort of just the importance of like getting your local governments to pass ceasefire resolutions. I think a lot of people sort of see it as like, what is Chicago going to do to like stop the violence that's happening in Palestine? But you would actually be so surprised at how much power your local governments have and how much power you have at pressuring your local government. So Nadia, take it away.
Yeah, so hey y'all, my name is Nadia. Just a preference, I am actually not Palestinian. I am a Yemeniya. And I do make the best Yemeni chai. So if you need some, just, hit me up. Um, and I am a proud member of the Chicago chapter of the United States Palestinian Community Network. We are a multi-general, grassroots Arab and Palestinian community organization, and our guiding principles are, we have like three main ones: the right of return for all Palestinian refugees and their descendants, self-determination for the Palestinian people, and the full liberation of Palestine from Zionist occupation and colonization from the river to the sea. We have chapters, in dozens of states. We have chapters in Los Angeles, the Bay Area, obviously Chicago, whoop, whoop, Youngstown, Cleveland, Milwaukee, Madison, Houston, Detroit, Dearborn, New York, and Washington, D.C. I can talk a little bit later about, upcoming actions, but definitely, if you're from any of those areas, check USPCN out and make sure you, get involved with USPCN. Sorry, my cat is like meowing at me. Oh my God. She hates when I speak out loud, by the way. She like gets very upset.
Wait, what's her name?
Her name is Skipper.
Oh, cute.
Because, okay, I don't know why I'm gonna go on a tangent, but she actually has a mom. Her name is Piper, and we're like, oh, and we had another cat named Casper, so it's like you had to do the ER at the end,
I see,
Yeah,
I see.
it had to rhyme. But if you're watching in Chicago, by the way, if you're from Chicago and you're watching from Chicago and you have been to any of the protests anytime in the past like couple of weeks or couple of months, it's most likely a protest that USPCN organized. And obviously, with a chunk of our work going to protesting and mobilization in the cities, we also work on campaigns like boycott, divest, sanctions. We hold politicians accountable for their blind support of Israel. We do advocacy campaigns highlighting Palestinian political prisoners and also host cultural and educational events. But yeah, I just wanted to shout out USPCN a little bit, tell you a little about the work we do before I go in to like the ceasefire resolutions. And thank you again, you guys, for like letting us have the opportunity to speak on here. I think this is very much needed in a crazy moment in our lifetime. There's so much going on in the world, and um, just taking the time to sit down and talk about what's going on and educate the people is amazing. So I'm very grateful for you guys and just being here.
100%. It would have been honestly wrong and fake of me to host a live stream talking about Palestinian organizing without including USPCN. Like the work that you guys have been doing for like the longest, has been so important. And has just defined our city, honestly. Especially like the large Palestinian population that we have within the city. So thank you for, taking time out of your day to like come on and talk to us, because it is like really, really meaningful. And I know that there's gonna be so many people watching that leave with like such a large impact on them from what you have to say. So
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see though. But yeah, I think diving into why ceasefire resolutions are very important, I kind of want to start off by laying out why Palestine is a US issue, because that gives a lot of background to why ceasefire resolutions are very, very important. So obviously this is very personal to every one of us, whether you're Palestinian or not. This is a personal issue. We know that this, of course, did not start on October 7th. For over 75 years, Israel has occupied Palestine by stealing Palestinian land and killing Palestinians. For over 75 years, Israel mass murdered, what has been on like a mass murder spree, and that has been funded by the US, that has been funded by the UK and Western countries. $4 billion of our tax dollars are sent annually to Israel by the US, and that is being used to wipe out Palestinian bloodlines. We know the US politically supports the genocide and is protecting Israel. The US is funding arms to the Israeli occupation forces. And recently, Biden has cut off funding to the UN RWA, which provides life-saving aid to 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza every single day. So yeah, you mean, like, come on, our tax dollars are funding a genocide, so it's our duty to actually do something about it and stop it. Obviously, because I'm Yemeni, I gotta plug in Yemen a little bit after what has been happening. So we know the US war machine is not only attacking Palestine right now, but Yemen. Since January 11th, the US, the UK, and I also got to shout out the treacherous Arab country of Bahrain. I don't know what they're doing over there, man. But they've been bombing Yemen after Yemen has vowed to intercept all Israeli and Israel-bound ships until the war crimes against the people of Palestine has ceased. We know that history has proven over and over, whenever the US military advances, destabilization and carnage is left behind. My cats are fighting again. We've experienced this in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Lebanon, and I can go on and on. I mean, dozens of other countries across the world. And I want to bring this into the context of Chicago, because that's where we are located, the USPCN Chicago chapter. That's where I'm located. And, our struggle is connected. Israel trains Chicago Police Department, who invoke violence on the Black and brown communities in Chicago, and other police departments nationally are also trained by Israel. And we also see similarities, taking it nationally, between the apartheid wall in Palestine and the US-Mexico border. So we know that the importance of freedom and liberation lies within the context of everyone's freedom. So when speaking about Palestine, the Palestinian fight is central to the whole entire world, whether you're Palestinian again or not, and to anyone that fights in the name of social justice, because there is no peace and justice in the world without the justice and peace in Palestine. But yeah, I also want to mention, before I go into the ceasefire resolutions, which kind of like prefaces why ceasefire resolutions are important, from the historic changes in Chicago and around the world, we know the only change makers are the people, not the imperialist institutions, right? So liberation will only come from the people on the ground organizing for a better world. And, that organizing and resistance is done by any means necessary. But yeah, just want to preface with that, gotta lay the facts on the floor before I go into what I want to present to y'all. But I kind of want to, take this conversation talking about how Chicago did it, and then talking about, why it's important that Chicago did it and why it's important that you guys should fight for ceasefire resolutions in your city as well. But yeah, let's talk about Chicago. For one, Chicago passing a ceasefire resolution was so important because Chicago is home to one of the largest Palestinian populations in the United States. I think it was like more than 19,000 or 18,000 Palestinian Americans live in the Chicago area alone. So it was super important for, we saw Los Angeles pass it, and then we were like, okay, we gotta be next, y'all. As the biggest Palestinian population is in our city, we gotta do it. I'm gonna throw out a few names. So the resolution was put forth by Alderman Daniel Espada and Chairwoman Rosanna Rodriguez, two amazing, amazing people, and great allies of our communities. We also had other elders on our side. So, Chicago has a history of being a community that is an organizing community, right? So we had a lot of people that were in, a lot of elders that had a history of organizing alongside our communities before they became, elders. But yeah, Byron Lopez, Jesse Fuentes, Carlos Ramirez, Rosa, Jeanette Taylor, Desmond Yancey, and of course, the big shocker, but not so shockingly, Brandon Johnson, right? Mayor Brandon Johnson, who on the day of broke the tie 23-23 by voting yes on the resolution. And one thing that I want to mention, I want to say that it's important to understand that the majority of elders who voted yes on the resolutions themselves were Black, Latinx, or Asian, which reflects where those respective communities stand on the question of Palestine, right? And shows that the Black and brown communities in Chicago are united in their opposition to genocide Joe Biden's foreign policy. Boo. I hate that man. You know what? I'm gonna stop it there because like I can't if I go on about Joe Biden, it is yeah, nothing nice to say. Um, but I just want to also mention, like, the reality is we could not have won the ceasefire resolution if it wasn't for the unity of the Black and Brown Coalition for Palestine, which since October 7th has consistently held and attended rallies and marches in support of Palestine. And what's very historic about the passing of the resolution, especially in Chicago, was that Chicago is hosting the Democratic National Convention in August 2024, which Biden will be at. And with many organizations like the Black and Brown Coalition for Palestine also joining the coalition to march on the Democratic National Convention, this stage is set for the movement's confrontation with the Democratic Party on the question of Palestine. So we know the ceasefire resolution in Chicago puts the Democratic Party at like a very, very awkward position. And this because it was labor and oppressed nationality groups, like the ones in the Black and Brown coalitions, like the ones in the CJP coalition, that had a huge impact on electing Johnson into mayor, right? And the reality is the Democrats also need that very base to win its national elections, including the one for president. But yeah, we're no longer intimidated into voting for the lesser of two evils. So Biden, watch your back. Anyways, I just want to put that out there, like, whatever. Guys, if you see like Biden hate clubs, like posting on Twitter or just know I'm behind it. Like that's me running that page, man. But yeah, so why are ceasefire resolutions important? They're not going to do anything, right? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. You know, resolutions are a means to build pressure on the Biden administration and on elected officials, forcing politicians to respond to the demands of their constituents. And you know, when looking at power building, bottom-up power building starts at the local level, and then we work our way up to state and then federal. So that's one of the reasons why it's very important. A ceasefire resolution is also important to pass, no matter how big or small your city is. So if your city does not already have a ceasefire resolution put forth, start working towards that and get in contact with people that might help you work towards that. And the reason why is that, you know, not only does it reach the Biden administration and put the Biden administration to shame, right? If all these cities are passing ceasefire resolutions, but our own government isn't really doing that on a federal level, but also ceasefire resolutions have an effect on delegitimizing Israel's image and narrative, advancing the reality that Israel is actually committing a genocide. And this is a very important role politicians must play because the genocide is enabled, again, through our tax dollars, through US military, economic, and diplomatic support. So obviously, this is directly connected to local issues as US federal spending on militarism and policing takes directly away from our communities and causes more violence against our communities, like especially in the city of Chicago. The common thing that we were bringing to the table was that, you know, you guys can't even solve the problems of houselessness, education, healthcare, but then you're going to go give billions to Israel and then giving 14 billion more to Israel to commit a genocide. The very least that your city can do, the very least that these politicians can do is pass a ceasefire resolution. Like that's the bare minimum. We're not asking you to go free Palestine. Like, come on, the ceasefire resolution, like we want a free Palestine. Ceasefire resolution is the beginning. The end is a free Palestine. But the bare minimum that you can do is say that family bloodlines being wiped out in one day is not normal. The bare minimum that you can do is say that, you know, 30,000 people already dead, 30,000 citizens already dead is enough. And it was enough when it was 2. It was enough when it was 10. It was enough from the very beginning but you need to stop that now. And that's what a ceasefire resolution does. A ceasefire is on both sides, by the way. We're not saying like it's the bare minimum. Like, come on. But yeah, that's
I have
why. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but um, I know you've talked a little bit about the importance of that, but just to like speak to the people who don't really see the value on those types of movements, or people who think like, oh, well, like, what is a ceasefire resolution going to do? Like, because they're not forced to actually follow it. So, like, why is it important for us to pay attention to those things? And how does it actually affect the situation right now? Because I feel like people are kind of losing the focus of it, and seeing it as useless, when obviously there is like a clear impact. It's just that the information is not as clear for us who don't understand a lot of the academic terms that happen with this conversation.
Yeah, so I think one thing that's very important, especially during this time, is Palestinian representation, right? You bring Palestine to the table, and that's super important when you're saying that this ceasefire resolution is acknowledging that something is going on and that your representatives need to take a stand on the right side of history. Um, especially for Chicago, I'm gonna continuing to bring up Chicago, just because that's where I'm located. But Palestinian voices are often silenced. And with a ceasefire resolution, you're giving them a voice, right? They have a voice and they're telling you, especially if they're Palestinians are the majority of your constituency, they're telling you that we need this, we want this. And even if it seems like it's not doing anything, it is doing something. Again, this is a local issue, y'all. Um, no matter what, the US is still funding a genocide. So it's an issue that we have to it's an issue that we have to pay attention to, and we have to do anything, whether it be passing a ceasefire resolution, whether it be going to the streets protesting. We have an obligation to do something about it because we're funding it. So I guess that's kind of what I want to say for that question.
Thank
But
you.
That's kind of all I had for the ceasefire topic, but is there any like other questions that you had in mind?
Well, I just kind of wanted to add to that of also like when major US cities drop ceasefire resolutions, the White House sees that. Like you're directly pressuring the federal government. And I think like I swear it's just that like very like federalist and like libertarian mindset, which is just sort of like all rooted in individualism and just like that doomer mentality. Like when you're sitting there commenting on TikTok, which like got a job, but also like saying things like that and being like, oh, you're not gonna free Palestine like through this and stuff like that. But it's like, Yanni, that is how you free Palestine. Like, what are you talking about? Because like the White House sees this when one of the largest cities in the entire United States is calling for a ceasefire, like the White House has to take that into account. So yeah, I just wanted to like bring that up as well. And yeah, I mean, if there's any other topics you want to talk about as well, and then we got some questions on Instagram as well if you want to help. They're more like broad too, but I feel like
Yeah.
be cool to answer.
I kind of want to mention, go off of something that you mentioned, Saha, and that is like, I see a lot of the times where people are saying, going in the streets is doing nothing. Like, why are you guys marching? You've been marching, especially like for Chicago. We've been marching every single week, y'all. Like, we are in the streets every single week, no breaks. They're like, you're doing nothing, blah, 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 blah. But those actions are so important. Especially like in Chicago, those weekly actions, first of all, highlight of my week. If you have never been to a protest, you really need to go to one. It's an amazing experience. And it's one of those things where if you feel like you don't have a community, go to a protest, you'll see the community right there. Um, but yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Oh my God. But Chicago like shuts on Lakeshore Drive, which is like one of the busiest, um, what is it even called? Like busiest, it's not even an intersection. Um,
No, highway? But is
it's
that
like it's not even a highway. I don't even know what to call it. But like
oh.
one of the busiest roads, we'll call it that. One of the busiest streets, where everyone in like the Chicago area usually passes down. You have to drive a lot of the times on Lakeshore Drive to get to different destinations. But we shut that down multiple times. We've done car caravans multiple times. We've done going up to our representatives' houses, right? Calling out Jan Schakowsky, calling out Sean Caston, calling out Bill Foster, Dick Durbin, Tammy Duckworth, like calling you guys out because we've showed up at their houses, we showed up at their events, we shut that. I was gonna say a bad word, but I know I can't say bad words. We shut that down. um, and we are demanding that, no business as usual. How can you go about your day? How can you go about your week? How can you go about your life without acknowledging that there is a genocide happening with our tax dollars, and especially your elected representatives that we elect in office to represent the community, to represent your constituency. And then when your constituency comes to you and says, this is a topic that we are passionate about and we want you to take this on, and you turn a blind eye to them, like we'll like come November, we'll remember, y'all. Come November, we'll remember. Um, but of course, whether it's in Chicago or Los Angeles, or any other city, um, we are telling the whole world that there will be no business as usual when a genocide is happening. Um, and if you want to, there's like this one time where we did a car caravan and we shut down Lakeshore Drive, and there were like these angry people coming out like, I have to go home, like I'm hungry, blah, blah, blah. We're like, okay, if you want to go home, call your representative and tell them to demand a ceasefire. Like, if you want to go to your girlfriend's house, call your representative and then we'll let you go. Like, if we can't live a normal life in a genocide, we're not going to let you live a normal life either. No business as usual. And that's the demand that we continuously say. And these actions do work. Obviously, one thing that I want to mention, especially in Chicago, is that the police are getting very frustrated. They don't know what to do in these actions. They don't know what to expect. And one like protest that has like 10 people will have thousands of cops because they think we're going to take over Lakeshore Drive again. So everyone's on edge. Like the cops and law enforcement are on edge at this moment. But that's a good thing. Like they should not be able to, spend their Saturday afternoon eating Dunkin' Donuts or whatever the stereotype about cops are. Um, but they have to they have to watch us. Or like with the little Starbucks coffee.
I feel
Whatever.
like it's so important to like when people sort of like it's not even just the inconvenience of like shutting down the street, but like like Michigan Avenue, for example, like in Chicago is like a shopping hub. And like on Michigan Avenue, there's like millions of dollars spent and it's like very high-end stores and like they call it the Magnificent Mile, and people when they come here as tourists, like that's where they go to shop. And so when we shut the streets there down, we're also shutting down commerce, which is super important because we're telling the city, we're going to make sure that you can't make any money off of like sales tax or anything like that until there is like a federal ceasefire called. And when that really starts like when you start hurting their pockets and damaging their economy, that's when they start to like want to take action. And I feel like that's like another very important thing of like no business as usual. Like, no, we're not going to let your business make money during a genocide. Like it's very important. I feel like to in like these like capitalist nations to like hit them in their pockets. So I really like that like you sort of brought up the sort of just like, no business as usual.
No, yeah, definitely.
I'm curious to know how can people get involved both online and on the ground. I feel like we have a lot of people that are interested in participating in these initiatives, but for whatever reason can't participate in person or because they're far away, are there any ways to participate online as well?
No, yeah, definitely. I actually want to say that, you know, it's hard living through a genocide, and it's easy to feel, helpless, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But I like honestly, it isn't the time. We have a moral and ethical obligation to be resilient in the face of US imperialism. We have the privilege to go into the streets without bombs over our heads or tanks at our doors. We have the privilege, to call representatives and demand for a ceasefire without our electricity lines being cut off and our internet being cut off. Um, we have the privilege of standing hospitals, standing houses, mosques, churches. We have the privilege of social media and spreading information and the news that Mu'taz, Blestia, Bissan, Shireen, Muntasir, and every single journalist that are on the ground sends to us. So we have a privilege, and with that privilege, we have an obligation. And that is to make sure that, not only are our voices heard, but the people on the ground's voices are heard as well. But yeah, I just want to emphasize that we have a power as a collective. The power is interpreted through attending protests. Like if you can attend a protest, or any pro-Palestinian event. And if there's no pro-Palestinian events near you, reach out to organizations in your city. Find organizations in your city, reach out to them and ask them like, hey, I want to do this thing in my city. Can you help me organize it? And I'm pretty sure that they will help you organize something. They will give you the tools. They will find people in your city and connections. So definitely reach out to already existing organizations, and see what you can do to help. Um, the other thing that I wanted to mention was, call your representatives. Like that's the easiest thing you can do. You don't have to go out of your house to call your representatives. Call them, see if they are in support of a ceasefire, and if they are not, call them every day. Leave them voicemails. Like you have the privilege and the right to call your representatives and tell them what you believe in. Um, and of like at the end of the day, again, we are electing these representatives to represent the population in which they serve. And they have a responsibility to stand on the right side of history, and the responsibility to stand with the majority of their constituency because they are representing, they're in a position where they are representing their constituency. And if they don't, like, and if they support a genocide, call them out for it. I won't promote any language that you should tell them, but figure it out. Yeah, call them out. You can say in any words that you want. I'm not gonna stop you. But yeah, everyone in the power has something, has like something that they can do.
And I would say that we don't like when we call our representatives, it doesn't have to be anything like super complex. And there's scripts online.
Oh,
you can
1000%.
find them everywhere. Yeah, you can just call and just basically tell them like, hey, I'm in support of a free Palestine and a ceasefire resolution, and it doesn't have to be anything long either. And I believe you can also leave voice messages as well.
Yeah.
If no office. So yeah.
No, definitely. I know I'm gonna shout out USPCN. So follow us on social media. United States Palestinian Community Network, at USPCN. We have a lot of calling your representative scripts. Obviously you don't use the name of the representative. It might be like a different city, like, oh, here are the representatives in Chicago. Here's the script that you should use. You can take that script and adjust it to your city. So it's very easy. Like you can just take the language and just, switch it up a little bit and pertain it to your representative, so that you don't have to do all that work, right? It's already there for you. And there's a lot of resources. One of the most important things, like joining things like this, watching things like this, getting educated. That's one of the most important things. And especially like sharing content every single day and interacting with social media posts. there was a time where my Instagram was, you know, like high school like friends posting pictures of themselves and without any Palestinian content. And that's because I wasn't interacting. You have to you have to like, you have to comment something, you have to interact with the post, share it on your story, especially for people from individuals that are on the ground in Gaza. Like interact with those posts, especially because we know that censorship and Meta is blocking anything related to Palestine, and we have to interact with those posts so that they're the main things that I see and that you see when you open Instagram, when you open social media, when you open Twitter. And you know, when you do that also, it it allows the same content to show up on other people's pages too. And almost in a way it removes the Zionist propaganda that is showing on everybody's page, especially there was a point where there was like, okay, I'm gonna bring this up, but there was like this horrible like guy singing, and he was like singing a Birthright song. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was like an ad on Instagram, and I commented on that, and I was like, girl, like I don't care what you're like doing right now. Like the song was so bad. Like at
So
least make a
funny
good
for
song,
that.
first of all. Second of all, like
Uh,
it was just so dumb. But yeah, like after a while, I was interacting with all these Palestinian posts, never saw a like birthright trip or never saw like a Zionist propaganda or post on my page after that. So it's like if you're interacting with things that you are in support of, then those things are going to be showing on your For You page more often. So just want to plug that in.
And
Um,
it pushes onto
yeah.
like your like friends For You pages and your friends like
Yeah.
Instagram feeds and stuff. So, you know, like also I mean like even with this live right now we're at 470,000 likes, and that's so huge. Like that's so many people. And I'm so grateful for that. So make sure that you keep liking so that it pops up on more people's For You pages, and also donate. Again, I'm going to keep plugging that. Donate to the GoFundMe so that we can get eSIMs for people in Gaza, and look at the Gen Z for Change Instagram story so we can call for the release of the Alaga family hostages.
No, definitely. And plugging that in again, like donate to trusted sources. Like this is definitely a trusted platform. So donate to get those eSIMs, donate to the I forgot the GoFundMe. Um, but yeah, just you know, we have to do a little bit of research, and I know that sometimes doing research is a little bit difficult for us in this day and age, but you really have to educate yourself. Like that's one of the most important things to do. Um, And you know, just another thing that you can do, by the way, that's so easy is boycotting, following the BDS, boycott, divest, sanctions. Um, you know, do not even go into McDonald's, don't go into Pizza Hut, Starbucks. And if you do, it's on site. No, I'm just kidding. But Zara, I don't want to see you in Zara or other companies and institutions that outwardly support a genocide. Um, and oh my God, especially on like TikTok, they're like, what is like one drink not gonna do for me? Like, it's not gonna do anything. Girl, it is. Like, it does a
Literally.
lot.
It's honestly, and I like one thing that my dad said the other day, which was actually like so like just crazy because he is also like a 70-year-old man that has like lived through war. But he was like, sometimes I crave a Big Mac, and then I literally hear like the airplanes. And like I hear the things that I heard the Israeli government doing in Syria, and then I completely lose my appetite for it. And I feel like that's the sort of mindset that like people need. Like it's not just like I'm not buying this. It's like I'm not buying this because people are dying and my money goes to support the people killing those people. Like I feel like that's like the insanely like important thing of it, and like why like when people sort of like I don't know, like I feel like people are kind of losing the plot a little bit. And I just want to make sure that we keep like recentering like why we're doing this, because it's like so incredibly important, you know.
No, definitely.
And so we had some questions on Instagram that I actually feel like you would be like really good at answering the specific one, which was I'd really like advice on talking with people who are decidedly neutral, parentheses, not ignorant, close parentheses.
Well, if you're neutral, you are obviously siding with the face of oppression, with the side of oppression. You can't be neutral in a genocide. That's just BS, honestly. It's such a lame excuse to use of being like neutral, like I don't know what's going on. Educate yourself. Like it's not that hard. I would say, if somebody says that they're neutral, provide them sources. Tell them the straight out facts that like, how are you neutral when 30,000 Palestinians are dead? How are you neutral when in a span of one day, like Palestinian bloodlines are being wiped away? How are you neutral when, at this moment, ICJ took Israel, South Africa took Israel to the ICJ, right? International Court of Justice. How are you neutral when Israel is using the tactics of white phosphorus? How are you neutral when, this has been going on for 75 years and now you're going to decide to take a neutral stance? It's just a ton of just call them out for their BS, honestly. And I don't know if you should be friends with them. Like, to be
Literally.
honest, like, that is not somebody that you need to be friends with. There are so many other people out in the world, amazing people, who have right morals and who have actual values. And if this is somebody that, slaps you in the face and says, yeah, I don't know how to feel about it, and you provided them all these resources so that they know the right side of history, that they know what's actually going on, then that's not somebody that you want to be talking to. I'm gonna be like straight up.
Oh yeah. Who
I
wants
was
to
gonna say,
Oh no, you go ahead.
huh?
I was just saying like those people are spineless, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say that a lot of the times those people that are like centrist and refuse to take a stance, they're the same people that also don't take a stance when the people close to them are going through hardships. Like these are the friends that most likely are not going to speak up for you. If they see something wrong happening around them, they're just gonna stay silent. So I feel like, when they say that the what's political is also personal, we need to like stand on business. And I know a lot of people who have lost friendships over this, and I think that's like a very valid reason to lose a friendship over. Like it's literally lives being lost. I feel like people are not grasping the actual concept of it. It's not like just like a random political disagreement. It's literally people's lives. So if you lose a friendship like that, you're not really losing anything. You're just gaining space for better friendships that are that are not pro G side.
Yeah. And I also bring up one comment that somebody left where they said, if you are neutral, it makes sense to look at the developed country first. And I want to say, decolonize your mind. Like that term, if you ever hear anyone using the term developed country, walk away. Like just walk away, because that is like such like a colonial term to use. And like again, like it's we have to look at these things in context. Like what is the historical and political conditions that led to any country being termed as underdeveloped? Because I can almost guarantee you it goes back to imperialism. And that is the exact case for like Palestine. Like that they can't build up their society when they're constantly getting bombed, that feels very obvious. So yeah, I just wanted to like address that for a second. If you guys have any other thoughts on that.
I kind of wanted to add, oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go first.
Okay, I kind of wanted to add is that I think I read this on like Twitter or Instagram recently where it's like if you refuse to acknowledge a genocide is happening until the ICJ acknowledges it as a genocide, then what the hell are you doing? And that's like the reality of it. Like, what are you doing? Like the people are videoing, people are showing you in Gaza what is happening right before their eyes and the realities of death and destruction and the unimaginable. Like, it's like being vulnerable right now. Like, there are some days where I wake up, open Instagram, and just bawl my eyes out because how can a parent or how can a child wake up one day and lose their whole family? And like videos like Hind, who was trapped in a vehicle with her family, who it's just horrible. Like, I don't understand why people are still taking the side of Israel, and I know why. It's for profit. That's what it comes down to, and they value profit over human life, and that's just it's I don't know. I always feel like I can see the good in people, but in like this moment, I'm just like damn, like really? Like, it's just so shocking to me, and I don't understand it, how they can do that, and I don't want to understand it because I would never ever want to be in a position that they're in right now where they value profit over human life. Like, it's absolutely disgusting.
That's
But yeah,
true.
I just
Like it's like I feel like especially within like the creator community, and that was something we were talking about earlier. If like these people that like in the grand scheme of things are not making that much money, like
right?
still sort of being like, oh, but like I'm gonna lose brand deals and stuff like that. Like it's genuinely like you have a sick and twisted mindset, like honest to God. And I said it before and I'll say it again, but I'm not gonna deal with you. God is gonna deal with you when you go to Jehannam. Okay, and that's what's gonna happen. So burn, burn, baby, burn. Uh,
Right?
but yeah, Mente, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, what you mentioned about the developed countries, or like I'm mostly familiar with the whole like first world country, third world country situation. Like I technically come from like a third world country, but when you truly, sorry, just got a call. When you truly like look back to the origin of why a country is considered a third world country, it always comes down to countries like the United States, Spain, the UK, all of these developed nations. And especially, I think we were talking about this in a Gen Z for Change meeting, like what exactly describes a first world country. Like take a look at the United States, where there's so many people right now that are homeless, so many people that have food insecurity, so many people that cannot even like have the decisions, like the rights over their own bodies, like what, and that's still like a developed country. So we really need to like study a little bit more, like people who are talking about decolonialism, because truly it comes down to that. And like you mentioned before, if one group of people is not freed, then that means that none of us are truly free. So that's why we should also like advocate for people that are like thousands of miles away, because it really affects everybody, even if you don't see it clearly.
No, I just want to that was amazing. But I want to quickly mention also, like, I think the reason why Yemen stands an unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people and the Palestinian resistance at this moment is because we were going through the same thing. Not in like a genocide, but in 2014, my people were starving. They had no food because of the Saudi and the United Arab Emirates, who, it was a US funded war, and a war which left Yemen devastated and facing horrific US manufactured humanitarian crisis. And, 2014 until recently, we saw like the Yemeni people with their rib cages like shown and exposed. And we saw the, the blockades against Yemen, and we're seeing the same thing in Gaza at this moment. And obviously, again, it comes down to the US and the US funding these wars and destruction. And whenever the US is involved, again, carnage is left behind and destruction. Um, so I just wanted to mention that. And what's like crazy is that, Yemen is getting bombed because they were disrupting the flow of commerce. And that hurt the rich people's pockets. And now they're facing, you know, the consequences. But, you know, even Biden admitted that the Yemenis are not gonna stop. Like, come on. Like, we know what US we know what the US does. And if we are on the right side of history, we would take death over, you know, supporting Israel. And I just want to, you know, shout out Yemen, shout out my people.
Oh, for real. No, I feel like that's like such an important thing to bring up of how like Yemen like didn't like do anything near to what the US does. Like they were literally like just blocking ships from entering with commerce, and that was enough to like respond with like bombing. And I feel like that's just like another just like huge important thing of how like when we look at what the news is saying, like the Yemeni people are getting like demonized in this like crazy way, when in reality like they were just saying like I don't think that like we should be supporting their economy. I think we should be halting their economy because they're committing a genocide, you know? And I think that's like, it all goes back to like the no business as usual, like from Yemen to Chicago to LA to New York, like everybody needs to be doing what they can to like stop commerce, to push for ceasefire resolutions. Because like yeah, like that's really like if the US gets that mad over like money being lost that they'll literally start bombing Yemen, like that's how you know that like that's where their Achilles heel is.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so okay, we got another question also of what are like unbiased sources that you learn from. So like what when you were sort of starting, I feel like it's also hard for like I don't know, like it's weird when people ask me that sometimes because they're like, how did you learn about Palestine? And it's like from my dad, like literally.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like that goes for like a lot of like Arab people in general. But like what sort of sources would you like uplift to somebody that's sort of like new to all of this?
Yeah, so um there are a few. Obviously, shout out USPCN, like go check out our page. So maybe us. Um, there's one I work with a youth organization outside of USPCN, and one that I really like to use is I think it's called Key 48 Palestine, where it gives like questions that are commonly asked, and like the next few slides of pages, it gives you the answers. So if you want to learn more about Palestine, Key 48 Palestine is a great one. News sources, there's El Mayadeen, obviously the old Arab parents' favorite Al Jazeera. That's literally what every Arab parent watches. Like,
Literally, it plays nonstop in my household, like
yeah.
constant.
I think we're just gonna get like the logo like on our door now, because that's what's playing 24/7. This is the Al Jazeera house, you guys. Sponsored. Al Jazeera sponsor us. No, I'm just kidding. I'm trying to see what other ones. Oh my God, everything. Oh, Eye on Palestine, definitely. And you know what's really good? Get Telegram. I'm gonna advocate for Telegram right now. Telegram is a very, very good source to getting updated information. Um, I think it's called Resistance Network, or oh my God, I have to look at it. There's one like Telegram sort Resistance News Network that I am in right now, and it's like giving you updates of everything on the ground, not only in Palestine but in the Middle East and the US. It's very thorough. I would also suggest if you do get that and you do follow the Resistance News Network, maybe put it on silent because you'll get notifications and like every 2 seconds because there's just so much news going out right now. But yeah, that's really good. I'm trying to see, but yeah, that's all I can think of right now.
Decolonize Palestine. I think we also mentioned that earlier.
Yes, that one's really good too.
Yeah, like starting point. And also, if you are on TikTok right now, in my bio, my account is at Friendly Friendo, and the I in friendly is a 1, and the O at the end of Friendo is a 0. But I have a PDF of the book Our Roots Are Still Alive, which basically goes into Palestinian history, starting literally like prior to the British Mandate all the way up until like I believe like the second Intifada. And I feel like that's like another really like for like comprehensive history. And there was another question that we actually got on the Instagram of like, can you give more information as to like how the conflict started, which also I'm gonna deny the use of the term conflict because this is not a conflict. This is a genocide. This is imperialism. A conflict would make it sound like there's two equal parts to this, but there aren't. And so, yeah, I would say that like reading that book, especially like definitely gives you like a really good understanding of like how it all started, which I feel like is like the main hump that people have an issue like getting over. And, you know, like people just like the overuse or like of like October 7th and like constantly bringing
Yeah.
up October 7th. Like again, like this did not happen in a vacuum. Like we need to acknowledge the historical and political context that led to it. And that starts with like, you know, places like Key 48 and decolonized Palestine and like our roots are still alive. So yeah, yeah.
No, definitely. And that's not just for Palestine. I feel like it's for everything. Like you have to look in the political context of everything that you begin to research. Because history is very important, you know? It's so important. It provides so much context.
And in the US, they purposefully teach us like incorrect history. Like I will never forget in my 7th grade classroom, my history teacher was trying to say that they found WMDs in Iraq. They did not find them. And I stood up in that classroom and I said, you are, because I went to like a very white school and I was like, you are misleading these kids. This is disgusting. But like, and you know what? I did get sent into the hallway and I would do it again. And it's like, I feel like everybody needs to acknowledge that like we, especially if you're in the US, are like propagandized and you need to like literally like deprogram your mind, and not in like the QAnon sense, but in the sense of like literally just read history and learn geography. Americans don't know geography and it's like horrible, like it's crazy. So yeah.
I will say, like, when we were talking about the whole like developed nations, there's like a famous quote that says like history is written by the winners or something like that. I don't know if that's like word for word. But it makes so much sense why so many people are in the dark about these things because we're purposely not taught accurate history. And like most, I want to say like the education system already kind of sucks. So like that's why we have to double down on trying to like do our own research and try to like unlearn a lot of the things that we're taught at school, because to be very honest, there's a lot of bad people in the system that their sole goal is truly to like keep you away from learning these things, because if they keep you dumb, then that means that you're not causing any trouble for the systems that are in place. So that's why it's so important to like actually put more effort into, I want to say like your social awakening or whatever you want to call it. It's important for your own good, not just for like, just not to say like, oh, have empathy. Some people don't have empathy. Do it for yourself, because in the end it affects you, even if you don't realize this. I don't know, is there any other like questions that we wanted to ask?
So let me check the live. And if there's also any like last points that you want to reiterate. Oh my God, some of these comments are kooky. You guys are losing the plot. Like it's crazy. Whatever. I'm not even gonna bring it up.
Oh my God, you know what's like so bad? And I know I'm gonna leave off with this and it's just gonna be like horrible. But there are like these two people on TikTok and he goes like, it's like the guy and like his wife and he goes like, Pookie is looking absolutely extravagant today. Have you guys ever seen that? Tell me I'm
No,
not.
I don't
What?
think
Oh my
so.
God, so I have to send it to you. Okay, never mind. I look great.
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm also like, I don't even know what hour of this live I'm on, and I'm losing my mind real life. Like, I actually have no idea what's happening. So, oh, it's so fun.
Yeah.
It's okay. Let me check if
I know we're running up on time too, but all I want to say is free Palestine. Like from the river to the sea. Palestine, like we will see a free Palestine in our lifetime. And if we don't, then our grandchildren, our children, our, you know, nieces, nephews will see a free Palestine, and that's a promise.
No, for real. I feel like that's like that's one thing about the Palestinian people. Like, our movement is so incredibly strong because every single one of us holds the strong belief that like we will see a liberated Palestine within our lifetime. Like, I am genuinely wholeheartedly convinced that like 10 years from now, I will be sitting on the beach in Gaza just drinking tea and like living in like a liberated Palestine. And I feel like that's like a very beautiful, beautiful thing. And yeah, thank you so much for coming on. This was like really amazing. You educated the masses as you do. You did your thing. You did your thing, girl.
Can you
I love you guys,
share
by the way.
those for USPCN again, for so people know where they can like visit, like Instagram, the website.
So we have Instagram, Twitter, oh my God, Instagram, Twitter. What's the other social media?
Do you guys have like TikTok and stuff?
We don't have
Also,
TikTok.
Nadia, people are saying that you fine as F in the comments. Just thought that I'd mention that to you. Okay. So you got fans, you got hoes, right?
Dang. Yo, hit me up. I'm single, no ring on this week. No. But yeah, uspcn.org. Look into that. We have USPC at USPCN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. That's what it is. Dude, Gen Z does not use Facebook. I'm so sorry. That's why I forgot it. But Facebook. But yeah, we live stream everything in every city. We post every single day. We're very active. If you're not able to go to a protest, like look at our recent protest videos. We have like amazing people working on the edits, and the way that the videos are now structured are just like absolutely amazing and so interesting to watch. So definitely look at our protest recaps. And we have a link tree. We have a lot of information on there. So make sure you check us out and, figure out if you have a USPCN in your city and you see how you can get involved with USPCN. I'm a big fan of USPCN. I have proof of them saying they're a big fan of me too. But yeah, love you guys.
I love you, babe. Ooh, thank you. And I will see you on Monday. I will be eating Cheez-Its in your workplace on Monday.
Oh my
So
God, of course, girl. Anything for you.
I love you. Oh, okay. That was so good. That was so fun.
You guys killed it. I love getting to watch that. That was so exciting.
I'm filled with love for all of them.
Informative too. Also, I really like how she was like talking about all these like resources and stuff, and her voice was so calm. Like that's how I want to know my information personally.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Next speaker. That's what's happening right now. So we have Molly. Yes. So Molly from JVP Chicago, which stands for Jewish Voices for Peace, is going to be going a little more in depth about anti-Zionist Jewish organizing and the importance of that. She has an amazing presentation that she's going to be going through. So yeah, I'm really, really excited for this segment. I feel like this is going to be really beneficial for a lot of the people on the live. And we got a lot of comments asking if JVP was going to be here. So yes, confirmed JVP is here. So Molly, take it away.
Hi, Soha. Hi, Zoe. Hi, everyone else. Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored. I'm so glad to be part of this event and grateful to be given the opportunity to boost this fundraiser and call to action. I know y'all have been doing calls to action throughout the day, and I think even these like virtual ways of doing that still allow us to build community and know that like we aren't alone in really devastating times. And I'm super grateful to be here. But yeah, my name's Molly. I use she, her pronouns, and I am part of JVP Chicago. I do communications work for JVP Chicago, which is very fitting for Gen Z. I do social media, and I also do other things too. And yeah, honored to be here. JVP stands for Jewish Voice for Peace, which has been around for over 20 years, or a little bit less than 20 years, I think, actually, but a while. I'm a more recent member, honestly, since about, I don't know, a few months ago, like August, July. But we have over 700,000 members nationwide. We're driven by our membership, and we have chapters all over the country. So there's a JVP National that's like Jewish Voice for Peace that you might follow on Instagram. I'm part of the Chicago chapter. And yeah, I have prepared a little presentation. Give me one sec. I know everyone on Zoom always does this. I have to get on the right tab. Oops.
And
That's not right.
sometimes Zoom kills me, so no worries.
I know. I also, so like I am part of Gen Z. I promise I'm 22 years old. I don't have
Zoom is
TikTok.
different. Zoom is different.
And like I'm not big on tech despite everything else. Okay, awesome. Let me set this up so y'all can see. And cool. So this is us, JVP Chicago, Jewish Voice for Peace Chicago. I was going to talk a little bit about the difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Often those two things get conflated, which allows people to leverage the very real threat of anti-Semitism against people fighting for Palestinian liberation, which is super messed up. Talk a little bit about like what Jewish anti-Zionism looks like, and then also talk about U.S. funding for genocide. I was going to talk about 3 different sources of U.S. funding for genocide. And yeah, I think folks will be sending me questions. People can jump in whenever they want. And I don't mean to be too educational, so let me know if I am.
We can chit chat.
Yeah. So, anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism. Anti-Semitism, as I'm sure a lot of you know, is discrimination, targeting, violence, and dehumanizing stereotypes directed at Jews because they are Jewish. Modern day anti-Semitism originates in a Christian-controlled Europe. So, like, there's some examples on the screen. We can also think about this as kind of this narrative that, I don't know, there's a lot of narratives, there's a lot of examples, so we can get more into it, but it has its origins in kind of like religious difference and things like the Crusades and all that kind of stuff. And kind of this hatred towards anybody who wasn't Christian. And there was a specific form of that became anti-Semitism. These are 2 more definitions. So Zionism is a movement for the development and protection of a Jewish nation in what is now called Israel. Anti-Zionism is not supporting Zionism, as implied by the prefix, and a person who doesn't believe in the development or protection of a specifically Jewish nation is an anti-Zionist. Anti-Zionists often do believe in Jewish safety and believe in the importance of challenging anti-Semitism, in Jewish safety, in protecting and sharing the beauty of Jewish culture. They don't believe in the importance of a Jewish state, which makes a lot of sense because if you think about it, there's not a lot of other ethno-states. And if there are, people tend to have problems with them, right? Like people, I mean, we have freedom of religion in America, in theory, right? But like, there's a reason why that idea came to people hundreds of years ago, and is still kind of a feature of democracy. And that's what I think about when people are like, how could you be against a state for Jewish people? It's like, well, because I don't think that we should have a state for any group of people. All people should be welcome in all states, right? Yeah, and maybe more importantly here, anti-Zionists do not see the state of Israel and Jewish people as the same thing. So despite the fact that Israel tries to say that it represents Jewish people or is the Jewish state or the Jewish voice in international relations and geopolitics, etc., that just isn't true. For example, I am Jewish and they don't represent me. And that's true for a lot of people, and a lot of young people, and a lot of young American Jews specifically. So if you don't think that Israel equates to Jewishness or Judaism, then you might be an anti-Zionist. So yeah, those are kind of the differences, right? Anti-Semitism is bad. Hating Jews is not good. Being against an ethno-state is different. And because this is a specific ethno-state, I also would hedge my bets to say that most anti-Zionists are against all ethno-states, not just Israel. So yeah, some quick definitions, and wanted to clear that up a little bit.
I also just want to pop in here and say a lot of people in the chat earlier today were talking about the conflation of anti-Semitism and Israel in this movement, because when people hear critiques of Israel, they hear critiques of Jewish people, which, like you said, is that conflation. Like, you guys are conflating a settler colonial ethno-state with a Jewish people, and those are different things and don't necessarily represent each other. So I really appreciate you making that clarification.
I'll also say that conflation is in the interests of Zionists and not of Jewish people.
It's purposeful.
Right.
Mhm.
Because it means that if you are against Israel, then you shouldn't like Jewish people, right? Like that kind of conflation is used so that people aren't against Israel, not to protect Jews. Which leads me into the big lie, which is that Zionism says there is no safety without a Jewish state. That is kind of the idea of Zionism and the reason why a lot of people are so insistent upon the continued existence and militarization and like violent continuation of the state of Israel. And yeah, Zionist interpretations of history taught us that Jewish people are alone, and that to remedy the harms of anti-Semitism, we cannot think of ourselves, we must think of ourselves as always under attack, and therefore cannot trust other people, or need to build super big border walls, or bomb entire populations, right? And it teaches us fear. And the one thing I also want to point out here, I have some notes on my phone too, is that this big lie was echoed by Joe Biden last year at a Hanukkah party. He literally said, folks, were there no Israel, there wouldn't be a Jew in the world who is safe. Were there no Israel, which means that my president actually doesn't have my safety in mind or think that he's responsible for my safety, which is a pretty like crappy place to be in, right? Like, I don't know. For me as a Jewish person, that doesn't feel great. I don't think anybody's safety should be predicated on a different nation state than the one they live in, or like the existence of any nation state. And it's like it says in the slide, fear is a really good motivator, which once again is why this conflation is used to justify the things that Israel's doing, the genocide that they're carrying out. But like I think one of the strongest things that being part of JVP has taught me, but one of the strongest things that all people can do is stand up to the face of fear, right? Like I think fear is the easy answer. And being able to look beyond your fear is hard. Like it's not easy, but it is kind of like the path forward and the only path towards actual liberation for all people. Yeah, so that's kind of like also why, at least in my opinion, Zionism is anti-Semitic, right? Right? Like, especially when you consider that Zionism is a specific ideology that implies certain things about Jewish people, whether or not those Jewish people, including myself, want those things to apply to us. And if you think about what that means for other groups of people, or what that means in the abstract, that an ideology is telling you what to believe about a whole group of people, that's never a good place to be in, right? Like that's never a truly liberatory or like what's the word I'm looking for? Collective and communal way of living. So yeah.
I'm looking at the comments here, and we're already getting discussions, which is a really good point to bring up about Christian Zionism. And a lot of times people think that Jewish people are the only Zionists, which is actually a complete, again, it's a narrative that serves those Zionists, but it's another big lie, in that the majority of Zionists in the United States are Christians. Like
yeah,
if
there's
you
actually more Christian Zionists in America than there are Jews. There's
Yes.
10 million Christian Zionists in America. And I believe there's only like 7 million Jews or something. I actually see that's really messed up that
I don't know either. That's another Jewish
know
person
the
I
number of
should know.
Christian Zionists. And I'll also say Christian Zionism is a feature of white supremacy, which is an anti-Semitic ideology, right? Like a lot of people want there to be a Jewish state because they want all the Jews to get out of America.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
great.
I just think that's really
Jewish
interesting to like help unlearn this stuff too, because when you're programmed growing up to associate Zionism with Judaism, and then to associate anything anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic, then you can also turn to realize that actually most of the Zionists are not Jewish. And then it kind of hits you of like, okay, well then what are the purposes of someone wanting all Jews to go live somewhere? Maybe anti-Semitism. So does that mean that Zionism is rooted in anti-Semitism? Let's think about that for a second. So it's a really interesting conversation.
It totally is. And I think like I especially appreciate this unlearning bit that you bring up, because I think in addition to fear, and when we are scared, it's easy to like internalize things really quickly or be able to like make assumptions. And I do this all the time, right? Like even when I like drive and I'm like, oh my God, this is something dangerous happens. And I'm like, that person must be a bad driver. I'm like, it might have been me, honestly. I'm a pretty good driver for the record, but like, right. And so I think, like I said, this ability to like look past fear and unlearn. And I think both people who see it from afar and learn easy conflations of like anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism, but also there are more Christian Zionists than Jewish Zionists in America, but there's still a lot of Jewish Zionists. And I think like this unlearning process is really hard for folks and also happens best in community, which is why I am so glad to like be here with y'all and to be featured alongside other really powerful and intelligent and caring organizers, because like the only way that we beat that fear is by having each other and having each other's backs and being actually like true to each other and caring about each other. But yeah, Zionism is a big lie. Okay, what did I put next here? Oh, okay, this is actually a very helpful way for me to unlearn the anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism, and it's from a curriculum called Anti-Semitism from a Framework of Collective Liberation, which I encourage you all to Google. It's really cool, and you can bring it to your classes and your communities and wherever. Like it's a curriculum that you can use with reading lists and discussion guides and presentations. But like the really helpful thing that I took away from this is that there's kind of these two views of anti-Semitism. The eternalist view that says anti-Semitism is a unique and inevitable form of violence. That anti-Semitism is something that is ingrained in non-Jews. It is something that we can never challenge, and therefore we must build bigger walls and put our safety and security first. And that kind of thinking undercuts collective liberation by setting the Jewish struggle against other forms of oppression, right? It implies that there's some kind of uniqueness to anti-Semitism that makes it distinct from other things, and therefore we have to protect ourselves first as Jews and not realize that the ways in which we are getting oppressed is more similar to other like oppressed groups. The better view, in my opinion, is what they call the historical view, which understands anti-Semitism as a contextual feature of continual efforts by white supremacists and other powerful groups to divide oppressed people and therefore shore up their white supremacist power, right? Like the anti-Semitism, in fact, changes over time. The anti-Semitism of early European Christianity is very distinct from the anti-Semitism of the pogroms in Eastern Europe in the 1800s, which is once again distinct from the anti-Semitism of the Nazis, right, in the Holocaust, which is once again distinct from the anti-Semitism that we face today, that is very much rooted in white supremacy and white nationalism. And acknowledging that those things are all different allows us to see how anti-Semitism changes over time and is a feature of white supremacy and not a feature of Jewish insecurity or like, right, that the anti-Semitism is not inherent to this world, but is a feature of ongoing efforts to continually destroy communities and people and values in non-white supremacist spaces. And I think, I don't know, I think also viewing, not to like erase differences in different forms of oppression, but acknowledging that because folks are oppressed, we should work to bring each other up is what actually allows us to liberate all of us, right? And similarly, like when Israel is going on an ongoing genocidal campaign in Gaza, a lot more Israeli citizens have died since October 7th too, right? Which does not mean that like we should pay more attention to them, but it means that Jewish people are made less safe by Zionism as well. And that these like very this idea that anti-Semitism is different undercuts the real organizing and power and radical love we need to actually like make all oppressed people safer, and challenge the oppressors, for lack of a better term. So I just think this is like a very helpful way of thinking about it. And I also think in addition to the big lie of Jewish safety, there's this like blood libel thing of like there will always be anti-Semites out there, and we therefore have to protect ourselves from them. And I think like challenging that narrative can be really hard as well, especially if you're not Jewish. But this is a helpful way of thinking about it. There will always be people who want to hurt Jews because they want to get their own power, right, and make themselves feel better. But that's not, those same people are also going to be racist and Islamophobic and homophobic and transphobic, etc., etc. So I just think this is a helpful way to think about it.
Yeah. We're getting some questions. I don't know if you wanted to
Yeah.
talk about the birthright program, which I know it has a big part of this, and kind of how Zionism is taught and bred into Jewish people from a young age, which kind of like talks into like some people like, why do Jewish people have to unlearn to be anti-Zionist? Like, why are so many Jewish people Zionist? And I felt like that's kind of a good look into some of the propaganda that Israel creates to
Most
breed
definitely.
literally people.
Yes, propaganda for sure. I am happy to say I have never been on a birthright trip, and when somebody I have one Jewish parent and one non-Jewish parent, and when my dad's Jewish family was like, you should go, it's like a free trip and you'll like see the world, my mom was like, I will not let my daughter go to that place. And I'm very grateful to my mother for that. Those of you who don't know, birthright is a fully funded trip to Israel, paid for by the Israeli government. Slash, like, you know, they get money from different places, but it is like a program of the Israeli government. And the crazy thing also, not crazy, but you only need one Jewish grandparent to qualify for birthright. So it is a way that folks are kind of like brought into the Jewish Zionist fold, because they like take you on these beautiful trips, and they take you to the, you know, the objectively very beautiful places in Israel. That are they on stolen land and colonized? Yes. If you don't know that, is it a great vacation? Probably. I don't know. I haven't been. But they kind of like bring people into the fold, and then also on those trips, they don't allow you to like talk to Palestinian people. They really separate your experience from the ongoing settler colonial violence in Israel. They allow you to talk to settlers and like understand why, you know, like their new irrigation system that is like terraforming whatever and allowing for crops to grow. But they don't allow you to talk to the people whose land that actually was, whether that be 70 years ago or 2 years ago, right? And it there, I think they're actually, I'm not gonna say that, I don't know that for sure. Yeah, so birthright is a program with the Israeli government. Like I said, I've not gone. A lot of people I know in both Jewish Voice for Peace and If Not Now, which are like non-Zionist, you know, pro-Palestine Jewish organizations, were radicalized by their birthright trip because they saw what was going on and read between the lines. And I think like that's a really insightful thing to realize too, that like you can be kind of fed this lie and this story your whole life, and then when you see it in person, you're like, oh my god, this is apartheid. This is actually apartheid. I can go through these checkpoints, I can go to these places, I can walk on the street, and other people cannot. I also know some, you know, American Jews who've gone on birthright who don't look how I look, with like lighter skin and like lighter hair, and have been treated much worse than other kids on their birthright trip because they look differently, which once again shows you that there is an apartheid state in Israel. And I think, and I also think birthright is part of a larger narrative of Zionist indoctrination, whether it be in Orthodox Jewish spaces or more reformed slash less Orthodox Jewish spaces. And yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I have not been on birthright, but it is a crazy program. And I would also ask the question, why is Israel the only state that offers that kind of program?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I also Jewish, also not been on birthright, was never a part of my upbringing, which was very intentional from my parents' perspective. But it, like looking at it now, that is its sole purpose. Like you're like, why would this state fully fund trip from wherever you are in the world for you to come and see Israel if it weren't something in it for them. And what's in it for them is to continue to uphold their apartheid power in order to continue having new generations of people who believe in their power and believe they are at a threat, who believe their land is in jeopardy of being taken, whereas Israel was actually the one who stole it in the first place. So again, that's just really interesting of like, and kind of to provide context to you guys, if you have Jewish people in your life, of why there might need to be unlearning done. And then also to answer the question of why are there so many Jewish people who also happen to be Zionist.
I also think the other thing I was going to say is the fact that you only need one Jewish grandparent, to me, shows that Zionism is not about religion or the Jewish religion or Judaism, which, for the record, like, I'm a pretty secular Jew. Like, I'm not super religious. I'm not religious at all. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. I'm just like not particularly religious, but I think there's this idea that like, because like religion is off limits, right? And I kind of understand that. Like, I don't want to go around and tell people not to believe the things they believe or in the gods they believe in or the way that they want to have faith in the world. That's totally up to them. Like I said, religious freedom is a good thing. But a lot of Jewish folks would say, if your mom is not Jewish, then you're not Jewish, right?
Yes.
Especially
Jewish
in
law.
religious spaces, which is like
Yeah.
a whole other conversation that we don't have to get into. But the fact that the state of Israel does not say that goes to show you that it's not about like
Judaism.
recruiting people into Judaism or converting people into Judaism. It is about getting folks in Israel who see Israel as a good thing and as a beneficial place for them to live and continue the Zionist state.
Awesome. I wanted to bring that up. We can continue with the presentation, but
No, I don't know.
thought-
I appreciate that.
yeah, I thought it was a really important part of this.
Yeah, and I think like there's a lot going on with birth control that I don't
A
even
lot to
know
talk
the
about.
half of because like I don't really want to. But I would say like I agree with you that like there are people who are radicalized by birthright. There are other people who need to do way more unlearning because of it. And this is because their parents sent them on a plane when they were like 16, whether or not they wanted to. And like you can't like blame them for that, right? I mean you can, but you can't like sometimes especially within the Jewish community, within Jewish Voice for Peace, we realize that like these two things are both true and that we can still show folks that Zionism is not a path forward for them or for like the world.
I definitely think there needs to be a lot of responsibility on unlearning on the people themselves. Like it's not as if at that age they were chosen to go on that trip, but in this stage, a lot of like Gen Z people, like you and me, were about the same age. Like we are fully autonomous adults. It's now on you if you have not done that unlearning. And that's not to say there aren't resources and people who can't help you, but that's also something I hear in these discussions a lot of like, should I like go chase after my Zionist friends and try to talk them out of it? And I'm like, it's kind of on them. If you have the patience, please, yes, but it's on them. So
I agree. I also, though, I would add to that I think the role of anti-Zionist Jewish organizing and anti-Zionist Jewish organizing is to do more of that work. Like, I think we are uniquely situated to be like, I'm also Jewish. I also believe in the same things and the same principles, that every life is sacred, that, you know, like you always help your neighbor, that like, I don't know, I could get into it, but I think that like the anti-Zionist Jewish organizing is by no means the only way to engage in anti-Zionist organizing, whether you're Jewish or not. But I do think that we are uniquely situated to both have those conversations and have the capacity to like engage with it when we can, when we want to, right? Like I agree. Like it's not other people. Like I'm not saying that they should get off scot-free, but I do think it is my understanding of what JVP does is try to understand how we can best leverage our Jewishness that tells us to fight for liberation, to do that both within the Jewish community and within the national, international, and bigger communities. So
yeah, and that's I see two part, like I love that we're going to talk about this because I was going to ask you about this later, of like what you see the role of anti-Zionist Jews in this movement is. And I think this is one half of it, and then to me the other half of it is just standing in solidarity with uplifting Palestinian voices doing this work alongside them, because half of it is absolutely unlearning within our community, but the other half of this has to be uplifting those voices of the people who are impacted. So I'm sure we'll get into that later, but like, I definitely think all of this work is important because it is not Palestinians' jobs to convince Zionist people that their lives matter. Whose job might that be? Maybe the people that are in their community that have more of a privileged vantage point in this situation to both uplift their voices and then to help their own community uplift their voices.
And who might be listened to more because they're
Yeah.
Jewish, whether or not that's good or bad, right? Like that's pretty bad. It is bad. But like if someone's gonna say it and it needs to be us, then like we should say it. And have those uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah.
And I also, yeah, I agree with you though, that I think this is less than half of the work we need to be doing.
Oh,
But,
for sure.
yeah, but I think like that's a good way of looking at it. And I think once again we do it because it is something that we are uniquely situated to do, and is like something that other folks, it is either violent and dangerous for them to do it. It is not ineffective because they aren't good at it, but because, for example, working on JP communications, we often, when someone, even when Palestinian groups, when non-Palestinian or non-Jewish groups, when anti-Zionist groups are accused of anti-Semitism, we usually have to be the ones to write the statement that's like, actually, those two things are different, because people don't believe it, or like, right? Like,
yeah,
hard. I have been called some names that are not very nice and implied that I'm anti-Semitic doing this work, which is not great. But it's much harder to do that, and it's much less dangerous. People do that to me than to
Right.
other folks, right? So yes, agreed. Thank you for bringing that up as well. Now that we like know why Zionism is a big lie, it is not just a big lie, it is a really harmful lie. It is really destructive, it is really violent, it is not just, and this is not consequential, this is not a side effect, this is its purpose, right? And I mean, I know you guys have already been live streaming for like 10 hours, so this is not super important, or this is not new to folks, but this is super important to name. I feel like every time I have this conversation, to just always be like, and this is what happens when we don't have these conversations. The ongoing genocide, where 30,000 people have been killed in the last 4 months. The theft and destruction of land and homes and towns and schools and mosques and hospitals, like we see in Gaza, but also in the West Bank right now. And the decision, it was like this week, they want Smotrich, who's a super racist, fascist, terrible person, wants to build 3,000 new settlements.
Yeah.
Or not 3,000, over 1,000 new settlements. Zionism also looks like the apartheid state. Some folks are allowed free travel in some places, some folks are not. I learned about this a year and a half ago, that the amount of water and caloric intake that Israel allows into Gaza is manufactured to keep people on the brink of starvation and dehydration, and has been that way since the blockade was put up in 2011. Was it? Oh, I should have checked my facts. 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. So folks have been living with a manufactured famine, essentially, or close to famine. I'm not sure what the legal definition of famine is, but manufactured hunger and
2006 is what the chat is saying. So
2006. Yeah, for almost 20 years, right? And like, if that's not apartheid, what is?
Yep.
And then exile. That Palestinians are barred from returning to their homeland. There's not a right to return for folks, and that Palestinians are not, the visa system is absolutely insane. So these are just some of like the top level examples to rename what the 75-year long Nakba looks like, and what we as anti-Zionists are opposed to, right?
And this is where we've kind of come in with this fundraiser. So a lot of the issues beyond this are that nothing is reaching Gaza. Nothing is reaching West Bank. Nothing is reaching anywhere. No money, no food, no water. They're completely refusing any and everything into there. And so the problem with that, there's no money, there's no food, there's no water, there's no electricity. It's a complete communication blackout. in which they want genocide to happen in darkness. The only things that we can get in are these electronic eSIMs, which is sometimes the only way for Palestinians to communicate with family, friends, loved ones, check the news, like Google something, call someone, any form of electronic communication, it's through these eSIMs. And so that's why we're fundraising for eSIMs, is that's honestly the only way we can like really get on the ground, like actual action taken, which again, I know Mente has it pinned in the chat currently. Please go donate anything